Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. I am joined by Riley Hulbert.
How's it going, everybody?
And we are here in Milwaukee on location at the Mana Vault for a base fossil tournament happening today. This is really exciting for me, and
yeah, absolutely.
I'm just so stoked that you were able to join us here too, Riley.
Yeah, it all worked out super convenient for me, and I'm super excited to be joining you here, Andrew, at the Mana Vault for this base fossil tournament. Fossil is a really cool era of the game. It's when we finally crossed that threshold of every Pokemon getting a card for the first time. I'm really excited to see which of those 151 end up on top.
Yes, and we're gonna get some real nostalgia through the stream today. I mean, it's gonna be really sick. We're gonna get to see the cards being played as they were in 1999. I mean, we're gonna see Hitmonchan, Lickitung, Scyther, all of those original Pokemon cards that many of you probably remember from your childhood. We are going to be watching those in action here today, and there are 40 players here ready to duke it out for the $1,500 worth of prizing that is on the line today.
Rounds we played in 40 minutes, best of one in the Swiss rounds. And there's no ties on the line here. So if it goes to time, it'll come down to prizes. And if there's a tie on prizes, then sudden death until someone either decks out or a prize is taken. So no holds barred, no mercy, no ties, going for broke out here.
I'm really excited to see how this event goes. I haven't seen this format played in a competitive kind of environment like this ever.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a real treat for me. Now, I've got my mobile set up today, so I'm pretty stoked with how everything looks, honestly. But let's take a little tour around. We've got the feature match table, which is out in the tournament area, which we're going to be casting over during the day. I think there are 6 rounds, right?
Yeah.
6 rounds, and then it cuts to a top 8 playoff after that. So I've got the top-down camera here at the feature table with the nice Pokemon Classic board there that you can see. And then I've also got the I've got the shop cam set up. I was able to kind of hoist a camera up into the top corner of the shop and just point it at the whole shop. So
yeah, emphasis on hoisting. That thing was really jammed up there.
Did you see my handiwork?
I did. Yeah, I was looking around for it.
Yes, yes, I did. I really Velcroed it. I basically took my mini tripod and I Velcroed it to a shelf. It is rigged up there, but honestly, the results are solid. I'm pretty stoked with how this mobile setup is going. Thankfully, here at the Mana Vault, the shop owners actually already owned a top-down camera setup. So that's the camera setup that we have here. And I'm very thankful for that because they've made my job extremely easy. All I had to do is bring a couple cameras, my computer. I brought a monitor.
Oh, it's super easy, yeah.
The monitor got shattered on the way here, so yeah, that happened. I'm living and learning, okay? Well, yeah. See, what had happened was I put the monitor in a carry-on bag, and I was just going to carry it very gently and gingerly en route here, but then the carry-on bag didn't fit in the above bins, and then they had to put it underneath, and they got slammed.
That's the risk. That's the risk. You never know when your carry-on bag will be thrown under there.
That is so true. All right, I need to put our name tags in, so that's what I'm going to be up to here.
Okay, so yeah, we're getting right on the cusp of starting round 1 here at the Mana Vault. Really excited to dive in and see what kind of decks are out there in the field. We're certainly expecting a lot of Lickitung. Andrew, while you were in the restroom and they were announcing all the rules, they made a joke about not stalling the time every round in these Lickitung mirror matches, like trying to keep a brisk pace of play. And everyone in the room laughed. I think there's definitely a Lickitung sentiment in the air right now, which is a more modern take on the base fossil format than maybe it was played even back in the day. So really excited to see kind of what the new modern perspective brings onto these base fossil tournaments. You know, back in the day, you'd see more of like the Haymakers and the Rain Dance Blastoises. These days, you see more of a slow tempo strategy when you're approaching these old school formats. I think back in the day when we used to play base jungle all the time in your apartment with the Haymaker mirrors. And those things, just every round, it always came down. I felt like the deck out as opposed to actually taking prizes.
I know, and I wonder how many matches we're going to see today end in deck out. Resource management is certainly the name of the game in the base fossil format. It always feels like, you know, how you play your item finders ends up really mattering. When you decide to use Professor Oak and stuff like that is just so important and can really decide the outcome of the match. It looks like our players are getting ready to go. And is that a Dratini that I see?
That is a Dratini. So the Dragonite does have that Russian ability, reminiscent of like a Keldeo from more recent eras. And we see a Lickitung on the left here from Kyle. Super common attacker in this base fossil format. Going for that lick attack and not getting that paralysis on the Hitmonchan. So let's dive a little bit into these cards, because I'm sure not every single person here is going to be familiar with these strategies. Lickitung, we have joked about, is one of the premier cards in this format. It does not do a lot of damage, but it does have a lot of hit points at a whopping 90. Really a tank back in that day. And it does have a chance to paralyze on every attack, which ends up adding up as you rob your opponents of turns here and there. You know, the tongue wrap, it takes away those opportunities from your opponent. It does also, that 90 is super relevant because it can survive 2 jabs from a Hitmonchan.
Yes, it can. And we see right now we've got Brandon on the right versus Kyle on the left. And Brandon opens a Hitmonchan with a Mr. Mime on the bench. And then Kyle has got Lickitung leading the charge with the Mr. Mime on the bench. Mr. Mime is also a very popular card in this format. It has got a very disruptive ability that makes it so that it can wall off damage. Whenever an attack does 30 or more damage to Mr. Mime after applying weakness and resistance, you prevent that damage. So this is another stall strategy. And I think what's going to be really unique about the gameplay we see today is that there is going to be a lot of stalling going on.
And we do see a Mr. Mime on both sides of the field here. And Mr. Mime, because of its ability, always guaranteed to take at least 2 hits. So when you combo that with cards like Scoop Up, like Pokemon Center, these Mr. Mimes are going to linger on the field for quite a long time as we see Kyle go into his own Mr. Mime to counter the Hitmonchan in the active.
And Mr. Mime is able to take the first knockout of the event on that Hitmonchan, hitting it for weakness with its Meditate attack. And Meditate does 10 damage plus 10 more damage for each damage counter on the defending Pokemon. Couple of licks from that Lickitung got it in range, and then Mr. Mime was able to come in and clean up shop.
So we see Dragonair now coming into the active. I'm actually not super familiar with what the Dragonair does. I don't know if you know off the top of your head.
Dragonair's got some really expensive attacks. That's what I know.
I could see that. Yeah, we got a 3 and a 4 on that Dragonair. Seems unlikely in this format when you have super and regular energy removal that those are going to see much use. As we see Kyle now retreat his Mr. Mime into that Lickitung, perhaps going for a tongue wrap on the Dragonair here.
And that's the thing, is that these Pokemon back during this era, they have got insanely high resistances. I mean, minus 30 resistance, that's the same resistance that we see on today's Pokemon, except today's Pokemon have 300 hit points. These Pokemon only have 80 hit points, maybe even less, 70. And 30 damage is like sometimes over a third of total Pokemon's total HP. I like to equate it to, like, imagine if Charizard resisted by 100. Like, that's what this resistance is like.
Well, it's even more crazy than that when you think of how much damage the average attack is doing. Because Charizard resisting by 100, it could still be taking, a good chunk of damage with how high the damage numbers are in today's formats. You look back in the day, 20 damage is a lot for a low energy cost, and 30 just completely blanks that out altogether. So, proportionally, it's also just so much of the attack power is being resisted here. As we see Brandon now go for the Dodrio, perhaps looking to evolve that into a Dodrio in later turns to get that retreat benefit there.
And what I'm kind of noticing about Brandon's deck, and it looks like Brandon has like a really unique list. I brought some scans with me. I've got a little custom keyboard set up where I can pull up card scans, and was not expecting to see a Dragonair and a Dragonite. I did actually I did download the scans. I have them, but it's just not something that I was expecting to see. Dragonite has the step in Pokemon power, which allows you to move it from the bench to the active spot, kind of like Keldeo EX's stand in from Boundaries Crossed, or Russian Zorak stand-in.
Yeah,
yes.
We got a lot of these kind of flavors of abilities over the course of the Pokemon trading card game.
Yes, and then Dragonite has a retreat cost of 1. So I think the idea of Brandon's deck is to be able to use Dragonite's step in Pokemon power, and then you can use Dodrio with its retreat aid and pay 1 less to retreat. So with both Dodrio and Dragonite online, you can basically stand in and retreat and pivot to whatever Pokemon you want.
Yeah, I think I'm totally on the same page as you, and playing that thicker Dragonite line as well prevents a Dragonite from potentially being stuck in the active as well. You always have a way to pivot out of the paralyzation, perhaps, from the tongue wrap, and keep that pressure on to your opponent's Lickitungs. Now, the downside of that is you have this thick Dragonite line in your deck that could have been, a line of trainer cards, and we're seeing Brandon get a little bit stuck and, really just waiting out the turns until he can find a better attacker than these Dragonites.
And it does feel like I'm wondering if maybe Brandon's deck is even supposed to be attacking. That's kind of what I'm wondering. I'm wondering, is this like a stall deck? Are we just pivoting between Dragonites, trying to soak damage and heal? I do see a double colorless energy in Brandon's hand, and obviously there was the Hitmonchan, and there's fighting energy. So I guess, yeah, it is.
Yeah, the Hitmonchan threw me for a loop a little bit. So I think he is intending to at least put on some damage pressure as opposed to just waiting out in Pokemon centering. And, Pokemon Center strategies can be a little risky in this format, too, when you're trying to build up damage on several different Pokemon, just because of how powerful Gust of Wind is compared to, modern-day Gust cards.
Gosh, Gust of Wind. What an absolutely crazy card. It is a format-defining trainer card, just allowing you to choose one of your opponent's bench Pokemon and switch it with their active Pokemon. And this, very much defined the early days of the Pokemon TCG, being able to instantly bring up whatever Pokemon you want on your opponent's side and target it down. But the key difference between Gust of Wind and maybe the Pokemon Catcher era during the early Black and White days is that during this time, there wasn't a lot of one-hit KOs going on. So Gust of Wind, sure, you can bring up whatever Pokemon you want on your opponent's side of the board with just a trainer card, but you're not usually going to be just demolishing that Pokemon in one hit like you might do in today's game. So now you can only play one supporter a turn. You still got Boss's Orders, which is essentially the same effect, but back then, even though the Gust power was stronger, the attacks were less powerful, and I think that's really what we're seeing here. Look at this gameplay, we're seeing like tongue wrap, pass, and this is the tempo of the game. But what's really cool about this era of the game is that there's so much disruption. We see an energy removal there, right? Just simply deleting an energy and then a big lass.
Wow. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised actually to not see that super energy removal to get rid of that double colorless energy in the fighting. But Kyle's saying that he doesn't really care for what Brandon's doing and would rather just disrupt with that last. Last, a super powerful card allowing you to remove your opponent's trainer cards. And let's bear in mind in this era of the game that there are no supporter cards. There are no tool cards. Everything is just a trainer. So anything that's not a Pokemon or energy is going back into the deck when you last.
Yeah, Lass is just such a wild card. It's like a double. Oh, with the Oak top deck.
And that can always happen, right? And if anything, it's more likely to happen after a last because you have all those trainer cards going back into the deck. Playing Oak is risky, though, any given turn. Sometimes you have to hold off on playing cards like that just because of the risk of deck out towards the end of the game. And I'm sure Brandon's thinking about that as he's playing Oak right now. Is what is my long-term projection towards winning this game versus potentially losing by deck out to this onslaught of Lickitung tongue wraps.
I know that this is just going to be the first of many Lickitung standoffs that we see today. I mean, we're starting here round 1, and Brandon's not been able to take a prize. No, Brandon took... Who took the first prize? It was Brandon? No.
Has either player taken a prize?
There was a Hitmonchan knockout. Yes.
Oh,
yes. It was the Mr. Mime.
The Mr. Mime knocked out the Hitmonchan on Kyle's side, but that's the only prize.
That's the only prize that's been taken, yes.
And quite a few turns played.
Yes. Yes. The Hitmonchan went down. That's right. And it does look like Brandon's deck size is looking kind of small. We haven't seen a Dragonite yet.
I know. Yeah, there is a pretty limited amount of Pokemon search actually in this era of the game. You really just kind of have to draw into them or computer search for them. Computer search obviously isn't what you want to be playing every single turn because you lose multiple resources. So it can be hard actually to evolve Pokemon up, and that's just another point in favor of these more low to the ground basic style decks, is that you don't have to worry about finding these multiple Pokemon in sequence with each other.
Now I'm starting to wonder, like, is there a Dragon? There's got to be Dragonite in here, right?
I feel like there should be, right? Just
that, or, you know, we could take a look at what are... Let's see, Dragonite Slam Flip 2, 40 damage times the number of heads. I mean, that Dragonair is getting powered up, right? So, like...
Dragonair does have, I think, a Hyper Beam attack, maybe, to discard energy, so it could be going for, like, a disruptive sort of an energy removal strategy here. In lieu of a Dragon, I feel like you'd probably at least play one, though, right? And we haven't seen it in his hand, even.
We've got 4 energy on the Dragonair. I mean, it is happening. This Dragonair is going in.
It could just be a Dragonair focused, going for that Hyper Beam. It's similar to modern iterations of the Hyper Beam attack, where you can remove energy cards from your opponent's active Pokemon. I always think it's so funny as well, like back in the old era when a higher energy attack does significantly less damage. But they really put the value on that energy removal here. And we do see, actually, Kyle doesn't have a response anymore. He last away all of his trainers, and now he's just sitting facing down this Hyper Beam, which could just pick away at his energy for the rest of the game.
I think this is the Hyper Beam deck.
It must be. It must be. And, I mean, it's working out right now. It's working out. I wonder if Kyle regrets now playing that last, especially after Brandon top-decked.
I think Brandon played the last, right?
Oh,
yeah.
Did he?
Yeah, it was Brandon who played the last.
And then he top-decked his own Oak the following turn.
Yeah.
Dang. Oh, man. That's really tough. Kyle was sitting on multiple super energy removals, and he's wishing he had those right now for that double colorless.
And now that Brandon has realized that he's deprived Kyle of the energy he needs in order to attack, we see Brandon going on the offensive with some slams. I mean, it's just slam time. And the crazy thing about Dragonair is it's also kind of perfect against Mr. Mime.
Yeah. The 20 doing the perfect amount to pierce through Mr. Mime's Pokemon power, and also removing those energies. We do see now regular energy removal, getting rid of that double colorless. So Brandon will need to find a new one to be able to Hyper Beam next turn. Though it looks like unlikely that he might Hyper Beam given the paralysis from Tongue Wrap.
Paralysis. Ooh, another last off the top. But you know that your opponent is pretty trainer starved right now, right? You just last a couple turns ago, and you see that, you know, probably that energy removal just came off the top, so it's another pass back, and Kyle's hand is just all Pokemon.
I wonder if Brandon still is in an unfavorable position because of how many cards he's had to draw over the course of the game. You know, it's really difficult to plow through that 90 HP on the Lickitung. So even though from like a board standpoint, he seems in a much better spot, I wonder if he's going to be able to close out all of his prizes before Kyle top decks another scoop up, before he switches between his Pokemon and makes those knockouts ever more difficult to achieve.
There we go. Another... Ooh, Hyper Beam, yes, to remove that Psychic Energy, but Kyle has another Psychic off the top of the deck. Could commit back to the Lickitung in order to start tongue wrapping still. But, I mean, at this point, Kyle's board has no energy on it except for that one Psychic
and
that
it's
he just
about
committed.
to go. It's about to go, flipping the tails and the tongue wrap. I mean, that's the end of that Psychic Energy.
It is, and... the more I think about this Hyper Beam attack, the more it is kind of crazy, actually. It's a guaranteed energy removal every single turn.
Yeah, with 4 energy, it's really hard to actually keep stable on a board in this format. But when your opponent has no trainers in their hand and they're not top decking any of them, it's looking pretty good.
Honestly, I was not anticipating the Dragonair deck going so hard. Looks like decides to go for a slam. Oh, double tails.
That's tough.
And you could have hyper beamed that energy away.
I'm kind of surprised he didn't, to be honest. Maybe he sees the fact that he's getting low on cards and is like, I need to instead push forward the game state rather than try and just rely on removing the energy. Kyle also did top deck another energy, so he would have attacked again regardless.
Now keep in mind, as impressed as we are with this this very handsome Dragonair here, yeah, Brandon does need to take 6 prizes in order to win this game.
He plays another bill.
Yes. But he's still drawing cards. Maybe there's some Mr. Fuji that could happen to put things back into the deck. But right now, these Lickitung walls are proving to be extraordinarily formidable.
We see the retreat now, maybe going for a special punch on the Hitmonchan.
And that could knock it out.
Yeah, the thing is then, you're now stuck with this Hitmonchan in the active. You'll have to pay, I think, 1 retreat with the Dodrio active. I was kind of liking building up that Hitmonchan as a potential Fuji target, actually, just to shuffle all that stuff back into the deck. Do see the knockout, though. Brandon taking his first prize off Kyle's Lickitung.
Hitmonchan with that special punch, doing 40 damage, times 2 because of Lickitung's fighting weakness, and now Brandon is on the board as well. Both players tied at 1 prize taken. And, well, no, sorry, the black sleeves on this thing is...
I think it's 1 prize each.
Is it?
I think so.
I'm only seeing 4 prizes over there on Kyle's side.
Or he knocked out one of the Dragonair, too.
Yes, he did. Yes.
You're right. You're right. So it's 4-5 right now. Kyle in the lead. He does have that Scyther in the active, which is basically immune to damage from Hitmonchan. And the Mr. Mime on the bench, which is also a pretty favorable matchup in the Hitmonchan here. Top deck the item finder. I don't think he really has anything to grab off of it, though. He hasn't really played very many trainer cards to this point. So yeah, we're just going to see that Psychic onto the Scyther, plop it into the active, and say, Hitmonchan, what you got?
Right. But if Brandon has 1 more energy, and if Kyle decides to leave that Scyther in the active spot, we could see more Hyper Beam shenanigans, just removing those energies every single turn, right?
And it seems like that is a definite possibility right now. I think that's basically Brandon's out to win here, is to pick away at all of Kyle's energy and then to just sweep with slams from there. Kyle does, in fact, have an Oak in his discard pile, so he's going to grab that off the item finder and get a fresh new hand of 7 cards. I'm sure he's thankful for that. Oh,
yeah. Discard, draw 7. His deck is still pretty big, and I think that, you know, he's kind of winning the deck out game right now, and does find a pair of energy removal, so just gonna let those fly. Energy removal, might hold off on the super energy removal for now, but getting that double colorless energy off of the Dragonair does make it so that now he doesn't have to worry about a Hyper Beam next turn.
Yeah, and especially with the super energy removal in hand, I think it's really unlikely that we see a Hyper Beam again, to be honest, unless he gets another last hit on him. Always just being able to remove those 2 energy, it's going to be so hard to actually get to 4 to power up that Hyper Beam. And Hitmonchan can't really do much to the Scyther in the active. So again, Brandon's in this kind of awkward resource spot where I don't know if he'll be able to piece together those 5 left prizes that he has remaining.
Yeah, he's got this fully loaded Hitmonchan, but for what, right? Because now it's just Scyther, Mr. Mime. You're dealing with those guys. Hitmonchan is really good at knocking out Lickitung, like mostly efficiently, but really bad into Scyther because of Scyther's minus 30 fighting resistance, right? It's just not really the battle you want to be up against. When your 40 damage gets reduced to 10, it feels really bad.
Yeah, and we see that the Scyther with the 10 damage on it after Hitmonchan's special punch. Ghastly, actually, the new attacker of choice for Kyle.
Ooh, and I really like Ghastly. It's one of my favorite Pokemon in this format. It's just a 50 hit point basic. And funny enough, Ghastly's like kind of the premier Pokemon of the Gengar line. Really, it's kind of better than Haunter and Gengar. It's got 50 hit points. It's got free retreat. Free retreat is incredibly powerful in this base fossil format. And its Lick Attack does 10 damage and paralyzes. And if you've noticed a theme of the tournament, 10 damage and paralysis is kind of it's kind of a thing.
Yeah, I mean, basically, it's the Lickitung that counters Hitmonchan.
Yes.
Is effectively what it is. As we do see Brandon finally getting a Dragonite out of his deck with a Pokemon Trader. Now, not actually worried about that paralysis if he chooses to evolve his Dragonair. He has another Dragonair in play now. But again, like, what is he doing? What is he going to hit that lowly 50 hit point Ghastly with? His Hitmonchan is going to struggle to close that knockout effectively.
Right, and just between the paralysis and
another Lass,
the resistances, the Lass is gonna hit that super energy removal. But I mean, we've seen the pace of these games. Lass is obviously a very powerful trainer card, just throwing all the trainers from both hands back into the deck. But we've seen the pace of these games, and at this point, when both players got a board established, both players have plenty of prize cards to go. You're giving your opponent plenty of turns to draw out of that Lass.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the output of decks is so much lower in this format. You imagine a card like Lass in standard format today, that would be absolutely insane. Back in this day, you could take a couple turns off of just mediocre turns, even just tanking hits, and that ends up being okay a lot of the time, just because your opponent isn't going to be blazing through all your attackers in 2-3 turns.
It looks like Kyle actually found an item finder off the top of the deck, and that's what I'm talking about. At this point, the deck just kind of becomes full of trainers, so even though you're just randomly getting one off the top each turn, you're bound to find something if all your trainers keep getting tossed back into the deck.
Right, exactly.
Item finder maybe not quite as nice to have as just the super energy removal in hand, as would have to get rid of a couple of cards in order to play it. But item finder just comes with that flexibility. You get to discard 2 of the other cards from your hand and put any trainer card you want from your discard pile back into your hand. So a very strong card. A lot of players are going to be playing 3 or even 4 copies of that card in their deck, and it's even better than Computer Search, which is kind of crazy because you would think like Computer Search, discard 2 cards, get whatever card you want. Kind of gets outclassed by Item Finder just because of how resource intensive this format is.
Absolutely agree. So we see the Dragonite stepping in for that Hitmonchan. I don't really know what the plan is for dealing with this Ghastly, though. I mean, you could special punch it for 10 5 times over. That Hitmonchan won't even survive that long. So yeah, it looks like we're seeing the Mr. Mime come into the active. Doesn't have it fully loaded up to meditate, though.
I don't love this. Mr. Mime is weak to Psychic, but it can take 20 damage from Lick. So that's really the Mr. Mime's going to get 2-hit KO'd by Lick.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised not to see the Kangaskhan come to the active. I'm pretty sure Kangaskhan has that psychic resistance, so it'd be in a much more formidable position against this Ghastly here.
No, and the Ghastly is just going to kind of get evaporated, and then you also lose an energy by leaving the Mr. Mime up there, which I don't love. Every single energy attachment is just so valuable in this format. You don't want to just kind of offer up a Pokemon with an energy on it.
Right, exactly. And you could energy removal an energy, or you could knock out a Pokemon, right? And so that's just one less energy that Kyle has to worry about removing manually now that he's going to be able to take this knockout with the next Lick.
Oh, it looks like maybe we're kind of dancing around.
Okay.
Because the Dragonite can use its Step In and then retreat for free with Dodrio's Retreat Aid, and now we see Kangaskhan making
okay, yeah, I would have loved to have seen that last turn, but Kangaskhan still a formidable foe in front of this Ghastly, unlikely to be taking any significant damage. Looks like Kyle's contemplating whether or not he wants to burn some of his resources here.
We do see that super energy removal just right off the top of the deck. That is a couple of real strong top decks back to back. Item Finder and then super energy removal.
Yeah, so, I don't know if there's actually an energy he wants to sack to make that happen. Like, he's not very threatened by the Hitmonchan, which has there's only Pokemon actually with more than one energy on it on the board. So he's probably just okay waiting for a few turns for something more formidable like that Dragonite, or Dragonair rather, to be powered up.
Brandon's got an energy retrieval, so he's going to be able to grab a couple energy back from the discard pile and start loading those into play. What's funny about energy retrieval is that when you look at the trainer cards from base set through fossil, most of them are just way too strong for today's standards, but energy retrieval is one of the few cards that was just worse.
Yeah.
Now you can energy retrieval for free, but back then you had to discard a card in order to get its energy retrieving effect.
We do see Mr. Mime actually coming back to the active. Going for the Meditate for 10 off the first hit. I mean, it's damage. I don't know if it's really
cost though, right?
Worth it. If anything, I would have rather see the first hit with the Hitmonchan, because then Meditate would be doing more in future turns. But here we go, 10 damage on that Ghastly.
Yeah, I don't really love that line. And again, because the Mr. Mime was sacked a turn earlier, now it just goes down, and that just feels like kind of a really bad trade for Brandon. I don't like that. You let the Mr. Mime kind of take a hit for no reason almost, and then put Kangaskhan up, who wasn't taking a hit, and then brought Mr. Mime back out just to do 10 damage.
Yeah, it's a very interesting sequence there. Looks like Brandon may be thinking about powering up a new Pokemon now that he has some energy in hand, and Dragonite looks to be the choice here. Again, seems like maybe focusing on that slam attack to close out the game quickly. We see Kangaskhan coming back up to take a hit. I guess the one benefit of getting that 10 damage on the board is it means you only have to get one heads on slam with Dragonite.
That's true. Maybe Dragonite's the closer, but I mean, at this point, it just feels like, how are you going to get that Dragonite to be able to keep its energy on it, right? It was just such expensive attacks.
Especially with the caster vision up here and knowing that Kyle's sitting on that super energy removal. Oh, and here it comes. Yeah. Dragonite's energy not long for this world. Back down to 0.
And it's gone. Just like that. No energy. And this is why you see so much of the base fossil format dominated by cards that have low energy attacks, right? Efficient attacks that can be used with double colorless energy. I mean, really just 1 and 2 energy attacks is kind of the name of the game for base fossil. Anytime you're getting upwards of like 4 energy attacks, those attacks are just so difficult to keep powered up. You really have to gear your entire deck around keeping those energy in play. I mean, I'm talking like upwards of close to 20 energy. If you plan on trying to like fight through all of the energy removal and super energy removal that there is in this format, a third of your deck better be energy.
Yeah, yeah. And you did see players back in the day playing with quite a few energy in their deck. Scyther actually one of the few exceptions as a pretty solid attacker with a 3 energy attack cost. But it's also enabled by its free retreat, which makes it really flexible, and the fact that its energy are all colorless requirements, so you can use that double colorless energy.
We do see Chansey hit the board. I love Chansey. Chansey is just the biggest, beefiest Pokemon there is. And Scyther, with Gust of Wind, actually takes out the Hitmonchan. Nice little slash for 30 coming in from Kyle. And Kyle is marching on to victory. I mean, really just 2 prizes left to take. I don't really see a way that Brandon could possibly come back in this game. It feels like Kyle's board is just so strong and resources so plentiful.
Yeah. Really, it would have to be a Hyper Beam this turn, I feel like, plus an energy removal to fully strip that Scyther to make that possible, and that's just not an option right now for Brandon, so he's going for the Slam attack, it looks like. Caps off at 60 with double heads, which is still short of knocking out.
No, there's 10 on the Scyther.
Oh, there was 10. I didn't see that little dice there. Yep, there was the 10 on the Scyther, so does actually get the knockout with the double heads. That's pretty clutch. Not gonna lie.
Okay, Dragonair. Oh, all right. All right. Yeah, it's impressive. Okay, impressive.
There is another super energy removal in Kyle's hands, so that Dragonair may be not long for this world in terms of energy. But that was still really sick, for sure.
It was sick. I'm stoked that we got to see Dragonite just pop off on that Scyther like that. Super energy removal, though. Yup. And it's gone. Yeah, just like that.
That's the risk. That's the continued risk with these high energy attacks, is that super energy removal is just so strong in this format. Dragonair now to 1 energy. I don't know if we're even going to see it attack again the rest of this game.
It's looking like, I'd say there's at most a handful of cards in Brandon's deck. Brandon still has 4 prizes to go.
Hey, Dragonite, though.
Oh, baby. Here's Dragonite.
Item Finder, maybe getting an energy retrieval. It's another card you have to discard, though.
Would have to discard the last card in his hand with this Item Finder.
To be fair, what else do you even want in your hand besides energy at this point for Brandon?
I know, right? Kind of eyeing up those energy longingly.
Taking a quick peek at his final card in hand. Can I discard it in favor of an energy retrieval?
It's like you can't Bill.
Oh yeah, Bill looks like so close to deck out at that point. Looks like he's got his trainers all sorted out to try and figure out what the best one is. And none of them are looking that good, to be honest. Besides,
no.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really even a Gust of Wind stall out because you have way less cards in your deck than Kyle does.
All right, what do we get?
Nothing yet. Still thinking.
Oh. It's got to be like energy retrieval. Just keep attaching, right?
I think so.
Yeah,
maybe he's wondering.
There it is.
Okay,
Let's the last go. And that feels terrible because by discarding last, then that means that I'm discarding my hand disruption in order to get energy back into hand. And you could just be sitting on energy removals, and then you're undoing what I just spent this effort to do.
Not to mention, last is one of the few ways you can refill your deck in this format by having your own trainers that you shuffle back into the deck. So it is a double-edged sword for Brandon here. I mean, if you're going to retrieve those energies, they probably should end up somewhere, I would say. 4 energy on the Dragonite? Can you even do that, though? I'm a little worried for his situation.
The Dragonite juggle is kind of sick, though. And
I mean, not getting paralyzed. That's for sure.
This is true. This is like playing double Keldeo during the Darkrai lasers time.
Yeah.
Ooh, super energy removal.
Yeah, it's a flex when you got your super energy removal on your own double colorless energy. But Kyle knows that's all he really needs to do at this point. If he just keeps Brandon from attacking for a few more turns, then it will literally become impossible for Brandon to win.
I think we're already at that point. I'm really excited that there are 2 Dragonite in play. Like that's super hype. This is like Definitely one of my favorite cards from this era. It's just such a pretty artwork and so iconic. But yeah, we are seeing the tough thing about running all these Stage 2 Pokemon is that it looks like we weren't actually able to get the energy to stick. We weren't able to take the knockouts that we needed in order to win the game. And as we're seeing from Kyle's side of the board, just wearing your opponent down, paralyzing turn after turn, removing energy, that is kind of the premier strategy in this base fossil formats. And this is just the beginning, folks. I think that there is much more energy removal, paralysis, and all of that to come in the matches ahead. But when we get two decks up against each other that are trying to more or less do the same thing, I think we're going to really start to see some, like, some four-dimension plays.
Yeah, definitely.
When both you and your opponent are playing a deck that is trying to whittle away every resource your opponent has, I actually have no idea how these kind of Lickitung stall mirrors are going to go, and I think that we're going to see quite a few of them today.
Yeah, I have to imagine that very few of them will end in 6 prizes taken. I could be off base there, but with 90 HP doing 10 damage per turn, I think it's more likely that we see a lot of these deck out sort of strategies happening in the mirrors.
Hey, yo, and we see a energy conversion from Ghastly. Put up to 2 energy cards from your discard pile into your hand. Ghastly does 10 damage to itself.
This Ghastly's so good.
This Ghastly's nuts.
Like, I want everyone to just look at all the text on this Ghastly. We got the Lick, which is insane. Energy Conversion, which is insane. Free Retreat. Fighting Resistance. No weakness.
Yeah.
It's actually a completely cracked card.
And Kyle takes the win. We see just 2 cards left in Brandon's deck. Absolutely no hope of achieving victory there. Props to Brandon for having a very cool deck and showing off those awesome Dragonites, but Kyle was able to win the Battle of Attrition and take the dub with his Lickitung deck. So major congrats to Kyle.
As we look out of the field, looks like many of the games have finished at this point. That's the thing. There's a high ceiling for how long games can take in this format, but usually they end up kind of circling the drain at a certain point where someone is likely to win, but it might take 5-10 more turns for it to actually happen. Also, one thing I just want to say about this format is it's much more snappy than the modern game. I think it's due to the lack of shuffling, but these turns you've probably noticed, are happening very quickly. Less than a minute per turn easily.
It's one of my favorite things about this format for sure is that, I mean, it felt like we're commentating, right? And even the pace of commentating is like really different because usually when you're commentating, you can kind of get lost in someone's turn.
You get the shuffle to catch up.
Yeah, you get the shuffle to kind of catch up. But here, it's like I might go off on a quick little tangent, and then we're like
3 turns deep. Yeah,
and you can notice that from a commentating perspective, and that's okay.
Yeah.
When games don't last 4 turns, it's okay if we missed a couple turns. It's like, there was a top deck, there was a maybe a tongue wrap. Yeah, that's what we missed. All right, we've seen a lot of top deck tongue wraps. I don't need to tell you about every single top deck tongue wrap we see. So the pace of commentating has been really fun and really interesting, and I'm excited to kind of see us get into our groove and our flow as we do more of these rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. So huge congrats to Kyle for taking home the dub with his Lickitung deck. Looks like round 2 probably won't be too far off based on what the field's looking like. Andrew, what are you feeling is the favorite in today's metagame? Are you a Lickitung believer?
I think that, I talked to 2 players out there. I talked to Jason Klaczynski, 3-time world champion who is here in the house, helped with some of the orchestration of the event, and was the one who actually reached out to me about getting involved. So I'm definitely excited that he's here and involved. He's playing a Lickitung Psychic deck. And then I also talked to Jake Gearhart, who's also here, and he's from the Chicago area, and he is also playing a Lickitung deck. So I think you kind of have to be a Lickitung believer if you're at this event. I mean, it seems like that is going to be the most premier kind of deck that we see.
Yeah, I think so.
I think the real question is going to be, what can we do to combat that powerful Lickitung deck? Is there going to be any kind of newcomer that shows up that can really give the Lickitung deck a run for its money?
One of the really cool things about Lickitung as well is it's a pretty modern, relatively speaking, take on base fossil. If you look back at tournaments from that era, there really wasn't a lot of Lickitung decks out in the field. You were seeing a lot more of these Blastoise decks, a lot more of the Haymakers. And Jason actually, through his blog, really socialized the value of Lickitung, and I think it caught on big time in the field here today.
And if you haven't already, definitely make sure to check out Jason Klaczynski's blog. He's got some incredible information on this format for us to read. I mean, it's just available and up there for free. It's Jake Klaczynski Pokemon, I think is the...
If you just Google his name, you'll find it pretty easy too.
Even if you don't know how to spell his last name and you get kind of close, it'll come up.
Yeah.
So Jason Klaczynski, his blog, I mean, just really details like the entire history of the Pokemon TCG and competitive decks. And he's got a lot of resources there for learning these retro formats and showing off different decks and talking about how cards interact. It's basically how I learned about retro formats that I didn't play during.
Yeah, me too.
I learned entirely through his blog. So the blog, very helpful. Highly recommend it. But through his blog, really, he kind of is touted Lickitung as the BDIF. And then you've got content creators. I think there was like Jay-Witz might have done a video that was like, everybody was wrong. Haymaker
in hindsight,
in hindsight, Haymaker was never the BDIF in base fossil. It was always going to be Lickitung, right? But we just didn't know it back then.
And here's the thing, like, it's not like you can look back with disdain or judgment on these players. There were so few resources at the time. You didn't have like limitless tournaments online every single day to get data off of. You're playing at your local scene with your local players with cards that you pulled from packs a lot of the time. So it makes sense that like some of these more developed strategies weren't created in that time frame, but it's really cool to look back and take that lens on the game.
Yeah, it definitely is. And such a seismic shift. I mean, like, Haymaker is regarded as, like, one of the most goated, most dominant decks of all time. To insinuate that, like, Haymaker was not actually the best deck during this time is, like, that's, like, you're messing with history, man.
It's true to some extent. To another extent, it's almost like the logical evolution of what Haymaker was.
True.
Right? Because Haymaker was all about efficient, low energy attackers, basic Pokemon, and that's really what Lickitung is at the end of the day. It's an efficient attacker. It just leans more into the trainers of the format a little more strongly than Hitmonchan and Electabuzz did. The energy removals, the things like that to keep your opponent down to the ground.
Looks like we've got players for round 2 getting underway. Let's head to the table, and I'm going to type their names in. We've got Matt Alvis on the left and Eduardo Villalobos on the right. Eduardo Villalobos on the right. But Matt Alvis, that's actually a name I recognize. This is a long-time Pokemon player who I haven't seen around in eons. I think eons. Yeah, this dude is a long-time Pokemon TCG player, and excited to have it back in the house for this tournament. Very cool.
Players shuffling up, getting ready to start round 2 now. The pink sleeves a little more easily to see on the classic playmat here.
Thank goodness, honestly. Yes.
Be able to keep track prize a little bit better, I think, with the pink sleeves here. We do got black on the other side, unfortunately, but what can you do? Nice, good shuffle. Start the game here.
Doing my producer duties. Here we go. Very good. I forgot a couple of things. I don't often take my entire setup on the go, but I did for this event. I got my whole computer here. It's a Mac Studio, so it's like the size of a GameCube.
That's a pretty good comparison.
Yeah. So that wasn't too bad. But I did try to bring my monitor, and it broke. And then I also forgot my keyboard, and I forgot my mouse. But we're making it work here.
Thankfully, the Mana Vault did have the hookup on the keyboard and mouse for you.
Yes, they did.
I'm not left completely floundering with like a touchpad or something.
No, we're doing good. We're doing good. All right.
Man, those sleeves are glossy.
Yeah, we got some super high gloss sleeves going on there. Oh, and we've got the retro coin.
I love that. That's awesome. And we see the Psyduck start against a Mewtwo. Fire Energy's in hand. Is this Psyduck Arcanine?
There's a gambler in his hand, Riley. a gambler.
I didn't see the gambler. That's awesome.
Yes, there's a whole gambler over there in Matt's hand to the left. Now, that is a scan I did not download.
Yeah, I think that's valid, though. I wouldn't have expected a gambler today in the field either. We'll have to see what the deck that Matt is running looks like in practice here. You know, not a lot of insight from this opening hand. Eduardo getting down some of his basic evolving Pokemon. Looks like he'll be looking to lock down abilities with Muck in future turns.
I was curious if we were going to see much Muck. And, you know, I was thinking if it's going to be like a Lickitung playoff today, then Muck doesn't really do anything against that.
That's what I was thinking too. I was thinking about Muck on the way over here. But it doesn't have a lot of value in that Lickitung mirror match.
What's crazy about Muck is that like any modern player who reads the text on Muck is going to be like, oh yeah, this is like the most broken card you could possibly print. How is like Muck not in every single deck, right? And that's like part of that disconnect between like the way the game was and the way the game is now. Toxic Gas reads like the most broken Pokemon power ever printed. You ignore all Pokemon powers other than Toxic Gas, unless you're asleep, confused, or paralyzed. Cool. That doesn't matter because Muck is pretty much always going to stay on the bench.
Yeah.
And just hang out there. And its job is to shut down Pokemon powers. I mean, you can imagine there's not even a clause on this. Like a card like Garbodor or something like that. We've got the turn 2 Muck.
We do got the turn 2 Muck. Now, Matt does not have any Pokemon powers on his board, so actually not really doing a lot right now, but it's good to see it, you know, and if Matt does have any powers for the future turns, it'll preemptively get those turned off, which is pretty good board position for Eduardo. Still doesn't have access to a lot of energy, so kind of just waiting around, building up that Jigglypuff, likely to see that evolve into a Wigglytuff at some point here.
And the energy removals are flying, but Matt just kind of stuck with the fire energy on that Psyduck. And if Matt had a psychic energy, then he would be cooking because Psyduck has got an incredibly powerful headache attack, which is just trainer lock. Not just item lock. I mean, there's no such thing as items back during this time. Just whole trainer lock. So draw cards, support cards, recovery cards, all that. None of those cards can be played. Every single trainer cannot be played so long as you're using Headache. And I'm assuming that's part of the strategy of Matt's deck, is to lock down trainer use with Headache while maybe pivoting to something else, like maybe a powerful Arcanine or something like that. Where there's fire energy, there's sometimes Arcanine or Magmar. It's like another...
Could be a Magmar, Moltres, another option available to mill your opponent. My guess is it's a one-of Psyduck that he wasn't really anticipating to have to start, and probably doesn't play a ton of Psychic Energy, so likely going to be sitting on that for a couple turns.
That's what I'm thinking.
Surprised to see no Fury Swipes, though. Put the pressure on.
Yeah, no Fury. I think the Fury Swipes cost a water. It's just,
does it?
Yeah.
Or is it colorless? Oh, it is water. Dang. Man, Psyduck really fighting for its life out here in the active. Oh, and here we go.
Finally.
Tongue wrap is a go.
These licks are about to go crazy.
Not to be confused with the modern licks go crazy.
Thank you for understanding my reference, Riley. Yes. Energy removal. Get that energy off the Lickitung. But Lickitung is here and ready to wrap its tongue around Mewtwo. Mewtwo is not going to be doing squats against this Lickitung, but this is, I think, the first Mewtwo that we've seen on stream today, so let's take a look at it. Mewtwo has the Energy Absorption attack, which allows you to choose up to 2 energy cards from your discard pile and attach them to Mewtwo. And then the powerful Psyburn attack, which does 40 damage for 2 Psychic and a colorless energy. Mewtwo certainly helped play a role in the downturn of Hitmonchan's popularity after Jungle. It was released with the first Pokemon movie, which you can see that promo stamp in the corner of the scan that we have here. And when it came out, which was right around the time that Fossil debuted as well, Hitmonchan really took a big hit as Mewtwo and the Mew both rose in popularity. Mew was kind of released right around the same time also.
Mew basically a dedicated counter for the Mewtwo in a lot of ways. Mewtwo is also really good just because it counters the energy removal of the format very effectively, and we see that right now with the energy absorption. Energy absorption also does let you get double colorless, which is a pretty cool effect of the attack. Mewtwo not only keeping itself powered up consistently to put on that pressure, but also really good in the late game if you want to Mr. Fuji, for example. You can energy absorption up a couple energies onto that Mewtwo and then shuffle them back into the deck to prevent yourself from decking out in the late game.
Riley, I'm not really sure how I feel about this, man. Eduardo's ruining my immersion with those Brilliant Stars energies.
That's true. That's so true. The double colorless energy, thankfully, the base set version of it. So not totally out of the immersion sphere, but those psychic energies are not vibing with that Mewtwo, I gotta say. The more modern sensibilities for energy just don't line up with those legacy Pokemon.
We see Matt has a pretty big hand over there and has got some cards, but Edward Villalobos is able to just poke damage onto the Lickitung and is getting there slowly but surely, just poking 10 at a time. Matt's got some things. I think he's got like an energy removal. He's got a super energy removal. I don't really see any energy over there. There's a scoop up in Matt's hand that he could use to reset this Lickitung if he needs to, but it looks like Matt's kind of playing the long game. He's like, all right, it's fine. We're just going to be patient here, have our big dudes Lickitung and Chansey, and kind of just try to wear our opponent out and just see if we can prevent them from taking all 6 prizes, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And those energy removal cards aren't really worth using on Mewtwo because he'll just energy absorption them back up. But because of the Lickitung's resistance, you can take quite a few hits and scoop up out of there, and you've just wasted many of your opponent's turns. And Matt's played what, like 3-4 cards down this entire game into his discard pile?
All right, and here we go. Wigglytuff is also hitting the board. I was really interested to see.
Wow.
I was really interested to see who would bring Wigglytuff, and this is kind of the ideal Wigglytuff game plan, right? You maybe poke and kind of soften up Lickitungs or bigger Pokemon, and then come in with huge Do the Wave attacks. And Do the Wave is just one of the strongest attacks in the Pokemon TCG at this time.
We see the plus powers come down.
And an Oak.
He needs to dig for that double colorless energy. I don't know if this knockout is worth this many resources, if I'm being honest.
Oh, thank goodness he drew into the double colorless. And the last.
That is clutch. So we're going to see Matt lose, what is that, like 9 cards from his hand into the deck?
This could just be a Wigglytuff sweep.
It really could. This is exactly the situation that Wigglytuff is looking for. Getting these big knockouts, putting the pressure on your opponent, shuffling the hand in with last, and trying to sweep the game from there. And it's very possible that we see that happen if Matt doesn't top deck out of this quickly. I will say, like, 1 super energy removal is all it takes to really stunt on that Wigglytuff here. But until he draws it, he's in a tough spot.
This is the perfect turn from Eduardo. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I mean, Matt was just playing the patient game and was saying, all right, I've got this huge hand. I'm just, I'm biding my time with my energy removals. And then Eduardo just sprinted into his deck. The Gambit paid off, found not just one, but 2 double colorless energy, and the last to boot with the knockout on the Lickitung. And now Matt is in
just
top deck
decks
mode.
and energy. That's not what you want here. You want an Oak or something to work with. Probably just going to bench that Lickitung. Scyther, sure.
The weird thing about this format is that there's no way to disrupt the Pokemon out of your opponent's hand.
Yeah.
So you do always have to kind of weigh it carefully if you want to bench a Pokemon out of your hand. It could get gusted into the active spot if you put it down. And
oh, the energy removal too. This is so tough.
And this Wigglytuff is just swinging for 60 damage a turn. Matt is on the clock. Every single top deck is so important right now.
Oh, and getting the extra energy too. This Wigglytuff is getting ever more difficult to get rid of. Can't get a tongue wrap off. If you can just buy a couple turns with the heads.
This is actually this is some extremely high sportsmanship from Eduardo, keeping the double colorless in his hand.
I was thinking that too, yeah.
He's giving him like the little magic arena, like,
the prior revealed card off the last.
Yes. If it's me, bro, nah, you got to remember that.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Yeah. No tips, bro.
Oh, man. Eduardo getting exactly what he needs off the top, off these last draws. Oh, another fire energy. I mean, I guess Matt's happy to see some energy to potentially tongue wrap. You don't really want to bench many more Pokemon either because you want to have cards in hand to potentially item finder away or computer search away. So it's a really tough choice for Matt here. I think you probably just attach the active and tongue wrap.
I think the deck that I wanted to play if I got to come in today would have been a Magmar Wigglytuff deck. That was like the one deck that I felt like could maybe beat Lickitung decks.
Yeah.
And the reason why I think that Wigglytuff is the card, if there's any card that could beat Lickitung decks, I think it's probably Wigglytuff. And it's just because you can put on so much pressure. You are 2-hit KOing Lickitung. And if you're able to get a big turn where you strip your opponent of all of those trainer cards like we saw Eduardo do, now, I mean,
he's in a really good spot right now, getting all those energy too.
Yes, the single drops on the and he's playing it perfectly. He's got the single psychic drops on the Wigglytuff and has that double colorless in hand, and he's showing that I still got the double colorless, bro. It's here.
That is brutal if you're Matt right now. Thankfully most of his Pokemon can at least take one hit, but in the absence of more energy removals, one hit isn't going to go that far.
No, Matt needs a Mr. Mime like right now.
Yeah.
Matt needs a Mr. Mime like yesterday. Yeah.
I think so. And like we talked about earlier, it's not that easy to get Pokemon out of your deck, especially specific ones at specific times.
Comp search is all you got. There was no quick ball, there's no nest ball, there's nothing like that. You just simply drew into your Pokemon back in the day.
Yeah, we could see a scoop up.
At worst, you maybe like computer searched, right? But yeah, these Wigglytuff, God, I'm so stoked to see Wigglytuff just like out here hosing right now.
Hosing is exactly what Wigglytuff is doing here.
Tails on the paralysis.
Counting the deck, there's a lot of cards in there still. You're ways off of being able to mill.
Yeah, and Eduardo is cooking. Only 3 prizes left to take. Is just
I see the super. Get rid of that energy. No tongue wrap for you.
What a flex when you go super on the single energy. But to be fair, Matt is not going to be loading up many energy on his Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at one. Oh, another energy off the top. Matt's been taking a lot of energy, thankfully, to get these tongue wraps off. He has bought a couple of turns off heads there. It only takes one extra turn, though, of leeway for Eduardo just to sweep the rest of this game here. So Matt really still on the back foot. Has to decide if attached tongue wrap is even worth it at this point, or if he'd rather go for like a scrunch on the Chansey. Will be that tongue wrap.
Oh, lost coin.
Coin goes flying. One more time. That's a heads.
It's a heads. Okay. We're going to need a lot more heads where that came from if Matt's going to claw his way into this.
I think so. Eduardo.
God, Wigglytuff.
The switch! You hate to see that if you're Matt here.
But if you're a Wigglytuff enjoyer like me, then you are so pleased.
Now, Matt, I guess maybe his out now is Eduardo does have to probably burn an energy to attack. Maybe you can gust something active.
Here comes the double. And the thing is, loading extra energy onto the Wigglytuff doesn't even feel bad. Because then even
There's
after...
that oak.
Oh.
There's the gust. This is exactly what we're talking about.
Gust and oak.
This could be his moment to come back. Eduardo at 2 prizes left, though. He doesn't need a lot.
No, really
to
does
find
not.
the rest of this game here. Oh, potentially going for the headache on the Psyduck, meaning Eduardo's only out would be a double colorless energy or 2 basic energy to retreat this muck. Could we see Matt clutch this one out?
Oh, I wonder what Eduardo's deck looks like. That's what I really gotta know. I really gotta know what the deck size is. I mean, how many cards are we working with? How much energy is already in the discard pile or in play? I mean, these Wigglytuff are loaded, but this is kind of the deck's one Achilles right now. Is
that is so clutch. Eduardo needed that, I feel like.
1 prize left. The additional double colorless energy, just exactly
is that the last
what
one
he needs.
too?
There's, I think so. I think
he
that's
had
the
one on the
last
Mewtwo
one.
earlier.
Yes, I think that's the last one.
Counting that deck. There's still a lot of cards in there.
Wow.
And we're just like a plus power gust away from winning this game for Eduardo.
Yeah, Eduardo is right there. I mean, 5 prizes taken to 0. Eduardo is winning the prize race. That's not a question. If Matt's going to win this game, he's playing Moltres. Moltres and Magmar, it looks like the 2 fire Pokemon of choice in Matt's deck. And I think Matt kind of already knows if he's going to win this game, it was never going to be about taking the prizes. It's going to be with deck out. But now, with Eduardo buying all that time with that powerful last in the beginning of the game and being able to make the most of that time with loaded Wigglytuff, now, I mean, Matt does not have enough time, I think, to mill out all of these cards.
I don't think so. I think his one out would be to maybe item finder for another gust, bring up that muck, knowing that there is no double colorless left. You'd really want to have the Psyduck in that case to be able to lock down trainers again, but even so, like maybe you can dodge 1 or 2 turns, get some mills off, potentially hit a valuable resource and trap that muck in the active.
Matt's got an energy removal and is removing the double colorless on the active Wigglytuff. Benches Moltres, and this is our first look at Moltres so far this tournament. It is a beautiful card from the Fossil set, 70 hit points and a resistance to fighting. It's got the Wildfire attack, which allows you to discard any amount of fire energy attached to Moltres, and then you mill that many cards from your opponent's deck. And it looks like Matt is choosing to just aggro through the deck, really digging for something. Item finders for an oak and draws into 3 more item finder.
So, I mean, if there's a play Matt wants to make, he can make it happen this turn. He also, I believe, has another oak in hand if he really wants to plow through his deck.
Ain't nobody want to oak away 3 item finders.
I'm saying if you want to do some crazy combo, like remove all the energy potentially from the board, then gust up that muck, that's probably his best route here.
Yeah, maybe you kind of have to hit the other double colorless, but we see Matt counting his deck. This is like a really awkward position because he's got the super energy removal, but he's got no energy on board.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that he can actually utilize that super energy removal this turn. He's got an energy retrieval in his hand, so he could trade a card. But seeing all 3 of your item finder clunked up like that in that oak hand just makes everything really awkward. As you see, he's going to have
rid of a Scyther.
Yeah, he's got to get rid of cards he doesn't want to, and that's just like the really weird position that he's in.
That gust that we were talking about.
He has to bring the muck back out. This is the only route.
I think if he had access to the Psyduck still, he'd be in a really good spot. It's unlikely, I think, that Eduardo would be able to maneuver another muck out of the active under trainer lock. Right now, he's just maybe an energy retrieval or an item finder away from being able to get that muck out of the active and swing with a new Wigglytuff.
Ooh, and
That's what I'm talking about. I told you. Got to go for the mad plays this turn.
Right, because, I mean, he doesn't have time.
He does
Here's
not.
another oak. Yep, it's all gone.
I wonder how the deck sizes compare at this point, too. With 2 oaks in one turn, plus he had the oak earlier in the game as well, didn't he?
Yeah. And here's the energy for turn. All right, and Moltres, and we mill, right?
Yeah, we got
and we
to.
say, hope you don't have it. Boom. And
now
we
Matt Eduardo does need an energy and a switch out to attack here. Does he have that in his large...
Eduardo is giving us no hints as to what's in this hand.
His very large, very private hand.
It's extraordinary. This is the most private that I have seen a hand kept on stream. Is making it very difficult to judge what Eduardo has access to. However, I will say, when Eduardo does have something, it is very surprising.
Keeps you guessing for sure.
Oh yeah, because now we don't even have the bird's eye view. We have nothing. We
interesting. Is that just a pass?
That is just a pass from Eduardo. Just saying.
I wonder what's in there.
Could we see a reverse Moltres sweep with its mill? Is this something that's on the table now? Is this muck stuck?
He has to have something good in that hand. I would imagine.
Eduardo just needs like an energy retrieval or something to start loading energy. Item finder.
That's a good hit.
Oh, that would have been the out to an energy retrieval, and that's the power of Moltres and its wildfire. Is that it's going to start sacking valuable resources off the top of the deck.
Could you lift that hand a little bit higher? That'd be awesome. There's Ghastly. Energy removal.
Energy removal. Looks like a lot of Pokemon and an energy removal.
Okay, yeah, so it just doesn't have a play really in hand. I don't know if I love attaching to the muck over the Wigglytuff here.
It's tough because if one of the Wigglytuff gets super energy removaled...
Go for Lass. I think I like that.
I mean, because none of that stuff's helping him, right? So he's putting the trainers back into the deck.
I'm just making it harder on Matt.
Yeah.
Okay, this makes it more likely that he'll be able to get 3 Ghastly in hand also.
Yeah, it's just like not what he wants, right? So that last is going to strip both players of the trainer cards that they had, and now Eduardo saying, here's my hand, you were curious? I heard you were curious.
I wonder if it was ambitious to go for the muck when he did, not knowing what Matt was playing.
I think evolving into the muck could be just what loses Eduardo this game. That there's this 2 energy retreater here that doesn't need to be here, and Matt just finding the oh my gosh, an energy.
This
oh my
might
gosh.
be it.
I think this is it. I think benching, just evolving into muck. I mean, if it's just a Grimer, it retreats for 1. Oh, the energy retrieval.
Okay, it's really coming down to the wire here. It's going to take two more.
4 cards left.
It's going to take 2 more turns. He also needs 1 more energy other than the one that's in his hand.
Ooh, and Matt top decks an energy retrieval as well, so he's got a guaranteed 2 wildfires back-to-back turns. I think Matt is on his way to clutching this one out.
Oh, it's going to be so close at the end.
This is so nuts. Eduardo's got 4 cards left in deck. Matt is...
Oh, that's one of the pieces that he needs here.
Energy to muck. The retreat is a little dangerous, but if he top decks an energy removal, that's also bad, right? Yeah. Does he have to go into Mewtwo and use energy absorption?
Maybe, but then I don't know how you win from there. I think you need to be able to go into the Wigglytuff and plus power for the game.
But we know that Matt has a fire energy in hand. We know that
it's a 50-50.
Next turn is Eduardo's last turn.
Unless he has a Fuji in hand, which he could.
He would... Oh my gosh.
Could Fuji like a Wigglytuff?
I mean, if there's a Fuji in that hand, that's nuts.
Fuji the muck.
Do you have to Lullaby?
Lullaby could be a play.
if you lullaby and keep, if you can lullaby and keep the Moltres asleep for a turn, then you get access to both remaining cards in your deck to try and win.
Yeah. It comes down to what those last 2 cards are in his hand. We know he shuffled in a super energy removal, sorry. So that's one of the couple cards, because I don't think it's been milled. He is going for the energy absorption.
I think Lullaby is the route.
I like Lullaby, I think.
I think it's the only one. I think you're in a very...
The thing with Lullaby is you have to know that you're going to be able to win with the cards that are in your deck.
I guess like Eduardo has knowledge that that there's a fire energy in that hand, so you know you're getting wildfired again, right?
Unless you lullaby and succeed.
Exactly. So I think you kind of have to go for the lullaby.
Is that another
here.
gust? Or is that a scoop up?
I didn't see Matt's draw, but we do see an energy absorption.
I saw a Weedle
I think
on a trainer card.
I think it's a scoop up, is what I feel like. It's looking very scoop up to me, which isn't really doing anything.
I thought it was maybe a gust, but I could. It's hard to see.
And now I think Matt has done the impossible.
He has that clutch oak into the item finders, into the oak to get all the resources he needed.
I think Eduardo just overplayed his advantage a little bit.
What I would have loved to see from Eduardo in hindsight is potentially some of the attachments that went on to Wigglytuffs going on to the Muck. That would have saved him that one turn, potentially, that he needed to be able to attack here.
And I think also just having the foresight to maybe hold Muck until, we saw the Muck got found and just got slammed right down. Maybe if Mr. Mime, I guess I was talking about Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime wouldn't have done anything against Muck. Yeah,
it's true.
Yeah.
True. That is there's a scoop up in the hand.
But yeah, earlier, so the Muck does turn off Mr. Mime, which is something, but being able to hold...
Okay, super.
What's the last
one
card?
Of the better cards to mill. What do we got?
That's it. There was a plus power
and
too.
A Pokemon Center. Yeah, he didn't really have the resources to close out in the end. Milling that one psychic energy actually did matter.
Oh my gosh, it really did matter. I mean, every single little thing coming down the line, every play was so impactful, and I feel like that game was a fantastic representation of base fossil.
Yeah.
And some of the comeback potential that's possible in this format, and how even though you might sprint ahead, you're still not completely out of it if you're kind of playing your cards right. We saw the resource crunch for Eduardo just really came back to bite him.
And it literally did come down to the very last resources in that deck. If Eduardo had access to one more energy, he would have been able to do the wave with that plus power for the game. But because it got milled, because he didn't attach in ways that prepared him for that scenario, it just was one energy short, and that's all it takes in the base fossil format.
He was kind of preparing his board very wide. It seemed like Eduardo was prepping his board for energy removals.
Yeah.
Like, that was the major thing. He's like, all right, this Wigglytuff's got like 3 or 4. This Wigglytuff's got like 3 or 4. And all 3 Wigglytuff were powered up. But that doesn't really matter if Matt is able to perfectly remove energy from each Wigglytuff so that they only have 2. So we have 3 Wigglytuffs, each with 2 energy at the end of the game, and a 2 retreat cost Pokemon in the active spot that Eduardo couldn't move. And that's how Matt was able to just thread the needle just perfectly to clinch out that dub. That was crazy.
That was really crazy. And Eduardo, great gameplay from him. He saw the route. I think that's a tough matchup anyway in the Wigglytuff player scenario, because it only takes a couple of key removals to put you in that situation. He saw that route. He went for the last play at the exact right moment and very nearly was able to get it all the way through. Just that one oak at that one key turn for Matt, giving him the route to come back. Honestly, great gameplay from both players. That was a really fun game to watch.
Yeah, it was a really fun game to watch. Riley and I are going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with round 3 in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Make sure to check out my sponsors, FullGripGames.com and Dragon Shield for all the best Pokemon cards and gameplay accessories while we're gone. I'll be right back. And again, huge thanks to the Mana Vault for hosting this event. We'll be right back in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are back and ready for our next round. I got to chat with some people out in the hall. Seems like everybody's having a great time, and vibes are fantastic. Eduardo actually played against Jason Klaczynski round 1 and beat him.
Yeah, the exact same way that he almost won.
Yes,
round 2
against Matt. So Eduardo almost took down Jason Klaczynski and then Matt Alvis back-to-back rounds. They were both playing Lickitung decks. Jason said he got hit with a mid-game last and then just got Wigglytuffed to death, which is exactly what Eduardo was doing, yes.
Yeah, pretty much the entire goal of the deck, to be honest.
Yeah.
So
now, round 3 just got announced, so let's head over to the tournament hall and see what our next match is going to be. I got to meet some locals. I saw Kyle Whimsicast, who is someone I've seen on Twitter, and they were very nice, and got to sign some cards out there, and really it just seems like everybody's having a great time. 41 players actually for the tournament. There were over 60 registered, but I think some players couldn't make it out on the day. I know one of our locals, Cole, ended up not being able to make it from the Cleveland area, as we've been dealing with a lot of tornadoes.
Really?
Lately. Yeah, actually. Couple touchdown in the Cleveland area just this past week. I know a lot of folks have been without power
that stinks.
For days.
I guess my girlfriend's sister lives in Cleveland, and she was without power for a couple days now, so I guess that tracks. Yeah, that's tough though.
Yeah, it is definitely tough. So it's definitely nice to see so many people out here. And are we finally going to get... All right, we've got Jason Klaczynski on stream this round. And we'll see who he's up against. Very cool. We'll get to see the 3-time world champion play. This is going to be the first time that I've ever commentated over him playing. So that'll be very exciting.
Absolutely. Jason rolling up with his Lickitung deck, black sleeves.
Oh, yeah. Now, I know Jason was chatting with me about his deck just a little bit before. He and Matt are not running the exact same type of Lickitung deck. Matt had a Lickitung deck with like a Moltres angle. Jason's is just a Lickitung Psychic deck. So he's not going to have that kind of Moltres pressure that ultimately won Matt his game.
That Moltres was absolutely key in winning for Matt. So Jason losing that angle at the same time, having a little bit more streamlined of a variant here. You know, for example, that Scyther at the start of the game that was stuck doing basically nothing with those fire energies. Jason's not going to have to worry about stuff like that. Both players shuffling up. We see Jason also rocking the damage counters. Exactly the way the game designers intended for us to play. Jason has an old head. Understands that.
For sure. And he just made a trip to Japan to play in one of their RSPK tournaments that they host over there. Apparently there's a huge RSPK scene in Japan, which I was not aware of. But he went out for that event. One of our locals went out to that event as well. And
wow.
Yeah, and I think he picked up a bunch of Japanese merchandise while he was there. I know some of the stuff that they're raffling off here at the Mana Vault. They are what was stuff that Jason picked up.
And I was talking to some of the Mana Vault guys outside for this round, and I gotta say I'm really excited for the grand prize raffle for today, which is one of those 2-player starter kits from back in 1999.
Yes.
I would be so stoked to get something like that if I was in the crowd playing.
It looks like we got Brandon back from round 1.
All right, Brandon. All right, Brandon, off the start here. Lickitungs facing each other down. We talked about the potential for a Lickitung mirror situation earlier. And it looks like it's finally come true here. Brandon gonna use that Pokemon Trader, similar to Pokemon Communication today, being able to swap a Pokemon in your hand with one from your deck. Getting that Dragonair that was oh so clutch in removing those energy in round 1. Add that to his hand.
We did see that in round 1, Brandon did have a tough time taking down the Lickitung stall deck, but Brandon was able to win his second round. So now we see him in round 3 up against the 3-time world champion, Jason Klaczynski. And he's going first, so he can attack on the first turn of the game going first. Is going to tongue wrap, paralysis, and 10 damage.
Getting paralyzed before you even get to draw a card is brutal, I gotta say.
Yup. And that's just an attach pass situation. We see Jason holding on to the Mewtwo and the Mr. Mime in his hand. Apparently not worried about the jab +4 plus powers. Potential lose con here.
Yeah, I don't think he's too worried about that, to be honest. Playing the water energy is interesting too. Is that just for Fury swipes? Because most other attacks doesn't matter, or
yes,
know?
Riley. Actually, I do know because Jason told me before. It is just so the Psyduck can maybe attack into a Magmar with Fury swipes.
Rock on. Yeah. I like that.
And if you play so many energy retrieval, why not?
Yeah, and the thing is, like, most of the requirements in this deck are just going to be those colorless requirements anyway, so you're pretty flexible. And even then, with a card like Mr. Mime, for example, it's a psychic and a colorless, so you have a lot of leeway to play random off-color energies like that water here.
And Brandon has got the turn 3 Dragonite. There it is.
Yeah, there it is. It hasn't really done anything yet, but you got to imagine that Brandon is going to enjoy having access to that in this sort of Lickitung war that they're building up here. He still needs the Dodrio down to be able to get that full value out of the step-in, but avoiding those tongue wrap paralysis while still being able to do it yourself seems like a pretty big asset in this Lickitung tongue wrap off here.
I agree. It does seem like that would be quite big. And then, of course, the high-end potential of Dragonite to go in and start slamming away, right? If you flip 2 heads, that's just 80 damage.
Which is very high in this format. Not many cards reaching up to that 80 damage threshold.
And I think we finally see a tongue wrap from Jason after a couple turns off due to paralysis.
Both Pokemon at 30 damage here. That's gonna be a
Jason's is at 40.
Oh, sorry, your stream thing was considering the
There are 4 little beads
you're
on
right.
Jason's.
You're right. You're right. No, you're right. So, more or less, though, this is going to take a long time to knock out these Lickitungs. You're doing 10 damage a turn, 90 hit points. It's going to take a while for one to go down, and a scoop up at the end of that. I mean, you're looking at 20 turns per Lickitung if they're being healed.
Jason's got resources in hand, but you see him being very patient with those, and that's just kind of a sign of someone who knows this format through and through, right? The dangerous thing about having all these, trainers in your hand is like if you get hit with a weird lass, and then you're just like, you have this like really stacked hand with like, maybe 5 or 6 really important trainers in it, and then those trainers all go. You could be in a really compromising position, but it looks like Brandon isn't really kind of putting the pressure on in that kind of way that where Jason has to worry about that. It's not like Brandon's coming in with Wigglytuffs. That was Jason's one loss in the tournament so far, was to kind of a Wigglytuff last rush. Brandon is just kind of going with a similar strategy of just using tongue wrap over and over again, but he's got the added assistance of the double Dragonite. So actually, if Brandon can set up Dodrio, then with 2 Dragonite in play, he will never be paralyzed.
Absolutely, and that would be pretty clutch in this mirror match scenario with these Lickitungs. Jason, though, he's not really worried about his Pokemon being knocked out with any sort of urgency here, so he can afford to play a little bit slower, especially when you have that Scrunch access on the Clefairy on the bench. You're going to be lasting quite a while before you're actually under threat.
Clefairy, bro?
Sorry, the Chansey. Chansey, you're right. There's way too many pink blobs in Gen 1. Can we just say that?
No, you can't say that, Chansey.
There are too many pink blobs in Gen 1, and I think we've been letting it slide for too long.
Yeah, so there are a lot of pink blobs, okay? There's Jigglypuff, Clefairy, Clefable, Ditto, Lickitung. I mean, all right, there's a few.
It's a really key design element.
And they're each iconic. Anyway, here's Dodrio. Dodrio has finally hit the board and has that retreat aid Pokemon power, which makes it so that as long as Dodrio is on the bench, you pay 1 colorless less to retreat your active Pokemon. And that obviously pairs perfectly with the Dragonite that Brandon has on the bench. And with 2 Dragonites, even if one of the Dragonite gets paralyzed, Brandon can just use that step-in Pokemon power to bring Dragonite into the active spot and then retreat with Dodrio's retreat aid. And Dodrio can never get stuck because Dodrio has a free retreat. So, yeah, kind of a busted board if you ask me.
Plus, you can always step in if the Dodrio is in the active.
That's true.
To avoid getting stuck if it's like paralyzed or something like that. So, pretty good spot for Brandon in terms of avoiding those status conditions. Does also have a Hitmonchan down, but it's down to 1 card in hand. So, he's not really doing crazy much. Can step in and retreat if he wants to tongue wrap this active Lickitung.
And there we go.
What's going to be happening here.
Yep, the stand in and pass. Just deciding to buy more time. I mean, a Lickitung with 5 damage counters on it against a clean Lickitung kind of feels bad, right?
It is 1 jab away from being knocked out. Maybe Brandon's worried about if Jason potentially plays a Hitmonchan.
Now, Brandon is in full-on top deck mode now. Jason has the hand advantage by a lot. I mean, look at Jason's hand. It's got maybe 8 cards, 9 cards in it. And Brandon has 2, doesn't really have the energy he needs to launch a meaningful attack right now, while Jason is kind of just biding in his time and trying to whittle his opponent down. But that's the thing, is that Brandon isn't necessarily like really being silly with his resources, so he's not kind of helping Jason's deck out plan at all, and is just content to just say, like, you want to do 10 damage every turn, all right, that's fine. I've got double Dragonite. I think I would like to maybe see Brandon dance around a little bit, not let this Dragonite take too much damage, but a couple more damage counters is probably fine.
Yeah, if it's still a ways off of being knocked out realistically. One thing I like that Jason is doing, actually, is he does have quite a few energy now, at least 2 in his hand, that he's not attached to his board. That keeps his options flexible, avoids playing too much into energy removal cards. So Jason really trying to slow the game down, play at his own pace, and not worried too much about what Brandon is doing. As we see another Dratini hit the board, potentially evolving that into a Dragonair and Hyper Beaming, maybe?
Hyper Beam Dreams?
I don't really see a third Dragonite being that useful, but Dratini, honestly, like, the Dragonair was a valid option that we saw from round 1 here.
Yeah, I do like how Jason's just being very patient and methodical, and I was just how often, it's like got an extra energy, doesn't need to attach. And that's the thing that you're going to notice when Jason plays, is he's never going to play a card unnecessarily, especially in a format like this where he is just so keenly aware of the value of each resource that you have, and he's never going to be careless with them, right? He's going to save his energy removals, not just using the energy removals on the first energy to show up on his opponent's side of the board, but saying, like, okay, a fully powered Dragonite could be a problem. If you go double colorless and you flip 2 heads, that's a knockout on my Lickitung. So nope, we're gonna keep that Dragonite just 1 step away from being able to attack as long as possible, right? And
exactly,
and he'll deem that that's worthy of an energy removal. But removing the energy off the Lickitung while we're doing Lickitung Wars, probably not necessary.
Yeah, the key differentiator being, like, how many turns of tempo are you buying yourself? If you're removing an energy from a Lickitung, they're 1 attachment away from attacking again. Moving energy from a Dragonite could mean they're 2, 3 turns away from being able to attack next. We do see Brandon power through those energy removals, though, and get that Slam fully powered up. Will he get the double heads to be able to knock out this Lickitung in one hit? I mean, even a single heads is a lot of pressure this turn. We do see the single.
One heads. Yep. That's 40 more damage. But, I mean, not knocking out the Lickitung, as it could just be a scoop up. Anything like that. Could just toss that Lickitung back into the hand, deny all that damage. Jason's got a huge hand, so you gotta know he's got options, right?
He does have a Mr. Mime ready too, which is effectively immune to harm coming from that Dragonite if he ever needs to play defense. Contemplating what to do here. I believe he does have a scoop up in hand if he wants to use it.
Energy removals too. Is it worth it? He has to bench this other Lickitung. If he wants to scoop up and go into a new Lickitung, he has to bench this one first. And actually just gonna say, I'm going the even more conservative route.
And I think that's fine.
It's one prize.
I think it's one prize out of your 6. This Lickitung has already consumed quite a few of your opponent's resources in the forms of attacks. So I think you can afford to let it go down as opposed to burning resources to save it when it's just 1/6 of your opponent's win con.
That's true. Jason's a more patient man than I. I probably would have been like, I could scoop up here, like that's a fine spot. But I do like this, and I think that, if I had to guess, this will end up working out for Jason. Just saying, I have this whole hand of cards, and I don't need to play them. Now it would be ultimately funny if this is a double tails.
The double heads now. A little bit overkill.
That's 80 damage coming in from the huge Dragonite.
See Chansey into the active. Double colorless. That is pretty vulnerable. Oh my goodness. This Chansey is going to do some work.
Oh man. This is so sick. Chansey's double edge with the plus power. Jason says, you know what the best way to remove 4 energy from a Pokemon is?
To knock it out.
To knock it out, baby. And that Chansey was probably looking a little incognito on the bench. Wasn't really worrying about it too much. But the double colorless with the plus power, double edge, doing 90 damage. With the 10 damage that was already on there, and Jason decided to lick the turn previous, right?
Yeah.
To lick into
exact
depth. And Jason was kind of planning this turn ahead.
Yeah, and then he still has access to that scoop up for later in the game. So ultimately, what he did was he conserved resources at the cost of a prize. He conserved that energy attachment and that scoop up in exchange for one prize. I think that trade is generally worth it in this format most times. And now he has access to Mewtwo to energy absorption, refill some energies on his board, threaten this Hitmonchan with a knockout, kind of forces Brandon to go back into the Lickitung, and Jason controlling the tempo of the game.
Dude, look at this huge Mewtwo energy absorption. Hilarious. Jason does not have 2 Psychic in the discard pile right now, so instead just gets a very fat Mewtwo with 2 double colorless on it.
And I like that over grabbing the water. It's a retreat option. If you play Fuji, you can shuffle those back into the deck and have access to them again. Not really any reason not to grab them if you don't have a Psychic. Still does threaten next turn with Cyber, and if he is able to attach another Psychic anyway.
And the great thing about that, too, is that it's just an easy retreat.
Yeah.
If you want to get that Mewtwo back to the bench, the double colorless energy can provide that double retreat cost to move the Mewtwo. And you can just see how flexible this deck is, being able to attack with Chansey, being able to stall with Chansey, being able to attack with Mewtwo, stall with Mewtwo, attack with Lickitung. You could stall. Everything can either go on the aggressive, take knockouts, Mr. Mime can stall, or it can go on the offensive, and it can take attacks. And watching Jason play in a way that he's thinking about all of his resources that he needs to win the game, not just the cards, but also the prizes as resources, Pokemon as resources, and seeing someone play and really kind of think about the game as all of your resources are kind of like life points, then you can't use them all or else you lose. It really just shows, how dialed into the strategy of this format he is.
Absolutely. Seeing Brandon now step in with that Dragonite. Hitmonchan doesn't really want to be face-to-face with a fully powered up Mewtwo. It's going to be another tongue wrap.
We should just get an audio recording of you saying it's going to be another tongue wrap, and we could just play it.
yeah. Save the effort of having to speak it aloud.
It looks like it's going to be another tongue wrap for 10.
I mean, look at that art. Lickitung really is wrapping that thing.
I mean, for sure, right? Just think of all the nice foliage that Lickitung can reach with its lengthy tongue.
Absolutely, Andrew. Thank you for ever-present insights.
What do we have going on at the table here?
Maybe a quick ruling discussion going on the side here. Clarifying an action. Think things are good. You stepped in, you retreated. Lickitung's now in the active. I don't think there's anything amiss there. Let's see what happens. Now, if you're Brandon, what is your route to winning from this point? What I'm nervous about if I'm in Brandon's spot is how little Jason has actually used over the course of taking these first couple prizes. Like, his hand is still massive. Probably sitting on multiple removal cards at this point. If I'm looking to power up these Dragonites, I just don't know if I could feasibly see that happening again for another round of slams.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. If I'm Brandon and I have my fully loaded Dragonite get knocked out like that, I'm in the corner crying by myself, bro.
No!
I'm having a bad time. All right.
At least you get a heads on a tongue wrap if you're Brandon there.
That's true. All things are a go. Tongue wrap from Brandon. The Mewtwo is paralyzed. That feels good, at least.
Yeah.
I think. All right. So Brandon's way to get back in this. It's got to be last. That's how you beat. That's how you beat this Lickitung stall deck. We kind of heard how Jason was able to lose round 1. It was because he got last, and Wigglytuffs just came, cruising in with some huge do the wave attacks. I think we got to see a similar strategy come from Brandon, where it's not Wigglytuff, but it's Dragonite, or it's Hitmonchan. Though most of Jason's board is pretty, Hitmonchan toxic right now. But I do think we got to see a similar thing. It's got to be a last. And the fact that Jason's been able to grip this whole hand this entire game and hasn't had it last away yet is kind of concerning.
Yeah, I'm trying to think back to round 1. Brandon, I think, played maybe 1, maybe 2 last. So he might not have it quite yet. It's looking tough, though. Having that double colorless energy removed, it's another turn step behind, another one of your 4 DCE in the bin. Jason getting to attack. Another thing I think as well is, even if you're able to go in with that Dragonite, that Mr. Mime is so threatening at this point. And the second one hits the board with the Psychic Energy. Jason just is looking so dominant from this position.
Yeah, Jason's board is just downright scary. And if you're Brandon, I mean, even just little things like attaching that double colorless energy to the Dragonite when you haven't played last, like, you just know it's not going to stick.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred to open with the basic energy there, maybe bait out some of those removal cards before going for the doubles.
But Jason's not going to get baited by a single fighting energy either. He's too good. He's not falling for the bait.
But that's okay, right? Like, because then it opens up the opportunity to still last and then attach the double. So
exactly. And the kind of key thing here is that you want to attach the double energies on turns that you're going to be attacking, right? So that way, even if it does get removed, you still got an attack out of it. Whereas, like, putting it down without an accompanying last before that your opponent, doesn't have any of those removal cards in his hand, then you're just kind of setting yourself up to get it removed, and it feels super bad.
And it looks like we're seeing the Dragonite coming up to tank some hits again. I mean, it won't last that long against Mr. Mime with its Meditate attack and that snowballing damage there. So look, we're looking at 10 plus 10 right now. It's going to 20. Then it'll be 30. It's taken, 3 hits from that Mr. Mime. That's not great.
Now, what's interesting about Mr. Mime is it doesn't actually resist fighting. So Hitmonchan can just 2-hit KO a Mr. Mime. Hitmonchan would be taking some pretty foul treatment from Mr. Mime in return with a Meditate for 20 and then a Meditate the following turn for, I think, Knockout. Yeah, because you'd be doing 60. So, yeah, that would be pretty gnarly. Hitmonchan can 2-hit KO the Mr. Mime, but I doubt Jason would allow that. I mean, he's got a huge hand, could probably play around it. Or would be content to just, sure, I'll hit your Hitmonchan for weakness, sure.
Yeah, Mr. Mime does 2-hit KO back on the Hitmonchan when you factor in the weakness there. So I don't think Jason's too worried about the Hitmonchan coming to the active. We do see the Dragonair going to the active, but that Slam is not able to damage the Mr. Mime. Even if you get a Heads, that crosses that key threshold where the invisible wall will keep that Mr. Mime safe.
Yeah, Dragonair probably just getting promoted into the active spot because it's got that psychic resistance, I guess. And Brandon's saying, you know what, I want to slow your roll against my Pokemon. I don't want them all to just get meditated to death. So just tossing the Dragonair up there and hoping that it can kind of wall for a couple turns.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon's out might be at this point to start hyper beaming instead of slamming. That does go through the Mr. Mimes and would potentially strip Jason progressively on his board. We do see that super energy removal in hand, though, so Jason's just ready whenever Brandon starts going on the offensive to roll him back down a peg.
I mean, my goodness. Yeah. I mean, a hand,
he knows.
A hand that big, you know. Just look at, I think every single card in that hand is a trainer.
I mean, I would believe it.
If you last... Like, if Jason were to get last right now, he would just go to a 0-card hand. Now, granted, his board is pretty nice, and I think that he could probably survive. And I like this from Jason.
Get rid of that oak.
Get rid of the oak. Yeah, that's funny. But also just trading I think Jason identified correctly that the one weakness of his hand was that there was no energy in it. So, like... If he did get last, then he could even maybe go a couple turns without energy.
Look how thick this Mewtwo's energy lineup is.
Yup.
Double, double single. This Mewtwo is ready to play. What doesn't do a lot of damage to that Dragonair, but something if he wants to go on the offensive with it.
That Mewtwo will get there.
Yeah, I mean, it does the same amount of damage as Lickitung.
It'll get there 10 damage at a time against that Dragonair, that's for sure. Psyburn. And, I mean, that's the thing is that Jason just cleared, just absolutely cleared Brandon's board of energy except for the Hitmonchan. And if Hitmonchan comes into the active to do 20 damage to Mewtwo, Mewtwo will just Psyburn it and 1-hit KO it.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. And can't really afford to go for the special punch either for the knockout because you can't special punch a Mr. Mime and Mr. Mime will 2-hit KO you back. So he's going for the super, but I mean, super on Mewtwo does not feel good, especially if you're not damaging it.
No, that feels really bad because you're going to use the super. If you use the super on Mewtwo, you're just saying like, okay, Mewtwo will just next turn, I'll bring him right back, and then you just went down a super energy removal.
I wonder if removing double psychic was better than double colorless energy. I mean, the double colorless energies feel more impactful, but I mean, Mewtwo can't do anything without a psychic energy attached.
That's right. Now Mewtwo could just go right back and say, "I'll energy absorption those energy back," right?
Right, without even needing an attachment from hand. I think Jason, no, he only had the water in hand. So yeah, actually removing those psychics would have been pretty good.
I think so. Instead, we just see an energy absorption to bring those energy right back. And just like that, the super energy removal is completely worthless.
Yeah, if anything, Brandon's down from using that super energy removal because now his Hitmonchan doesn't have the fighting anymore. Yeah. So that's a shame for sure. Looking through the hand, has one fighting energy in it from that energy retrieval from last turn. I don't really see any threats to Jason's board at this point. He's fully powered up on multiple Pokemon, all of whom are threatening. He's got a nice thick deck too.
I like this. You know, I could energy removal the Hitmonchan.
Ooh.
Or we could just remove it.
Yeah. And it's really the only threat that Brandon has at the moment, especially to his Mr. Mimes. So I think Jason's, again, looking very dominant from this spot. I don't know how Brandon clears this board.
Nah, the board seems too dominant at this point. Jason's kind of been slowly building it up. Again, I cannot overstate how... Here we are. I was going to say, I cannot overstate how amazing it's been for Jason to have not been last yet. And sure enough, here is the first last of the game. Finally going to get some of those powerful trainer cards out of Jason's hand, as both players have to reveal their hands and put all trainer cards that they find there back into their decks. Jason's hand is left with a double colorless and a Lickitung, so really having access to that double colorless is pretty big. We see Brandon's hand has the double colorless, the Dodrio, and a Mr. Mime. So both players with a double colorless energy and a Pokemon. Now we do see Jason is also building up a Ditto, and this is our first look at Ditto from this base fossil tournament so far. Ditto has got the transform Pokemon power, which says if Ditto is your active Pokemon, treat it as if it were the same card as the defending Pokemon. Hey, yo?
Ditto is a really wild card. It's probably the most headache-inducing card, too, in terms of, like, rulings, because of the crazy interactions it brings up. It is going for the slam on the Ditto now Dragonair. Doesn't really turn up anything, though. So Brandon could maybe slam back onto the Ditto. Be fun. Contemplating his options here. Doesn't have a lot in hand. I mean, he has the double colorless energy and a Pokemon.
And what's funny about this card is that it just literally is the same Pokemon as the defending Pokemon while it's in the active spot. And, you know, if Brandon were to maybe use Slam this turn and flip double heads, it would do 60 damage to Ditto. And then if Ditto were to get put on the bench somehow with a gust of wind, then it would get knocked out because it no longer has that 80 hit points from the Dragonair. It goes back to being a lowly 50 hit point Ditto.
Or if like Brandon retreated into a Mr. Mime and it copied the Mr. Mime, you can do really funny things. We see Jason though removing the energy off that Dragonair, going for his slams. Ditto's almost like better than the Pokemon is copying too, because the energy are all rainbow energy when they're attached to it.
Yeah, so double colorless energy with Ditto is just one of the most incredible combinations in this format, since your double colorless energy, while attached to Ditto, are effectively double rainbow energy, allowing you to just copy whatever strategy your opponent's using easier, because you can use double colorless to charge it up.
Absolutely. We see Jason really embracing the pink blobs with this deck. Very Gen 1 lifestyle. Brandon contemplating what to do here. He only has the double colorless in hand, but the double colorless by itself doesn't really do anything here. It doesn't let him finish off any of his energy requirements. So it ultimately just ends up being vulnerable to being removed.
Yeah, Jason was able to strip that energy off the Dragonair that Brandon was trying to charge up. And, if you put the Dragonite in the active, then we could see one more energy go into Ditto, and then we're copying Slam for a potential knockout if Jason's able to flip two heads.
I don't think Jason has the energy in hand immediately
Not
to attach, yet. So it could be a good move to go into this Dragonite and basically say, like, now you have to commit more resources to this Ditto. It's still ultimately, though, a stall tactic, and Jason's deck, I think, is even bigger and healthier than Brandon's right now.
100%.
Debate between that Dragonite and Dodrio.
And is the Dragonite going to stay in the active?
Oh.
Looks like maybe...
Final answer?
Giving Dodrio for a turn. And Dodrio has got the Rage attack that Ditto can copy. It does 10 damage plus 10 more damage for each damage counter on Dodrio. But looks as if Jason has no interest in copying Rage, which I think makes sense. Instead, would like to pile more energy on his Mewtwo.
Yeah, the tough thing, too, is the free retreat on the Dodrio lets that Ditto, which is now a Dodrio, retreat for free. So ultimately, like putting the Dodrio on the active didn't serve any meaningful disruption into Jason's board state. I think I liked the Dragonite better because it forced more out of Jason to do something that turn.
Yeah, Jason just took perfect advantage of that free retreat, saying, "Yep, don't mind if I do pivot." And you see, one of the things that Jason is doing here is that Jason is piling energy onto his Mewtwo, and one of the most effective strategies in this base fossil format for avoiding deck out is to pile energy onto Mewtwo and just keep it on the bench. As we kind of see, Jason, like, when he's got a free turn, he'll toss the Mewtwo up, he'll energy absorption, just kind of make sure that there's energy on it. And then you can use Mr. Fuji, which is a trainer card from the fossil set, to toss a bench Pokemon and all cards attached to it back into the deck. And that is one of the most effective recovery cards that there is, one of the most effective anti-deck out cards that there is during this time, and something that you're going to see players like Jason utilize to avoid being the first one to deck out.
And it's funny you say it's one of the most effective. It's also one of the only ways to avoid deck out. Really, you're looking at Lass and Mr. Fuji as being basically it in terms of cards you would viably play to avoid deck out in this format. There are very limited options to refill your deck. No shuffle draw, really. So cards like Mr. Fuji are extra valuable in those use cases. You'll see a lot of decks play one or two of them as that final like anti-deck out measure if they're playing a Mewtwo as well. And Brandon, he's dancing around here. I mean, Jason has the resources to pretty much do whatever he wants to respond to Brandon's board state. We see him now going into that Lickitung, putting Mr. Mime to 30, just one tongue wrap away from being knocked out. And Brandon still really doesn't have a lot in hand. He does have a Lass if he wants to use it, but doesn't have anything to do afterwards. Lass isn't really an impactful card unless you're following up with a proactive turn. You know, lasting from here where you don't even have a way to attack that turn, that doesn't really feel that good.
No, you really, like, you know, it's not like Jason has like the biggest hand. It's not like you're kind of capitalizing on that last turn to do something really meaningful, like you said. So it's not great. It could even the playing field as far as trainers are going, but that doesn't matter right now because Jason's board is dominant, right? So even if you remove all trainers from the equation right now, Jason's board still just wins.
Yeah, I mean, that is a crazy board. I can't remember the last time I've seen that many energy in play in a base fossil game.
It is substantial. That is quite a lot.
And super energy removal, of course, so good, but Brandon really can't afford to play it at this point. You know, it would be so nice to reduce the amount of energy that Jason has in play, but you can't afford to sack one of your own at this point. So we'll see him go into this Kangaskhan, maybe contemplating using this super energy removal. I don't think he'll end up doing it.
I think he's thinking about maybe a Lass super,
here we go.
And then a Lass, something like that.
Yeah, just to what end, though? I guess he does.
And then you fetch.
The fetch, yeah. Is this really the right turn to do that? I guess it is if you're putting this energy down in the first place.
Yeah, if you got a 0 card hand, you better be lasting. I guess, right?
I guess so. Yeah, it just stinks because Jason can still put on the pressure. Like, he has that Lickitung with an energy. So even though you're fetching, it's not like Jason's sitting there doing nothing.
Oh, 100%. I mean, the Lickitung will make it so that you can only fetch every other turn. Yep, there's paralysis right there. So that Kangaskhan getting slowed right down. Kangaskhan is kind of an interesting card in this format, printed in the Jungle set. And it's kind of just another big, beefy dude that resists Psychic. You're not usually using Comet Punch with Kangaskhan. I did forget about the Dragonite Step In and Dodrio combo. So actually, the Paralysis won't be doing anything to Kangaskhan other than, you know, maybe 10 damage. The Tongue Wrap's just not really going to be as bad. But Kangaskhan is mostly here to just kind of be a big meat wall and to use Fetch. And Fetch draws a card. And as we've seen in this format, drawing a card is good. Even just one card.
I mean, the Comet Punch is effectively the same attack as the Slam on the Dragonite. You do half as much damage and flip twice as many coins.
Right.
So it's arguably better, too, because it's more consistent. You're less likely to get those, like, 0 damage turns.
It's really not a bad attack. You're talking, on average, you're doing about 40, right?
Yeah.
But there's a super energy removal from Jason. And all that work you were putting into the Kangaskhan is for naught. And Jason does decide to play his first Oak of the game.
Finally, after so many turns playing a draw card on Jason's side. He hasn't really needed to this point. Honestly, he probably could have even waited if he really wanted to. But I don't see any harm in refilling the hand. It's probably pretty likely to. That's Brandon's last. And Brandon's deck is looking pretty thin at this point. It's hard to see exactly, but I have to imagine that he's getting to the final dregs of his deck here.
Yeah, and I think at this point, Jason just wants to make sure with the Oak that he's got some energy to continue attaching, should he need it. A couple energy removals to make sure that there's no big attacks coming his way that he can't fend off. And this board is looking just absolutely just impenetrable.
Yeah. There's another last, actually.
Oh, but Jason does have the energy in his hand now, which is good. Because he played the Oak, it's kind of like, okay, you can toss my trainers back in. That's fine. But I kind of have the board established that I need. I have the energy that I wanted so that I can maybe, reach to other attacks if I need to, and I won't get stuck.
Yeah, and that's why I like playing that Oak over holding it, is simply to get access to the energy there. That's all really Jason needs, is to avoid situations where he gets locked out of energy.
Exactly. Jason is putting some energy on the Chansey, and we've already seen what that Chansey can do.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's one double colorless away now from nuking pretty much anything on Brandon's board, and Jason also does have manual basic attachments that he can make if he wants to build up to double edge there. Brandon drawing a bill. Every bill you gotta think about, though, at this point in the game. He's counting his deck. What is that, 5 cards maybe?
I know, right? Like, not, oh, and there's the bill.
And I think you can't win at this point. Mostly just because it's going to be impossible to draw prizes quicker than you draw cards from your deck.
So true. You know, a card that Jason, I don't think is playing in his deck is Bill.
Yeah, I have noticed that he hasn't really played any Bills. It kind of surprises me. I feel like Bill is generally a good refill. Maybe he just values the general powerful, like, on-board effect trainers, and Oak is sufficient for hand refill. So
I think that's the thought, right? Is that you're a stall deck, so your Pokemon shouldn't be getting knocked out easily. So you should just have the time to just naturally draw your card for turn every turn. That you don't actually need to speed things up and kind of like shorten the length of your deck by playing cards like Bill. Oak is a necessary card for the deck because you do have to get out of 0 card hands.
Yeah.
And Bill doesn't really effectively do that. Bill kind of helps you to dig slightly deeper without playing Oak. But I think Jason says, like, all right, if I want to dig slightly deeper without playing Oak, let's just stall a couple turns.
Yeah, and I think especially when you're working with this Lickitung deck, what you really want to avoid is, Bill into Bill into Bill into and then Oak, and then finally you're drawing all these cards. But to what end, right? Like, now you discarded so many resources, and in a deck like Lickitung that plays a pretty slow tempo, you can't afford to be drawing your cards that quickly.
Holy smokes, Riley. We just missed some insane action. Kangaskhan took a huge knockout on the Mewtwo.
We did, and it was immediately KO'd.
And it was immediately decimated by this Mr. Mime. So Mr. Mime now leading the charge for Jason. Kangaskhan had a very valiant Comet Punch, though. I was impressed. Took out the Mewtwo that was previously softened up and storing a bunch of energy on it. But the damage to Kangaskhan was no match for Meditate. And now that there's been a couple of major swings and Jason wants to put this game away, and there's no better way to do it than with a duck.
That's right. The headache, completely locking your opponent out of all cards that aren't Pokemon and energy. I don't know if Brandon's going to have an out at this point. Draws his last card in deck, and without the ability to refill with a Last or a Fuji, thanks to that headache, Jason is going to take this in time here. Brandon just looking through his hand, seeing if there's anything else he can do.
And that's it. Good game down to the wire. I mean, that really just scraped the edge of the 40-minute timer. That was a real close one, and we can see how long it can take sometimes to fully deck your opponent out when you're playing the slow, methodical game like Jason is. But if there's any player who's got a mastery of time management in the Pokemon TCG, it is certainly Jason Klaczynski.
Absolutely, and time notwithstanding, I think Jason was in a pretty favorable position to close that game. I mean, Brandon had 1 energy left and 0 cards in deck, so realistically, Jason would have won even if there was no time rules and the game proceeded with unlimited time. So props to Jason. I mean, he really managed masterfully his board in this past game, building up such a ridiculous, frankly, amount of energy and attackers onto his board, really strangleholding the entire game.
Yeah, that was. I mean, just watching a master at work, really, and with as much time as Jason gets to put into these formats, as much time as he chooses to put into these formats, and as much devotion he has to the legacy of the Pokemon TCG. I've done a lot of reading Jason's work, but I've never seen him play these older formats, so it really is a treat kind of getting to watch him pick through the games and when he chooses to play cards and how he chooses to play cards. It's really a joy to watch. So that was a real treat getting to watch Jason play. Unfortunate second loss for Brandon and his Dragonite deck. That might be the only Dragonite in the field today.
Perhaps. Definitely the thickest line of Dragonite in the field, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
So Dragonite going down, probably not going to be able to make that top 8 with a second loss under your belt. But hey, there's no ties in this tournament, so maybe there's an X2 that squeezes in.
Maybe there is, yes. There are no ties allowed, I think, in this event because ties didn't exist in the Pokemon TCG
right.
in 1999. We are fully embracing all of the rules of 1999 here today. So that means all of the wacky rulings that occurred during the original years of the Pokemon TCG, like you had to flip in order to retreat out of confusion.
That's the worst one for sure.
And that's not even the worst of it. You had to pay before you flipped.
The retreating with confusion rule is probably the most egregious of the original Pokemon trading card game.
You could also retreat as many times as you wanted during a turn, except you couldn't try to retreat out of confusion more than once. That'd be
that
broken.
was it. Yeah.
You get one try to retreat out of confusion. That's it. Mulligans were 2.
And you had to take them.
I think you had to take them. I'm pretty sure something like that. Yeah, there's sounds like something's happening out there. Maybe raffles. I think there's
I feel like it must have been raffle.
There's a big prize wall of things they're raffling off during the tournament today. Just a lot of nostalgic fun as everybody kind of embraces the old timey Pokemon TCG stuff. It's crazy to think how long it's been since these sets were out.
Yeah, 25 years.
25 years. Riley, yeah, you probably remember seeing some of these cards around growing up.
Yeah, I mean, I was checkout lane, get a pack of cards for my mom type of kid. I was playing Pokemon on my Game Boy, barely able to like really understand the game at this time in my life. So, huge throwback, obviously for me. I hadn't really engaged in the cards at all at this point. I think you had gotten to the game when it was really fresh, though.
Oh yeah, I was in 4th grade.
Yeah. Perfect timing, really.
It was nuts. Yeah, I remember the first pack of Pokemon cards I ever got. My mom met my sister and I after school and gave us each a pack of cards. Man, I pulled a Scoop Up as my rare. I'll never forget it. Arcanine was the coolest card in my pack. Yeah.
You see, for me, I didn't really vibe with the game itself for quite a long time, and part of the reason is I thought you had to discard the energy to use an attack. And I was like, well, this game sucks. You have to play 4 turns, like, building up this guy, and then you discard them all.
Yeah. What's the point?
Right.
Yeah.
It's silly. So, it took me a while to really understand what the vibe was, the Pokemon trading card game as a kid.
I went to a league once, and I kind of learned how to play, and so I kind of had my own rules of how to play, but nobody was really interested in learning how to play with me. But I always knew how to play, and so then I would make up like kind of like for fun rules where you didn't have to use energy. I would battle with my friends, right? Where you have
the highest guy wins.
The unlimited bench size, and
HP,
you could just use whatever attacks on your card, right? And I remember, everybody loved Charizard, right? And I would always just be like, well, my Clefable is even cooler than your Charizard. I pulled a Clefable once, when I was at the beach with my family.
Because they can fire spin too.
That's what and I would be like, oh yeah, Clefable's so broken. It's so much more broken than your Charizard, know? And they were like, I could fire spin for 1 energy. And they're like, I don't care what energy are, dude.
So
me trying to explain like a little 10-year-old me trying to explain to my friends how Clefable was better than Charizard.
Like the game theory of it.
The game theory of how Clefable was better than Charizard. Like once I learned how to play, I was like, Clefable is so much better than Charizard. 10-year-old me trying to tell like 10-year-old anybody else in my neighborhood, they did not care.
But I mean, looking back, of course, like all this stuff is so obvious in hindsight.
Right.
But it's funny just like being a kid and not understanding any of this.
Oh no! I mean, because the kids just are trying to collect their favorite Pokemon or like the holographic cards or whatever, But I really did enjoy playing with the cards from the very beginning. Even if I was playing with like kind of my own made up rules, I learned how to play at a league once, and by the time I got into high school, I had found some kids in my high school who we would play our little unlimited decks with each other. Never meta until I graduated college and really dove in. Did I understand anything that had to do with meta? But like, definitely have been enjoying ever since day one, and it's been a real treat to get to watch these games today. We've got round 4 coming up shortly. We're gonna take a quick break, and we'll be back with the fourth of 6. Swiss rounds before we eventually cut to top 8. I think this 4th round is going up any second now.
I think so.
We'll be right back after this. Round 4 is underway. We've got Jake Gearhart on the left versus Tyler Thomas on the right. Jake Gearhart starting with the turn 1 grass attachment to Scyther and a Swords Dance. What's hilarious is that if Tyler doesn't bench another Pokemon, he could actually lose this turn.
And Jake does have the Dolgolis in hand too to go for the slash next turn.
And there is no...
You gotta go for it if you're Jake, right? If you play any plus powers.
I don't think this deck plays plus power, man. I think it's a Lickitung stall deck.
I think so too, probably, but dang. He does have that Oak in hand if he wanted to dig, but in the absence of a plus power, it's probably not worth it.
I mean, if there is 1 plus power in the deck, this is just game. Because, I mean, you find a computer search or something, and it's lights out, it's over, right? But I don't know if the technology exists. We're going to have to see.
He's going for it now, so there's a couple energy in the bin. Item Finder.
And do you just keep going at this point? Item Finder for another Oak. If there's a plus power in the deck, do you just go?
It's so risky. Like, you're putting so much pressure on already. I would say it's probably worth it just to slash for 60 at this point. Discarding the 2 Psychics isn't the end of the world. Discarding all these other resources actually could be if you whiff. And heaven forbid that plus power is prized, right? You would just be so livid.
I was going to say, that's an absolute no-can-do with those little, whatever kind of dice that was. I don't know, what do you call it? The D&D dice or whatever. I was
the D20s?
Yeah, the D20s. Yeah. I was going to say, if someone at the table doesn't fix that, could you go run them out some nice D6s for us? But looks like Jake Gearhart is on it for us, so thank you, Jake Gearhart, for helping us keep things nice for stream. And it looks like Tyler's board state has stabilized a little bit. We've got a Ditto on the bench, and a couple of Bill have been played. But I'm interested to see what kind of decks these players are rocking. It looks like Jake Gearhart, I think from talking with him, said he's playing a Lickitung stall deck. So we got some usual suspects, but I don't think that I saw a Scyther in Jason's list. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to play Lickitung stall. The real kind of common factor of all Lickitung decks is Lickitung, but Lickitung's a 90 hit point colorless Pokemon. You can literally pair it with whoever you want.
Yeah, definitely. And it's funny too, Jake just starting that grass energy off the rip. I mean, clearly he's playing a more psychic focused deck. I wouldn't be surprised if that grass energy is kind of like Jason's water. He just happened to have it in his opening hand.
That might be the only grass in the deck. Yeah, it might be like a very small split, maybe 2 grass, because you're only including the grass on the off chance that you want a Sword Stance, right?
It was perfect on turn 1.
I mean, yeah, turn 1 Sword Stance going first is bananas.
All right, so, and we're seeing that Sword Stance from the Ditto too, but now he's not a Scyther anymore, so.
No, I think Tyler used Gust of Wind to bring
Oh,
Mr.
you're right.
Mime.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Gust of Wind brought Mr. Mime up into the active spot. So now we've got Mr. Mime, and I think Tyler just trying to slow Jake's roll a little bit. Judging by the cards that I'm seeing in Tyler's deck, it looks kind of Haymaker-ish to me, is what I think I'm seeing. I do like this retreat and keep the pressure on with Slash.
I think so, with the Scyther start and the fighting energies in hand. It seems closer in spirit, especially after a couple Bills being played, to a Haymaker than to a Lickitung sort of deck.
Ooh, super energy removal. Gonna stop that Scyther right in its tracks. Tyler slamming that down, and now is going to... What are we going to see? Maybe another Sword Stance? Okay, Sword Stance from Ditto.
And that is pretty nice, too, after forcing the retreat from Jake. And Jake did pay 2 energy for that Oak, discarding them early. So Jake has quite a few energy in his discard pile already on turn 3, 4. We'll see if that comes back to bite him later on.
Yeah, the deck should play a healthy amount of energy retrieval, but we're seeing a very different approach here from Jake, as we saw with Jason, where Jason was very content to kind of just sit back and chill pretty much indefinitely until he eventually won, on turns of time via deck out, very calculatedly. Looks like Jake's kind of diving in, and I'm not gonna lie, if I'm looking at Jake's hand, I'm tempted to let this Oak fly. We ain't got nothing going on.
Yeah, it's really a question of which Pokemon you bench before that Oak. Looks like another Scyther. Debating on that Psyduck, decides it's not worth it. Fresh new hand of 7 cards coming up. Thankfully does hit an energy. Does hit 2. Could potentially go for a Lick on the Ghastly, or build up another attacker for future turns here. Jake's not really under threat right now with a Scyther in the active. I mean, Tyler's most efficient attack is going to be the jab from the Hitmonchan, which doesn't really put any threat onto the Scyther. And energy absorption is exactly what Jake wants to see here after discarding so many energy early.
Yeah, this is perfect play. What's really cool about Mewtwo and using energy absorption in front of a Ditto is that Mewtwo's threatening to one-hit KO this Ditto next turn. I mean, the Ditto's already got 30 damage on it, but because Ditto, for better or for worse, copies the Pokemon that it is up against, that Ditto is now a psychic weak Mewtwo. No longer, though, as Scoop Up comes in to save the day, clear the Ditto of that damage, and... Oh, we got a double Scoop Up situation, so all of the damage from Tyler's board is now clear.
Yeah, but now you do have a Mewtwo in the active as your Ditto, and that Mewtwo is weak to Psychic. Ooh. I wonder if Tyler realizes this as he's going for this energy absorption, potentially. Ooh. I mean, that's going to be a huge loss in terms of resources here.
You almost... Oh!
Okay, taking that attachment back.
Boom.
Going to the Scyther.
Yep.
I think I like it a little bit better there.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe that energy wasn't as attached as we thought it was.
I think if I was in Tyler's spot, I would consider leaving that damaged Scyther in the active and attaching to the Ditto. It is vulnerable to a Gust, I suppose, so that is the value of attaching to the Scyther there.
Yeah, I don't know about these lines from Tyler right now. I think that,
is that 3 DCE accounted for at this point?
It's a lot. I think what I would have really liked is to not keep this Ditto active, because the Ditto, you just wasted a scoop up on it.
Yeah.
And now it's going to get destroyed by Mewtwo, yes.
Yeah.
So that felt really bad.
It's fine if you want to heal the Scyther or the Ditto. I don't think you go for the heal on both.
No, that didn't really make a lot of sense.
And yeah, now we see, I mean, he paid the double Colorless for that energy retrieval to get the fighting. You'd really rather that be a double Colorless here on that Scyther.
Right.
But
yeah, a couple of really kind of awkward lines here from Tyler, and things are really going to start to sway in Jake's favor as he powers through with this Mewtwo. Ditto is very, very good against Mewtwo and also very bad against Mewtwo. It depends on what the tempo of the energy attachments are. If you're ahead on the energy attachments, which Tyler could have tried to orchestrate, right? If he maybe cleared the Ditto of damage and said, all right, I'm going to hang out with the Ditto on my bench, attach an energy to it, and pass. And then next turn, I'm going to attach the double Colorless, come in and one-hit KO.
I think so too.
Right. Yeah. So it's a double-edged sword. You have to be very careful when you're using Ditto to play against the Mewtwo, because Ditto can one-hit KO the Mewtwo as it turns into Mewtwo. You got to treat it like it's its own Mewtwo, essentially, right? Because it is.
Yeah.
But you can power it up in some ways more quickly without using energy absorption by attaching a Psychic and a double colorless energy, since Ditto's transform Pokemon power allows those double colorless energies to essentially count as double rainbows while they're attached to Ditto.
Yeah, and ultimately, whether or not Tyler went for that attachment route didn't matter a ton, since Jake did have the energy removal in hand.
Right.
He still would have had potentially a healthy Ditto on the bench, which is probably better than his current situation. Just the exact sequencing of those scoop ups. I think if you're going for the double scoop up, you probably scoop up this Scyther first, so that way it ends up in the active, and you can choose who you want in the active in the end, whereas he was forced to keep that Ditto there based on the sequence.
Yeah, right.
Here we go, another 40 damage from that Cyburn from the Mewtwo, putting the pressure on that Scyther.
I worry that Tyler doesn't have a card in his deck that adequately walls off Mewtwo. And Mewtwo is such a dominant threat in this base fossil format. Many decks utilize Mewtwo to pump out efficient damage. Many decks utilize Mewtwo to, oh goodness, I guess there's an energy removal. All right, so the super, this is the only safe way to do this.
Yeah.
You have to super the Mewtwo.
Okay, yeah, fully strip that Mewtwo. You can get those double colorless energies back onto the Ditto, and a 5 energy Ditto can pretty much copy anything successfully, so that's pretty cool.
Exactly.
I don't know if I agree with going for the fightings here.
No, that just seems like an error.
I wonder if he doesn't realize that the double colorless are valid targets for energy absorption, given they usually wouldn't be in the modern day.
Right. You know, yeah, you definitely want to bring those double colorless energy back to the Ditto so that you have this insanely beefy Ditto that can copy anything on the opponent's board, whether it's Double Edge or Cyburn or Slash or whatever. But effectively, it's fine. You know, I don't think that we're going to see many 4 energy attacks from the Ditto, so it probably doesn't matter.
Jake going for the retreat here.
Was he caught without an energy? Or I guess he kind of has to get the Mewtwo out of... Did he retreat a double colorless off it?
He did, yeah. He paid a double colorless after an attachment to go into the Scyther here. I don't know how much I love that. I guess it depends on his counts of Mewtwo. Because if this is one of his only copies, it's probably better to preserve it.
Now this is interesting. Tyler decides to use plus power and slash for 40. I do really like in this format to kind of save those cards for the finishing blow, right?
I agree.
You really don't want to waste your plus power on a turn where you're not taking a KO because of the amount of healing and stuff like that there is in the format. Like, Jake could just use the scoop up in his hand or retreat the Scyther, right? I mean, like literally just retreat the Scyther and say like, no, we're going to go into Ghastly instead. And since you're a Ghastly now, you have 50 hit points and I'm going to start licking. And
Lick does disable Transform as well, funnily enough. That does actually make the Ditto tankier. Though, of course, it won't be paralyzed coming back into Ghastly here, but it does get a psychic resistance when it's paralyzed.
I think both Ditto and Ghastly have 50 hit points. So I guess, it does resist the psychic, though, while it's paralyzed, but it doesn't matter because it always become unparalyzed going into the opponent's next turn. So
this is an awkward situation for Tyler. Paralyzed in the active. Couple cards in hand. Looks like that final double colorless energy in hand.
Ooh, energy removal on...
Jake doesn't have any colored energy in his hand at this point. So that is a pretty impactful energy removal. Let's see what Tyler decides to do here. It's a double colorless as this final card in hand. I don't know if that's worth attaching anywhere, to be honest. Probably just pass. Okay, yeah, Scyther. Maybe it's a damaged Scyther.
I don't love attaching to a damaged Scyther.
We've talked about many times on the stream about how one of the other ways to remove energy from a board is to knock out a Pokemon, and so you can removal the Ditto, for example, and knock out the Scyther, or knock out the Ditto to knock out the Scyther, and that's just so many energy attachments lost for Tyler at this point that it'd be really hard to come back from. Jake taking a look at his resources, seeing if he wants to potentially dig. Playing that Fuji on the Mewtwo just to open up the bench slot.
It's nice. Toss that thing back in there. He does have a psychic energy, so we're going to see some licks go crazy again.
Another paralyze. Ditto progressively getting knocked out.
Yeah, only 50 hit points. I mean...
If he's able to get it to 40, he could even retreat into the Mr. Mime and knock it out like that.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty fun play.
It is a fun play. You can retreat into Mr. Mime, and then if you were to do a thing like, play a switch or a scoop up, you could like essentially get to take a knockout, then attack a new Pokemon in the same turn, which is kind of cool. Those kinds of plays aren't super necessary at a format where there are so many turns.
Yeah.
I mean, think about how many turns each of these. I mean, how many turns does a game last? I mean, we're talking like...
he's going for this plus power, though. I think that might be his plan.
Yeah, I think so, yes. Saying, all right.
And to be fair, taking knockouts sooner removes the chance of healing.
It's true. Or you top decking into a heal card.
Yeah, exactly.
So I kind of like this pressure from Jake because I think he is going to probably do this play that we just talked about. You could retreat into the Mr. Mime, clear the Ditto, and then attack something else, right? And he's got the scoop up in his hand. Or you just attack for knockout. It really doesn't matter, right?
Yeah. Like you said, I'm kind of curious about the plus power being played last turn, if that wasn't the route that he was going for. Ultimately, doesn't get punished for it one way or the other, but I do like to save those resources for the moment at which they're going to be the most impactful. And that moment is when you're taking a knockout.
That's my rule of thumb. Usually, maybe Jake wanted to avoid a lass or something. That's the only other reason, is that maybe if you're like, maybe I smell a lass coming, I can feel a lass on the other side of the board. You're just going to use super energy removal to clear those energy off of that Scyther.
Does have another Psychic in hand now, so can keep attacking with Ghastly if he wants, or start going for Tongue Wrap. Either seems acceptable from this state, but the Tongue Wrap's a little bit safer from an Electabuzz, for example.
Scoop up, clearing the damage from that Ghastly, and we're going to see another Tongue Wrap.
That's right. Everyone's favorite at this tournament, the Tongue Wrap from the Lickitung. Does not paralyze the Scyther, though, so is able to pivot into the Hitmonchan. Do a nice 40 damage with a jab.
Feels good. 40 damage, 1 energy.
That's 4 tongue wraps.
That is a lot of tongue wraps, yes. Hitmonchan's actually moving here. Man. How beautiful does that holographic Hitmonchan look on that table? I'm just saying, that looks great.
Yeah, the classic holos are so nice, so crisp. Cardboard was also just thicker back then, it feels like.
It was.
On the cards.
Yeah, love that Hitmonchan getting some airtime.
Lickitung fighting for its life out here against its fighting type opponent. Tongue Wrap Paralysis coming in clutch. The 90 HP is super relevant on the Lickitung, though, because it can survive 2 of those jabs with weakness. You need a plus power to get that 2-hit KO. Here comes the switch into the
Electabuzz, who does not have free retreat. Ooh, why are we ever going into Electabuzz here when you could go into Scyther?
Yeah, that just seems like that's just a buy misplay at that point. Does draw an electric energy. So lightning. I know. As soon as it was coming out of my mouth, I'm like, what am I doing?
What are you? Is it your first day?
It was my first day playing Pokemon cards.
Electric.
I know. Does find the lightning energy and does get the paralysis off the Thunder Shock. So
saved. There we go.
Does save the play there.
Because I think that's probably what he was going for regardless, which is why he went into the Electabuzz.
Maybe. I mean, if he drew a plus power, he'd probably jab for knockout.
That's true. That's true, which is why you got to go into the Scyther there.
Yeah,
to give yourself the option if you draw into the plus power.
Or, heaven forbid, you whiff the lightning energy.
Right. And scoop up.
All right, there goes that energy to the discard pile. Jake really making Tyler work for these knockouts. No prizes for free.
Absolutely nothing for free.
Another paralysis off that lick from the Ghastly.
And it looks like, yeah, Tyler is kind of playing your classic Haymaker style deck. We've got all 3 of the major players, Electabuzz, Scyther, and Hitmonchan. I am pleased that we kind of get to see a classic Haymaker out here doing its Haymaker stuff. This is kind of the very first BDIF. This was the deck that spread via word of mouth, via the early internet and message boards and things like that. The players found out that if you want to destroy all of the filthy casuals at your local game store, you bring the Haymaker and you make them wish they'd never touched a Pokemon card. If they're trying to do things like evolve or, attach energy to Charizard to do big attacks and stuff like that.
Any of the game actions, you punish those pretty much.
Just hit them hard and fast.
Haymaker was the first speed AF in the Pokemon trading card game, was popular from base set all the way through, really, this current era Fossil. And then in hindsight, these Lickitung decks end up having a pretty solid situation. And you're seeing that play out in real time where the Haymaker strategy doesn't work against these really thick basic Pokemon that are denying energy, that are paralyzing them, stalling them slowly. And this is why Haymaker has kind of fallen by the wayside in the modern day. You even see Jake having read the Electabuzz. I mean, imagine reading Electabuzz, a decade ago at a base set through Jungle or Fossil tournament. You would be remiss to not know what the attacks on that card are.
I know, right? And the reason why Haymaker was so dominant is because decks, metagames were not unified, and decks were kind of all over the place. And if you wanted to win, the best strategy was to just build a beat stick deck that was low to the ground, that just denied the opponent their energy, their hands, their trainer cards, and took quick knockouts while hitting many things for weakness. That's what Haymaker did best. And now in hindsight, when we can kind of look at the format and the decks that would be most popular with information fully and widely spread, if we can look at the decks that would be most popular, which Haymaker would be one, then we could say, all right, what are the decks that maybe beat just Haymakers and stuff like that. And the Lickitung stall deck is a deck that's kind of like a counter deck. I mean, it counters the low to the ground, low damage output style of the Haymaker deck.
Definitely does. And, we're seeing this, again, in real time where Lickitung is taking big hits from these Electabuzzes, but ultimately it's still putting up that long-term pressure on the energy, on the board state with the paralysis. And Tyler has to be worried about his deck count. I know we keep saying this every round, but Tyler has to be thinking, can I take 6 prizes before I draw the rest of my deck?
Right, and that's kind of the classic question of this format. And I am stoked that we're getting to see an Electabuzz. I'm pretty sure this is our first look at Electabuzz this tournament, which is crazy because it is a staple card of the base through fossil days, and really, especially through the base jungle format, Electabuzz is one of the most premier attackers in the game up until this point. I mean, a basic Pokemon with 70 hit points that has the potential to do 40 for 2 energy. And the rule of thumb, I remember when I was learning how to play the Pokemon TCG, like back in the day, I mean, in the early 2000s, late 90s, I remember thinking to myself, like, okay, an attacker's really good if it does 1 energy for 20 or any multiple of that, right? So like Hitmonchan did 1 for 20, and like Electabuzz did 2 for 40, and I was like, oh, that's broken, right? And Wigglytuff can do 3 for 60. Yeah, that's broken, right? Yeah. Anytime there was an attacker that did 1 for 20 or any multiplication of that, that attacker was nuts. And even some attackers that did slightly less than that were still good. I mean, heck, Scyther, 3 for 30 is good. If there's colorless energy involved and you could use double colorless energy, it's basically 2 energy for 30 if you have a DCE. So you're kind of recalibrating your mind if you're coming from a modern Pokemon standpoint. 2 for 20 is really good. Just remember that.
1 for 20.
1 for 20. Oh yeah, 1 for 20. 2 for 40 is really good.
Yeah, and back in the base set days, it was really the dynamic between Hitmonchan and Electabuzz is what defined the format. Electabuzz, arguably even the better attacker of the two, but Hitmonchan hitting for weakness there, and then Hitmonchan having a variety of these colorless bird Pokemon to resist it, the Farfetch, the Doduo. That's really what the base set format revolved around. We're seeing Mr. Mime come to the active now, take the knockout on that Electabuzz with its Meditate, doubling the damage that was on it. Tyler going for now a Thunder Shock to potentially paralyze that Mr. Mime here.
And Thunder Shock is a nice attack against Mr. Mime. It can paralyze.
Basically the original tongue wrap.
Yep. I mean, in between Lickitung and Electabuzz, there's just a whole lot of paralysis that happens in this form. And Ghastly. Who could forget Ghastly? I mean, how many 1 energy paralysis attacks do you have? It's just such a impactful mechanic. A lot of paralyzed flips really matter in these formats, which is wild because we don't see a lot of special conditions in the modern age of the Pokemon TCG, where it felt like special conditions were such an important part of the game back then.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, think about the amount of turns that we've seen on stream today that a Pokemon has been paralyzed. It's obscene. Probably more turns were spent with a Pokemon paralyzed in the active over the course of the last 4 rounds than entire tournaments will go, like just the number of turns they'll have in the modern standard age.
Yeah. Big Oak from Jake, going to go 7 cards deeper into his deck. He's got just 3 prize cards remaining, so he is at a point where it seems as if we may see somebody take all 6 prizes. Have we seen somebody take all 6 prizes yet?
Almost. The Wigglytuff.
I know, but we're on round 3. I'm
trying to think.
Okay, round 1
was a deck out.
Round 2
was a deck out. That was the Wigglytuff.
Round 1 was definitely a deck out?
I think so.
Because the Dragonite deck.
I think he scooped before he decked out.
Yes, I think so. So no, I do not think we've seen someone take all 6 prizes yet.
Jake could do it here.
Jake could be the first.
Yeah, I think an energy absorption into Cyburn on the Mewtwo would be pretty strong from this position. Just kind of stuck in the act. You will be able to retreat it, and then energy absorption. It does look like that's what he's going for here. And at this point, you're threatening a 2-hit KO on the Electabuzz. Now a 1-hit KO with the prior damage on the Scyther, and a 1-hit KO on the Hitmonchan. So Mewtwo could easily just sweep the rest of these 3 prizes here.
Exactly. And and now that I've gotten like a better look at Tyler's deck, I don't think that Tyler has a Pokemon that walls Mewtwo effectively. Unless it's Chansey. That's the other card that maybe some Haymaker lists play is Chansey. But that is one of, I mean, when Mewtwo came out, this is looking very much like a base jungle Haymaker deck.
I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, it does have more of a jungle vibe to it with the lack of Mewtwo respect in this deck. And maybe Tyler was going in thinking this was pre-Mewtwo promo, the format. Maybe.
Or just the deck he's got.
Or it's just the deck he's got. I mean, yeah, when you're working with these old cards, it's much more viable that you're working with a limited pool per individual player. Unfortunately, that is one of the major weaknesses of the Haymaker deck post-release of the Mewtwo, is the fact that it's so vulnerable to the Mewtwo just coming up, absorbing those energy, and smacking your board for big damage.
Yeah, I mean, when you got a Pokemon that's essentially unbothered, unperturbed. All right, we see a deck count. I love a deck count. It's looking like about 10. And then you count your own. It's also looking like about 10.
Yeah, I mean, both players have played several aggressive draw supporters or draw trainers over the course of the game.
And Jake has to decipher, like, okay, you know, what's my resource count? I mean, if Jake can get this Mewtwo through the Electabuzz, both Pokemon on the bench get 1-hit KO by the Mewtwo, right? So opting to use an energy retrieval and get 2 psychic energy back from the discard pile to retreat the Mr. Mime, and I think just keep the pressure on.
Yeah, I think that's all really Jake has to do at this point, is to have energy in hand to prevent something getting stuck. You know, that's his big lose condition potentially here, is something getting stuck in the active. So as long as he holds on to item finders, as long as he holds on to energy in hand, energy retrievals, he should be okay here. He might come down to the wire, but I would be surprised if he isn't able to have just enough to get through.
Energy removal.
Oh, even absorbing some more into play.
Okay. I don't hate it. He's kind of at this point where all he has to do is not lose, right?
Yeah, I like this situation actually because it makes him more resistant to energy removal cards from Tyler. And so Tyler can't, for example, now like Gust, super removal, and force.
I think Jake's going. I think Jake's saying, I'm going again, bro.
Yeah, why not? Why not? I think you do want to keep at least a couple in the discard so you can retrieve them. But you only need a couple of attacks to win, you know, max like 5 for Jake with the current board. And so you can afford to take a couple turns off.
Oh, yeah. Look at the size of this Mewtwo. This is fantastic. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, what is that now? 4-7 energy on this Mewtwo.
And another quick pass back from Tyler.
Will we see Jake attack for damage this turn, or will it just be another energy absorption?
He's eyeing up the item finder in his hand.
I wonder if he's trying to like Fuji and go for a deck out instead of the prize.
It's like at this point, brother, you could, but also you got to be aware of the 40-minute time. I mean, I guess there's no ties, so whoever's ahead on prizes wins.
Correct.
So you can't actually like, you know, Jake's ahead on prizes, so he's not losing that way.
I wonder if he's going to absorb again this turn with the discards there.
I suspect that we're going to see...
Yeah, there's the Fuji. He might absorb one more time and then Fuji just to guarantee a win on deck.
That'd be so hype. Yeah. I think that's what we're seeing.
Oh, no, he's just retreating. Dang it.
But here comes the Fuji now.
I know, but it would have been so much more fun if there were 2 more energy on there.
And just like that, yeet and the scoop.
Yeah, that's tough.
Saying, yeah, all right, you Fuji'd that huge Mewtwo back into the deck. You just choose a Pokemon on your bench and shuffle it back in.
Look how much of his deck was just that Mewtwo.
It's the best anti-deck out technology in the format. and we could see the fact that Jake's deck had that Mewtwo option and Tyler's didn't meant that Jake was going to come out on top. But again, Riley,
no prizes.
The 6 prize game has still eluded us.
It's really hard. It is really hard to take 6 prizes in this format. It generally, the taking of prizes is more so you're taking knockouts to like remove threats from your opponent's board and play that game of attrition. It's very rare that you'll be in a situation where actually taking 6 prizes is the most viable route to winning.
Right.
For most decks.
Especially with the way these decks are being built. I mean, there are so many Lickitung decks out there, and the Lickitung deck is arguably the best deck in the format, or one of the top 2 or 3.
Yeah.
And that deck is not trying to take 6 prizes.
No, it's really not viable, you know? Like, the tongue wrap is 10 damage a turn. You're taking so many turns that any of those turns could be healed or anything like that. You only have so many cards in your deck. I think it's, 40-some when you start the game after laying out your prizes?
Yeah.
You don't have enough time to tongue wrap for knockouts there.
No. So that is definitely the story of the day so far. Tongue wrap and deck outs.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think would have been a valid prediction for the tournament.
I think so, yeah.
I really want to see a Wigglytuff deck make top 8. I think that the Wigglytuff decks are my favorite decks to watch, and the decks that I just enjoy the most. And I'm wondering if the Wigglytuff decks can really give these Lickitung decks a run for that top spot.
I think they clearly can, right? Like, Eduardo was able to beat Jason. He almost won on stream. 1 prize short at the end of the day. 1 card short, actually.
Yeah.
Even just 1 energy card would have got him there. So it's possible. It is very possible for those Wigglytuff decks to win. And those are really the only decks, I think, that are going to be super viable to take 6 prizes in the metagame here.
I agree. That's what it seems like anyways. Maybe we'll see a Rain Dance Blastoise deck get in there or something like that. So that would be fun.
I'd be a little surprised.
I downloaded my Blastoise card.
We have them. We're ready.
All right. We'll be right back with round 4 of 6.
It'll be 5 when we're back.
5?
Yeah.
We'll be right back with round 5 of 6. Wow, 5 already. I guess so. Man, I got to start keeping track of this. Right after this. Thank you so much for being here. We'll be right back. Round 5 is underway, and is that what I think it is, Riley?
What do you think it is?
An Articuno.
In the blue sleeves. It looks like a rain dance.
Yeah.
I'm eating my words
so
shortly after I said them.
Oh, I'm so pleased. Oh, this is so sick. Yes. All right, I take it back when I was saying that I wanted Wigglytuff to win the whole thing. It's not true. I want Rain Dance to win the whole thing. Oh my gosh.
Now let's get the Blastoise up there. So Blastoise with the Rain Dance ability, very similar to future Blastoise cards, getting that unlimited attachment. Articuno coming out in the Fossil set was huge for the Rain Dance deck. Probably the best attacker that it's had available to it to this point. It looks like we're against a traditional Haymaker style deck. I saw the fighting energy in Tony's hand. So it's a very kind of old school matchup here on stream today.
It is. We've got maybe classic Haymaker versus classic Rain Dance. Now, Rain Dance was like a pretty decent strategy in the base set format. I mean, it was okay, but it became a lot more viable when Articuno was released in the Fossil expansion. Articuno is a 70 hit point basic Pokemon with 2 attacks, and its first attack, Freeze Dry, does 30 damage, and you get to flip a coin. If heads, the defending Pokemon is now, you guessed it, paralyzed. And I mean, doing 30 damage is a lot more serious than doing 10, because you can hit a lot of 2-hit KOs with Freeze Dry, especially if you add a plus power into the equation. It looks like Justin is going to use Gust of Wind to bring up the Ditto, and Freeze Dry can 2-hit KO the Ditto, even if it's copying Articuno, because if you flip a heads on the Paralysis, then it goes back to a 50 hit point Pokemon. So that damage adds up really quick. And then Blizzard, just an absolute bomb of an attack. 4 energy, it does 50 damage. You flip a coin. If heads, it does 10 damage to each of your opponent's bench Pokemon. Tails, it does 10 to each of your own.
Absolutely. So yeah, the Articuno pretty much always threatening a 2-hit KO between Freeze Dry and Blizzard on basically anything. And the deck is also particularly resistant to the energy removal cards of this format because of the Rain Dance on the Blastoise. So it certainly has the pieces there. I mean, the challenge with the deck, of course, is the evolution aspect of it. The Blastoise does have a 3 retreat cost, which makes it vulnerable to cards like Gust of Wind. We'll see how it holds up against the Haymaker deck here in round number 5. Articuno paralyzed in the active, so not doing too much this turn. And did Justin whiff a Squirtle for the second turn in a row?
I don't see a Squirtle. I mean, there's no, keep in mind, folks, ain't no nest balls out here, okay? There's no quick balls. It's just computer search. That's it. And that's good. I mean, computer search is a busted card, but you do have to discard 2 other cards from your hand. And it can be tough to find those little guys sometimes. But we do see Justin kind of diving in with that computer search. The get anything you want card. And I have to imagine we're going to see a Squirtle.
Yeah, if he doesn't have a Squirtle in hand, you really want to get one into play this turn. Unless for some reason, like all of them are prized. It looks like that was the Squirtle that he added to his hand. So not quite in that situation here. This is one of the challenges of the Blastoise deck, is you do have those combo pieces that you want to assemble kind of in one go in your hand. You know, the Oak coming out again. So you're digging pretty deep. That's pretty heavy resource dump you're looking at on your deck here. Now, if you can get that Blastoise out and start attacking with Articuno and put the pressure on, it could pay off for him. But we'll see what Justin's able to piece together here.
Now, what's interesting about the way the Blastoise deck plays as opposed to other... Do I have my names mixed up? If so, that is unfortunate.
Well, we're double checking that. We can at least speak to the fact of what's happening on the board. So Articuno unparalyzed with the pass of the turn, and we're going to see what the Haymaker deck can put up in response here.
It looks like my information may have been wrong on the names, so don't mind the names. We will just talk about the decks while I get that figured out. Oh, the joys of production, eh?
That's right. Gust of Wind on the Squirtle is an ever-powerful move against this deck. Are we able to attack with the Electabuzz this turn to potentially threaten a knockout here with a Thunder Punch?
Now, Squirtle is just a wee little lad. Squirtle only has 40 hit points and is weak to lightning. This is one of the most troubling things of, one of the most troubling parts of setting up a Blastoise deck. 'Cause you got this 40 hit point Pokemon. It's just super squishy. I mean, cute though. Look at the Squirtle. Classic artwork. Love it.
It is cute. Yeah. It always kind of made me uncomfortable how full his mouth is of bubbles. It looks like he's almost like struggling there to get them all out.
What's he standing on? Is it more bubbles? Grapes?
I think it's a rock.
A rock? That is not a rock.
A very grape-like rock.
Yes. So I do love the Squirtle artwork, though. It's classic. It's iconic, and of course it's a Rita. And hopefully this Squirtle survives the turn. Though we do see the Haymaker player going for an Oak of their own. They've got 2 energy on the Electabuzz. Discard, draw 7. And if they find a Scoop Up or a Switch, this Squirtle is done.
It doesn't look like either of those are found here, so Squirtle may be getting by on the skin of its teeth. Just use super energy removal, sorry, to clear that Articuno.
And pass. So the Squirtle survives a turn. That's big. And here's Blastoise. Pokemon breeder into Blastoise. And Blastoise is online, folks. I wasn't sure if I was going to get to see a Blastoise. But sure enough, there he is. Looking beautiful.
Did confirm that Tony is the Blastoise player, so we'll get those nameplates fixed.
Beautiful. I don't know how those got mixed up, but I do apologize for the misnomers there at the beginning of the round. I was fed incorrect information, unfortunately, but that's okay.
It is okay, Andrew, and we're gonna... And it looks like Blastoise is doing okay for itself out here. Fully powering itself up with that Rain Dance ability, energy retrievals, being able to quickly get more energy onto the board out of the discard pile. Things are looking okay for Tony here. The question is he going to attack with the Blastoise for pretty low amounts of damage turn to turn, or is he going to try and go aggro with that Articuno, maybe get the paralysis on the Ditto like you were mentioning to take an earlier knockout?
Blastoise is a great support Pokemon. Oh, and it looks like this Blastoise is targeting down Electabuzz. Blastoise is a great support Pokemon, but it is also an attacker. Hydro Pump does 40 damage plus 10 more damage for each water energy attached to Blastoise. You can't do more than 20 extra damage. So Blastoise can do up to 60 if you have 5 energy attached to it. Now, if
another Oak,
if the way that Tony is drawing through his deck right now is maybe a bit shocking compared to how many of our other games have played out, that's because it is. The Blastoise deck plays completely differently than any of the other decks that we've seen on stream so far. The Blastoise deck is actively trying to take knockouts for the win, and either 6 prizes or a board wipe. And I mean, with what we see right here, Tony could just wipe the board. I mean, could feasibly make it so that Justin doesn't have any more Pokemon on his bench.
Yeah, doing 50 damage per turn, pretty respectable, and not really any reason to attach that final energy unless you're playing plus powers. 50 damage is 2 at KO, so is 60 at that point. So I like being a little more conservative with your energy placements. Justin is going to fill up his bench a little bit more to avoid potential Blizzard, complete board wipe situation. But things are looking pretty good for Tony, all things considered. He had a, relatively speaking, slow start. He was at risk of his lone Squirtle being knocked out. And look at it now. I mean, he's got a fully powered up Articuno, a Blastoise with 4 energy, and he's putting in the work.
Yeah, this was a great last turn for Tony. I mean, Tony needed to get that Blastoise online, and the Blastoise is here. Looks like Justin's gonna kind of just play it slow, attacks the energy on the bench, and then goes for a Thundershock, but misses. And that is a really key miss on the paralysis, as it's going to allow Tony to maintain pressure and speed in this match. And that's exactly what the Rain Dance deck wants to do. We see that Tony's hand is pretty much all trainers. There are super energy removals. I mean, look at this. Just a barrage of energy removal in this hand.
He's actually item fightering both super energy removals away. Probably for energy retrieval, I would guess.
I think so. It just says, I don't even care. You don't have that much energy on board. I'm actually getting ready to remove your only energy with Blastoise right now.
Yeah, Justin does have a double colorless in hand as his final card. Discarding a 3rd super energy removal. I mean, but I think that's valid at this point. You really just want to close the game as quickly as possible here. I mean, look at Tony's deck. He only has so many turns. You're not going to be playing the cheeky energy removal game. You're going to be trying to take knockouts almost every single turn from here.
Exactly. It looks like Tony did find a last, so that could be big for preventing any disruption coming to the game plan. And if we take a look at Justin's hand, I mean, Justin's hand is not providing right now. I mean, it is just some basics and a fighting energy. We can see a jab on Blastoise.
Blastoise is too thick for a jab to really feel that impactful here.
No, yeah, Blastoise is a big boy, all right? He's got 100 hit points. 100 is a lot in this day and age, in 1999, where we're living today.
Another 50 damage. I mean, just draw an attack. That's all you really need to do. You can play last to refill your deck and to disrupt Justin in one go when it comes down to it. Things are looking pretty good for the Rain Dance deck, honestly.
I'm loving it, man. I'm loving every second of it. And what's hilarious is that Ditto is actually pretty bad against Blastoise, too. Because, well...
It will be able to do 40.
No, it can do... Yeah, I forgot those double colorless energy count as water.
Yeah. Might be worth it to retreat the Blastoise here. Or, oh, okay. Yeah, that'll work, too. The final super energy removal. Four super energy removals? Yeah, I mean, you're burning through those resources, but I think that's exactly what you need here is just to get that one extra energy off the board, prevent a Blastoise return KO. Can't even use that item finder. Ooh,
he's only got one other card in hand.
That's right, yeah.
I'm just impressed that the Blastoise deck has room for 4 super energy removals. I can't believe that they're all in there.
Yeah, it looks like he's probably not playing any regular energy removal, which makes sense for Blastoise since you can attach as many times as you want per turn.
Now, this is an interesting stall tactic from Justin with the Ditto. Because Ditto is effectively a Blastoise now, so it's got 100 hit points.
Last turn could have been a pretty good last turn for Tony.
We know that.
We know that. I think it still could have been worth it. I mean, your opponent hasn't played any energy down, so you know they're probably sitting on trainers. You might sniff out that, hey, they might have a scoop up. They might have an item finder that they can't use yet because their hand is too low. I think it's still fine to hold on to that last. Realistically, the impact of what Justin is doing here is, relatively speaking, low. It's tough to come back as a Haymaker deck from this position.
But here's an Oak. So Justin is going to go 7 cards into his deck. And, I mean, if he can find other Pokemon just to make sure he's not getting benched, at this point he's already got 3 out. So... at this point, Tony is going to have to take all 4 of these remaining prizes in order to get the win. So
yeah,
it's not too much to ask to say, all right, Justin, can we maybe remove the Blastoise from play? If we can remove the Blastoise from play, which is just 2 Thunder Shocks, and it's out.
Or jabs.
Or jabs, right? And if we can move the Blastoise from play, then... the Rain Dance deck will be susceptible to energy removal finally, and then if the Articunos are just stuck there, I mean there are hefty, 3 and 4 energy cost attackers. We see another energy removal fly and a jab. Yeah, I mean this could get into pretty tough territory for Tony if he doesn't have any way to like bounce back from this. I do really like seeing in some Blastoise builds they play Super Potion for moments like this.
Yeah, definitely. Super Potion would be really good. Squirtle off the top is honestly a okay top deck too. Just having that backup Squirtle ready. Discards a Squirtle actually off the computer search.
I'm wondering. I mean, his deck's got to be thin, right? And
going for a Super Potion.
I think he just needs like more energy, right? He's got to take 4 more prizes. I mean, I cannot overstate how many that is.
I mean, you could try and maybe build up a insane Articuno that just cannot be knocked or can't be energy removed. That's a potential option for Tony here. I'm curious what he's looking for off
this. It's the switch. He's got it right here on the edge of his hand.
I don't know if switch is really that impactful. You could retreat the Blastoise here.
God, retreating feels so bad, but yeah, it is an option.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's really any worse when you're already this damaged than switching. If you're going to get Gust stalled anyway, you could just switch after paying the retreat.
This feels kind of brutal because you're like, all right, I switched the Blastoise. I mean, this is where like, I don't even know that I like putting Lapras down because it's just got a 2 retreat cost.
Okay, I guess going for the freeze dry option.
And what I really don't like, this is just about to get real grindy real fast, because I don't really love that Tony has benched out, because by putting the Lapras, especially the Lapras, feels kind of egregious, doesn't really need to be down. If you save just one of those cards in your hand, then you have the option to play an energy retrieval. If you top deck energy retrieval off the top of the deck, it requires that you discard a card from your hand. And having those extra... Oh, it looks like the Squirtle did not get benched. That was just being revealed. Yeah. Okay, got it. Cool. I was going to say, you got to keep at least one card in your hand so that you can play an energy retrieval should you need to. And I think there are 2 energy retrieval left in Tony's deck.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred to just not play the computer search, save those resources, and pay the retreat on the Blastoise, especially if you're gonna last anyway. Like, your Blastoise isn't gonna be gusted most likely immediately off that last.
It's tough because energy removal in the active, I mean, if Tony doesn't top deck an energy retrieval, he could go turns without attacking. His deck is very light on energy right now.
Yeah. This is the risk with the Blastoise deck.
Oh, it's an Oak, but can you play it?
You can't play the Oak
You
here.
can't, so you have to pass, and you give your opponent another turn to draw off the top.
That's a double, so you can start slashing too. So he has 2 viable attackers right now. I don't see a reason to play it down right away.
This is what he needed, the energy retrieval off the top, finally really nice. Coming in clutch. And Tony is on the clock. I mean, he's only got maybe 8 cards left in deck.
Do you go for the Blizzard here?
Yeah. Oh, I like Blizzard because I like getting 10 damage on other guys.
The risk is you can only fail Blizzard once.
Oh yeah,
you can only fail Blizzard once.
And there's a super energy removal off the top of the deck. I think this is lights out for Tony.
Is it? I mean, he goes down to 2 and he doesn't have another one in hand actually.
But it looks like Justin is just going for the slash, decides not to super energy removal. And that's...
Here's the Blizzard.
Okay, Blizzard. Ooh.
Tails. Oh, Blastoise.
Nope. It was freeze dry.
Okay.
All right,
okay.
Yeah.
Both attacks flip.
Yeah, both attacks flip. Yeah, we don't know. Unless they put the damage down, we don't actually know which one's being used.
There goes that super energy removal.
Yep.
Basically needs to top deck that final retrieval here.
He's got Comp Search in his hand. Oh, but top decks it. Okay, and here we are.
As was foretold. Now you pretty much have to Blizzard. And that is a heads, which is really clutch.
That is clutch, as it softens up some of those other Pokemon, making them a little bit easier to knock out with Blastoise. But this Articuno only has 10 hit points left. That Blastoise only has 20 hit points left.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a way to attack, actually. He only has a fighting energy in hand and no Hitmonchan. So there's actually no way for Justin to take a knockout. If Tony gets another Blizzard off and gets a heads, that's basically game.
That's so crazy, dude. All Justin needs is like a lightning energy right now.
I know.
And he's just in the game like, by a lot.
Or even just like a double so he could attach the fighting to the Scyther. Oh, this is so tough. It's going to come right down to the wire.
The plus power. Blizzard.
Oh my gosh. And the heads! I think that's it.
It does 10 extra. I think it does 10 more to those bench Pokemon. With the way plus power reads, I'm pretty sure.
Even if it doesn't, the math works out pretty much just right. You do draw the lightning, but it's one turn too late. The Blastoise is doing
50 damage.
Using that switch act earlier, actually coming in clutch as opposed to burning that retreat.
This is crazy. This is the game.
Oh my gosh.
This is the one. All 6 prizes are going to be taken. I can't believe I'm saying it.
Finally, all 6 prizes taken, and by the Rain Dance deck. Who could have foretold?
Am I missing something? That's 50.
That is 50 damage, indeed. Does Tony realize that's 50 damage?
Comp Search, 60 damage.
Okay, just to be sure. This for sure is a knockout.
Hydro Pump.
Beautiful. The last resource in the deck, that energy. props to Tony.
Absolutely unbelievable. Wow, Tony coming out with the huge turtle dub.
That was crazy. That was absolutely crazy.
That was insane. I can't. Blastoise won on stream, bro.
We were literally just saying how we didn't expect to see a Blastoise, and Blastoise just steamrolled on stream.
I was hoping, but I felt like I was wishfully thinking. I was like, no one's actually going to have Blastoise, right? I'm so glad that Tony brought Blastoise. That was such a treat to watch.
Yeah, and he achieved exactly what Blastoise wants to achieve. Digging through the deck early, getting those energy retrievals to flood the board, and powering through with these high damage attacks. It's exactly what you want to do with the Blastoise deck. And really, when it gets going, it's hard for Haymaker to deal with that. You know, Haymaker doesn't have the stopping power to KO a Blastoise that effectively, even through weakness.
No, the biggest hang-up for Blastoise is just getting set up. Finding the Squirtle, who we saw can sometimes be a little shy and not show up. Getting the Pokemon Breeder into Blastoise. But no, I mean, Tony was able to get that Squirtle down, Pokemon Breeder into Blastoise. As soon as the Squirtle was down for a turn and able to evolve, Tony got that Squirtle up into a Blastoise. The Squirtle survived the turn it needed to survive.
Barely.
It got gussed up into the active. And then, sorry, I keep forgetting my nameplate. That's fine. Squirtle got gusted up into the active spot. But then Justin missed that switch, the key switch, to take the knockout with Electabuzz. Man, a lot of back and forth there. That was a really close one.
I mean, the game basically came down to that turn.
It did.
Right? If Tony wasn't able to evolve into Blastoise and start being aggro that next turn, I really don't think he would have been able to power all the way through. But the fact that his Squirtle survived and he was able to start swinging for 50 right away made all the difference.
The one-of switch made a huge difference there, kind of preserving the Blastoise for a little bit longer. I was saying one way that Tony loses this game is if those two energy retrieval were like at the bottom of his deck. He loses it, right? Because like he last, but then the energy got removed, so then he needed to find energy retrieval. He only went one turn without an energy, and thankfully drew into the energy retrieval the following turn. So like things really just kind of buffed out there in clutch time, right when he needed it to, and ended up having just the perfect amount of resources to close that game out. And it was really satisfying, I think, after watching so many games end in deck out, to finally see a game end with all 6 prizes taken and down to the final resource, to watch every resource in the deck played perfectly.
I totally agree. Yeah, I totally agree. And it's really impressive too, just the fact that every single resource counted in that game. You needed all of those energy retrievals to be able to get to those final knockouts, even when your opponent was kind of stunted in their setup, which I think speaks to kind of the nature of the format and how important it is to use every resource you can to the maximum value in that game.
Definitely. Well, huge props to Tony clutching out another win with the Blastoise deck. I'm hoping that we get to see Tony appear in top 8. We'll have a better idea of what our top 8 finishers are looking like at the end of our next round, as this is round 5 of 6. So we've got one more Swiss round to go until we cut to top 8. Top 8 is going to be an untimed best of 3.
90 minutes, I think, actually.
90 minutes, top 8. I think untimed finals, maybe? Something like that. I don't know. 90 minutes best of 3 for top 8. Maybe there's an untimed. I was originally told untimed. Anyways, that's that. And then our top 8 prizes, just to let you know what people are playing for. Top 8 gets $50 store credit or 80% cash out equivalent. Top 4 gets $100 store credit or 80% cash out. Second place gets $150, and first place gets $300 store credit or 80% cash out equivalent.
There are some fun promos on the line too. There's Ash's Pikachu for all the top 4 finishers, and then there is the Rockets Hitmonchan on the line.
The winner stamp one.
With the winner stamp for the first place, which I think is really cool and fun. There's a Japanese version of it on the line for second place as well. So some cool cards you can leave with as well to commemorate this event. I think Hitmonchan's a great way to memorialize the base set.
100%. And Man of Volunteer has been doing a lot of raffles. They're raffling off that the 2-player base set starter deck thing with the Machamp in it, I think, right?
The Machamp one.
Yeah, so they're, or no, that's just base set theme deck, right?
Is it?
Or is it the 2-player?
The 2-player. I thought the Machamp was maybe in the 2-player kit, but it is the 2-player kit that they're raffling off, regardless.
Yes.
Machamp notwithstanding.
There's probably a Machamp in there. Anyways, you know the thing I'm talking about. It comes in the blue box. Yeah. Anyways,
it's cool.
It's cool. They're raffling that off here soon, too. A lot of prizes to be won and good nostalgic fun to be had here at Mana Vault in Milwaukee today. And again, I'm just very excited to be here. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll be right back with round number 6, the final Swiss round after this short break. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be right back. Yo, what's up? I am here with Jake Gearhart, currently 5-0 at the Base Fossil Tournament. How you doing, Jake?
I'm doing good. Much better than I expected to be doing.
Yeah, I mean, you're doing great. Do you have any experience in this format, or is this really your first foray into the world of Base Fossil?
These were my first 5 games of Base Fossil. I played a little bit of Base Rocket before with some people who brought decks, but never Base Fossil. So, yeah, first format, first games, 5-0. Can't complain.
Let's go. And you decided to bring a Lickitung deck. Did you get any input from other more experienced Base Fossil players with the list, or did you just brew it up in a vacuum yourself?
Yes, I just copied Jason Klaczynski's list from his vlog. Yeah, I played like a couple of years ago. Jason hosted like a tournament, like a mini tournament where he played Base Rocket, and I played Lickitung there. So similar deck, but it plays a lot different in this format. I think I love the gameplay so far. It's amazing.
It is fun, isn't it? I mean, just the volley between turns is something that I really like about it.
Yeah, it's like it's so positional. Like things that like when you bench something matters. Like what information you can gain from your opponent's hand, because there's so little drawing, and like you can have these big turns where you play Professor Oak and have a ton of resources. So it really makes you consider like what all the possibilities an opponent could do. Like they could have a super explosive turn, or you can try and figure out what options they might have in their hand. Yeah, like if somebody's got a big hand, it can be like very detrimental for them to use Oaks. You have to consider that in there as well. Like maybe they do pull off this big play where they find the plus power and everything they need, but they're probably going to lose a bunch of resources off of that. So maybe I can play for the deck out a little bit more after they do that. Which, yeah.
Have you taken all 6 prizes once today?
I have not taken all 6 prizes once.
Play for the deck out. I'm pretty sure that's all you're doing.
It's every game so far. Yeah. It's been a little close a couple times where I've gotten down to 3 prize cards, but never below 3.
In your stream game, I thought maybe we were going to see you push for all 6, and then you're, not Fuji.
Yeah, I had to lock it up like that. That's more cool. I like that.
That's great. So are you going to Hawaii next week, too, for the World Championship?
Yes, I am flying on Wednesday. Yeah.
Oh, busy man.
Yes.
All right. Do you feel fully prepared for that event as well?
I feel like I've done almost as much preparation as I can do and come to the conclusion that I'm not a huge fan of that format, and I would much rather be playing Base Fossil at the World Championships. So we'll say that much.
Oh, that's wonderful. So you're locked up for top 8, right? So you just got to play this next round. You can't tie.
Yep.
So you got to play. What have you been able to beat so far in the tournament? Is there anything in the hall out there that you're a little bit nervous about?
Yeah, so I think I'm really just worried about the experienced players, people who have played these like Lickitung mirror matchups like that. I played 1 Lickitung mirror so far, and I managed to get there in the end, but both me and my opponent definitely made a bunch of misplays in there, and I could like tell as the game went on, like, oh, I should not discard that in this matchup. I need to be worried about that Psyduck turning off my trainers and my Fuji. I need to save my item finders to get that back a bunch of times. So I'm worried about that matchup in particular. Everything else, I think I'm under control so far. I've been able to to figure it out. I played a different deck every round. So
Cool.
Yeah, Blastoise one round, the Haymaker deck on stream.
We just saw
Wigglytuff last
Blastoise
round.
win on stream.
Oh wow, okay. Yeah. I would be happy to hit that. I think I figured out how to play that matchup now.
The Wigglytuff decks, I think Riley and I were talking a bit. I think the Wigglytuff decks seem like that they have maybe the best chance to be able to beat some of the Lickitung decks, just because you could do like a last, and then if you're just swinging for 60 damage unanswered every turn, like that can get a little hectic. So I think that those maybe are the only decks that I could see really taking on the Lickitung decks today. But I don't know. You have a better idea of what's out there than I do. I don't think that there's any sort of crazy unheard of decks out there that like nobody's ever seen. No Dodrio from base set or anything like that.
Yeah, before the tournament started, Jason Klaczynski brought out these 2 like 30 card decks that he made, where like a mini format based on the original theme decks basically, and there was a Dodrio in there. So a little bit of Dodrio out there, but not in the tournament.
Okay. Well, good luck in your final round, Jake. We'll be rooting for you in top 8.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. We'll be right back with our 6th round right after this. Our 6th and final Swiss round is getting underway. We have got Crystal Picone on the left and Jason Klaczynski returning for another appearance on the right. I think you said that Crystal is playing Wigglytuff?
Yeah, I saw a little bit of their last round against Jake Gearhart, and they were playing at least it looked to be a Wigglytuff Dodrio deck. I could be wrong on that since it was at the tail end of the game when things are starting to wind down, but that's what it looked like. And Jason, of course, rocking back his Lickitung deck here. So we'll see how both these players start off. Be really curious how this match goes.
This is a play for guaranteed winning in to top 8. I'm not exactly sure how the top 8 bracket's going to break down. I suspect that there may be a player or two who squeaks in at 4-2.
I think so, with no ties.
Yeah.
And both these players are X1 right now, I believe.
Yes.
So
win guarantees it.
And though theoretically, both of them could make it depending on how things shake out.
With resistances and stuff like that. Yes, because I think probably my guess would be that some but not all 4-2s make it in. Yeah. That would be my suspicion. I don't have a lot of experience with 40-player tournaments with no ties. I'm going to be honest with you. It has been I don't know that I have at any point in my competitive career played 40-player tournaments with no ties, so I really have no idea how the tiebreakers break down.
yeah, it's a little unfamiliar for the modern age. Jason just going in with those tongue wraps on the Ditto, building up that damage. This is definitely a situation where these flips could matter, because if you paralyze that Ditto, it deactivates the transformation, which will allow you to knock it out at 50 hit points instead of that massive 90 on the Lickitung.
And I really like this this hand from Crystal. I think we see a Pokemon trader to chuck this Wigglytuff back into the deck, maybe go get a Jigglypuff. And then there is an Oak in... Ooh, actually going for Dodrio. There is an Oak in this hand too, and my one kind of issue with playing the Oak was I wouldn't really want to see that Wigglytuff get tossed away. So getting to put the Wigglytuff back into the deck is nice. And then Dodrio is going to make everybody super light and easy to retreat with its bountiful retreat aid Pokemon power, which makes Pokemon's retreat cost 1 less.
Here comes the tongue wrap from the Ditto as a Lickitung. Tails, so no paralysis for Jason. Crystal holding on to those resources, opting not to Oak quite yet. They do have several energy removal cards in their hands, it looks like, so likely trying to hold on to those for the later stages of the game. I think that's probably fine as long as they're able to put on some pressure with the Ditto.
There we go. Another tongue wrap from Lickitung, and the Ditto is paralyzed, so it looks like Crystal may have to sack this Ditto.
Yeah, this is kind of an awkward situation for Crystal now. And looking at it, they have so many valuable resources in their hand, but not any that are super immediately useful.
Right.
It makes you actually wish that they had maybe gone for the Jigglypuff off the Pokemon Trader earlier.
Because here's Wigglytuff again.
Yeah, so they could start shuffling. I don't think they meant to shuffle quite yet. Probably grabbing the Jigglypuff here so they can attach to it for that Wigglytuff. Ultimately, grabbing the Dodrio hasn't really provided any benefit yet since they haven't retreated at all, whereas a Jigglypuff on the board is an energy target, it's an evolution target.
And deciding to use Item Finder to go get that Jigglypuff via Pokemon Trader and getting rid of a super energy removal and an Oak in order to do that. And we'll see what the rest of the hand is looking like after this. I think there is another Oak.
They do have another Oak, yeah. I wonder if they'll actually Oak this turn, or maybe they'll wait another turn.
I feel like once you're in this deep, you're kind of in this deep, and you're kind of just Oaking. Yep. Deciding not to bring up the Mr. Mime, which I think makes sense. And then 7 more cards. I don't think it's worth trying to like save this Ditto, kind of just let that go down.
Yeah, I think the Ditto is not long for this world at this point. I think if you happen to survive by not getting paralyzed, you just keep going for tongue wraps until something happens, basically. Though that does make you vulnerable to a gust knocking out the Ditto.
I do like the Dodrio in combination with Wigglytuff. This is just a really nice combo, as we saw the one Wigglytuff deck that was on stream already today, Eduardo, ended up losing because his Pokemon got stalled out.
Yeah.
And Dodrio can make it so that your dudes aren't getting stalled out, because Retreat Aid just makes it so that everybody retreats nice and easy. So this Wigglytuff deck should alleviate that kind of board state weakness that Eduardo ended up running into earlier in the day. And I'm curious to see if we can get some like real big do the wave attacks. Jason's one loss was to a Wigglytuff deck, to Eduardo. So we know that this is a strategy that could be the weakness of the Wigglytuff archetype.
Yeah, what I will say is the benefit of having the Muck for Eduardo, in addition to like niche matchups where Pokemon powers are particularly useful, is knocking out Pokemon like the Mr. Mime.
Definitely. It looks like we're having a little bit of camera issues here with it not being able to find focus. There we are. Excellent.
Hitmonchan coming active, doing that 40 damage with the jab. You love to see it as a Hitmonchan player. It's actually pretty clean math on that Lickitung, so Jason's going to, of course, deny that.
Yeah. How about not? Yes. Hitmonchan doing way too much damage way too quickly to that Lickitung with its jab attack for weakness. And now Mr. Mime coming up and is going to be using Meditate for a potential 2-hit KO. I mean, just 20 damage on that first swing, but if the Hitmonchan sticks around for another turn, then Meditate does 10 damage plus 10 more damage for each damage counter, so it would be doing 30 times 2, 60, which would take the KO. So Crystal opts to retreat into Jigglypuff, who resists Psychic, and then can just start using Pound for 20, which actually is just
perfect, yeah.
Perfect, yeah.
Yeah, I like that. And I like Jason's decision to not preemptively bench the Lickitung again. The Mr. Mime is always guaranteed to survive a turn in that situation. So why put yourself in a situation where you could get gusted before you want to be?
Exactly. And Jason just knows all too well that there is no way to disrupt the Pokemon out of his hand. So there is absolutely no strategic advantage to putting it down. You might as well keep it in your hand for that one turn, right? So we see that Lickitung kept in the hand for that one perfect turn, and then the Lickitung coming back down when it absolutely needs to come back down.
See an energy retrieval, getting that water and psychic energy out so he can keep that tongue wrap chain going on the Jigglypuff. I don't think he has another removal in hand. We probably would have already seen it come down to knock that double colorless if he did. Just debating which of the two energy to attach here. I don't know if it matters too much. Probably want to preserve the psychics more than the water if I had to guess. and that's tails. So Jigglypuff, not paralyzed, could pound again for 20, or more than likely going for do the wave starting next turn.
Yeah, I don't see a Wigglytuff in that hand. There is an item finder. Now,
and a Pokemon.
Crystal kind of has, yeah, so could trade her, but is that worth it? You know, Crystal's got energy, super energy removal, item finder, plus power. I mean, and we're kind of weighing, is this a turn where I'm going like item finder oak and just saying, you know, to the wind with all my cares. I'm getting a Wigglytuff and I'm gonna fill this bench and I'm gonna start swinging for 60 and I'm gonna find the last, right?
Looks like a lullaby instead.
Ooh,
This does stay asleep, so this could come in clutch.
Okay.
Just pass the turn.
Wakes up. Lullaby.
I like this. You know, it keeps the game moving, gives you an extra turn to attach while also not like oaking away all your resources. So seems pretty strategic. Jason might be able to wake up and start swinging again, but it's not like Lickitung puts on crazy pressure each turn. It's more like the accumulation of pressure that makes Lickitung so good.
And awake again.
This is the worst when you wake up only going into your opponent.
Yeah, with the top deck of the double colorless, now we're absolutely in a situation where we're not oaking. And it's odd because I feel like the window to play Professor Oak has kind of passed now with those two turns that were like...
There's a comp in hand, so they're going for maybe a trader here.
Trader... Maybe? I mean, nice thing about Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff also has the lullaby.
Oh, Gus. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so knocking out the Mr. Mime. I don't hate that. Removes 2 energy from the board. Takes a prize.
And gets the Mime out of here.
Yeah, so then you have to deal with it with the Wigglytuff. So it gives you a little more agency to evolve your Jigglypuff. Mr. Mime, of course, being one of the main obstacles for a Wigglytuff deck to deal with if they don't have that muck in play.
I actually really like that line, considering that the Mr. Mime could be problematic. I guess Hitmonchan kind of deals with it, but it's nice before evolving it up. I also really like getting a second energy on a second Jigglypuff right now, and it feels like we're getting to the point where soon it will be time to kind of like explode through the deck, look for Lass, right, and just kind of dive in. Hitmonchan can now kind of safely come into the active and start jabbing these Lickitung for 40 a turn. Now that Crystal does not have to worry about that Mr. Mime on the bench. So Hitmonchan's kind of going to eat with this board state right now.
Yeah, this is exactly the situation that Hitmonchan is looking for. And with the access to the retreat aid, it's a lot easier to pivot between these attackers. One of the main downfalls of Hitmonchan is its 2 retreat cost. And being able to reduce that to 1 or even 0 with multiple Dodrio in play is a huge benefit in playing this card. It allows you to get those jabs in and still access your big Wigglytuffs.
Yeah, I think Jason's in a pretty tough spot right now, if I'm being honest. Especially with that
jab for
plus
knockout.
Power jab knockout. Oh, wow. Yeah, plus power just gives you that extra 10 damage push you need. But here's another Mr. Mime, exactly what Jason needs to see to kind of slow this down. And the Mr. Mime is
heads too.
Yeah, heads flip. I was gonna say Jason was like slightly low rolling on the paralyzed flips the last couple turns, but now with the Mr. Mime repositioned on the bench, he's got some counterplay to this Hitmonchan, and that is the basis of Jason's deck. It is a psychic Lickitung deck, so there should be plenty of psychic Pokemon at the ready. But energy removal. Gonna keep that Mr. Mime at bay for a little bit.
It looks like Crystal's trying to go for the special punch knockout on a Lickitung, potentially with a plus power as their current line, and then keeping that Mr. Mime just that 1 extra turn away, so that way they can keep swinging. I don't hate it. I think it seems pretty reasonable given their situation. And yeah, with that extra turn provided by that super energy removal.
Ooh, plus power off the top of the
They
deck.
can take a knockout, go down to 3 prizes left.
Shoo, here we go. Hitmonchan with a huge plus power assisted special punch. Getting in there for the perfect 90 damage. Something really funny about the way that plus power works in this format is that the boost is applied after weakness and resistance. Not something that we usually see, but just perfect 90 damage. And now Mr. Mime will get to clean up with its meditate attack.
But I think that ends up working out fine for Crystal because they have the pounds on the Jigglypuff still. They could potentially find another Hitmonchan to keep swinging into these Mr. Mimes. It would have been a lot more threatening from Jason's board if they had those multiple Mr. Mimes, but because Crystal had the foresight to take out the early one, they have a little more breathing room.
And Jigglypuff, like, weirdly actually kind of bodies Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime has, you know, an attack that does 0 damage to a Jigglypuff because of that resistance. So it's just not exactly the attacker you want into a board of Jigglypuffs. Like, Jigglypuff is like a nightmare for Mime. 60 hit points and psychic resistance is terrible. Yeah. And it does 20.
Yeah, it's like the perfect counter to Mr. Mime, to be honest. So it works out pretty well in the Jigglypuff Wigglytuff combo there in dealing with Mr. Mime and then all other attackers, basically. Jason opting to remove that double colorless energy, trying to slow down the pound onslaught. Maybe use Headache to try and buy some time.
Yeah, so Headache going to make it so Crystal cannot play any trainer cards. And Jason's board is looking scary. Scary bad, I would say. Not scary as intimidating, the opposite of that.
You're scared if you're Jason.
You're scared if you're Jason, yes. Psyduck's only got 50 hit points. That Mr. Mime's got 20 hit points left. That is not a lot of, like, defense against big attacks. And that Jigglypuff, though it got the double colorless removed, has
here we go.
Free retreat with Dodrio's retreat aid. So here's a brand new Jigglypuff pounding for 20.
Now, if Jason is able to remove this energy, Crystal doesn't have another one in their hand, I don't believe. Their hand is actually potentially full of trainers.
Yep, and the energy is gone. Yeah.
So Jason's still putting up a good fight, and Crystal is basically stun locked until they can be freed. Lullaby is a way to get out of that if the Psyduck does stay asleep.
It's true.
But Jason, of course, flips that head to that clutch moment and is able to keep that Headache train going.
Jigglypuff's Lullaby, very, very nice special condition, can help break that trainer lock. And then just the real kind of hero on Crystal's side of the board is that Dodrio. You see, every time Crystal has their board disrupted or maybe has an energy removed or something like that, then Dodrio's retreat aid is just allowing them to retreat as easily as they want. Jigglypuff's retreat cost, just being a single colorless energy, makes it so that none of them are getting stuck. And that's like really one of the goals of Jason's deck, is to get stuff stuck and be able to wear them down until they run out of resources. Now, Jason did finally find an Oak. So it looks like this hand is getting played down. Item Finder for Scoop Up, and then Oak to refill the hand to 7 cards. And now Jason's finally going to be able to draw into some much needed big boys.
Yeah.
Like this Lickitung. And yeah, enough of you, Psyduck. It's time to get back to our bread and butter. Here comes another tongue wrap.
Yeah, and this is a perfect time to start going back on the offensive. There's no energy on Crystal's board. So even if they get to play trainers again, they're not threatening a Do the Wave this turn. So not being able to take those gigantic damage KOs that you would be able to access if you had energy in play. Crystal playing a bill to refill their hand. Does hit an energy, not a ton else. I mean, keeping it on the clean puff.
Yeah, the energy just has to get played. You're kind of hoping that that one gets to stick. The thing about Wigglytuff is you kind of need that off turn. It's a 3 energy attack, so if you combo it with double colorless energy, you need that one single energy. Then you're ready to launch an attack the following turn if you kind of get enough stuff together. I do think that maybe, I mean, really, the explosive turn could come at any time. I don't want to say we're like far away from a Wigglytuff swinging. I mean, because we're not. I mean, if if Crystal just decided to like let a hand rip with Oak or something, you know, we could see Wigglytuff double colorless slam down last, and then here we are. And Wigglytuff's Do the Wave could be pumping out 60 damage a turn just like that. And that's kind of how scary the Wigglytuff deck is. The fact that you can just go from Jigglypuff to Wigglytuff just like that is super intimidating.
Here you go, the Gust to target down the Mr. Mime. I like that here, trying to keep this Mr. Mime out of play so you can just focus on Do the Wave. Because that's one of the major weaknesses, right? If you started to go for Wigglytuff right now, then Mr. Mime is just sitting there and you effectively wasted those turns of attachments. The last is super good as well. Getting rid of that Oak from Jason's hand. All he has left is the energy and the Pokemon.
And with that last, it's like, okay, Jason's going to have to retreat the Mr. Mime if Jason, you know, doesn't want to have it just get knocked out or taken to Pound Town, if you will. Sorry, that one just came to me.
It's totally PG, Pound Town. I think it's allowed.
I think it's allowed too. Yeah.
So we'll see Jason retreat that Mr. Mime as expected to go back into the Lickitung, probably. Debating maybe to go in the Chansey. Okay, Chansey.
Time for a fat 120 hit point Chansey. Here we are.
Yeah, I don't know if it matters a ton between Chansey and Lickitung here. Crystal could get a third basic energy down or go into Hitmonchan and put on the pressure that way. Hitmonchan really coming in clutch in this game so far.
100%. And with the Dodrio retreated Pokemon power, Hitmonchan is just not nearly as much of a liability to get trapped as it would be otherwise. Like here, you would be bodied if you didn't have Dodrio, because you're like, what, am I going to retreat 2 energy off Hitmonchan? No way, that's ridiculous. But retreating 1 energy off Hitmonchan is not nearly...
You do still have to retreat the 1.
Yeah, and Jason's going to catch that. Yep. Retreating the 1 energy is not nearly as bad. And then here comes a fat Do the Wave for 60 damage. And this is the tempo that I was talking about. I mean, really, once you kind of play that last, get a Wigglytuff built up, and then you put your opponent on the top deck, Jason does find an item finder, though. This could be an opportunity to Oak again or something like that.
Yeah, I think we'll probably see that here. Bringing that Hitmonchan back into the active. Crystal really wishes they had that second Dodrio down.
Oh yeah, free retreat is just way better than not free retreat. Gotta say, yeah. When it comes to either having free retreat or not having free retreat, I choose free retreat every time.
Yeah. I agree. My take. That's a good one. So we are gonna see that item finder into the Oak, refill the hand. It's exactly the situation where you want to be playing Oak, is when you're at that low hand size trying to get back up. Will Jason go for the energy absorption here? It looks like it. With the removal as well on the Wigglytuff.
Ooh.
Basically saying, Crystal, you need to have both a Dodrio and an energy to be able to attack me this turn. Otherwise, my Mewtwo is going to start blasting.
Yep, that Mewtwo might just annihilate the Hitmonchan next turn if Crystal doesn't have a way to move Hitmonchan out of the active spots.
And I don't think I see one. They have a double colorless, but I think that's probably going on to the Wigglytuff.
Right. It just feels bad. You got a Mewtwo, fully loaded Mewtwo, just kind of staring you down. Now's not the time for Hitmonchan.
Again,
Can't retreat for free, right? Because the Hitmonchan's got a... Yeah, that's a tough spot. Hitmonchan's got a retreat cost of 2. Dodrio only reduces the retreat cost of 1 with its retreat aid. So Hitmonchan is just like a little stuck.
Yeah. This is the downside of Hitmonchan, is that 2 retreat. I feel like Crystal is used to potentially having 2 Dodrio in play from a lot of their games. And so when they move to retreat that Hitmonchan, it's out of force to have it, most likely. But yeah, it's stuck.
Now Jason is starting to feel more in command of the situation. It's crazy how just like a couple turns ago, it really felt like it was Crystal's ball game. But now the tides of this match are turning with another energy removal coming down and gonna strip that Wigglytuff to just a single energy on it, and then Mewtwo's powerful Cyburn attack just
Is that an oak off the top?
demolishing the Hitmonchan, hitting for 80 damage with weakness.
Now, Crystal does have that double colorless in hand, but their deck size is looking pretty thin. Can they afford to go for an aggressive oak that they just drew off the top?
Well, there's double colorless in the hand too, so we could see it do the wave. But you really want to pair that with like a plus power and another Pokemon and take the knockout. But do the wave, just going to do 50 damage. There's still significant amount of damage, and Wigglytuff does resist Mewtwo, which is important.
Yes, I'm guessing that Jason will probably go into a Lickitung here, try and get that paralysis, buy a turn or two to remove those energies. I mean, one more super energy removal might put this game down.
It certainly could, and we saw Crystal looking at their deck and seeing how many cards are left there. Maybe Jason was asking, but even if Jason's asking how many cards are in your deck,
that kind of clues you into the situation. Yeah. There's that item finder.
Item finder could just get the energy removal, get that double colorless off of the Wigglytuff.
I think Jason could easily afford to do a super too and just go that Wigglytuff all the way down to 0. They can still have a psychic energy at the ready on that Mewtwo if they want an energy absorption again. We'll see. Yep.
And it is a super.
There goes all the energy on that Wigglytuff. Crystal surging ahead to 3 prizes remaining, but it's gonna be tough to close out from here.
Taking 3 prizes is a lot easier than taking 6, Riley.
That is very true, especially in this format. Those last couple prizes can really drag towards the end. We even saw it with a Blastoise deck firing on all cylinders. Like those last couple knockouts, it's tough to get.
Yeah, knocking out like essentially 3 Lickitung is just not easy to do. It's just like almost impossible.
Yeah, I gotta say I'm really surprised too. Just the fact that Crystal hasn't drawn another one of the Dodrios yet. There's one finally.
It's a Doduo, I think.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Never mind. Well, because being able to pivot would certainly help as they're getting this paralyzation onslaught here. Wigglytuff no longer looking so tanky.
No, not at all. And there is the second Dodrio. Okay, the second Dodrio's finally showed up.
Wigglytuff is paralyzed at that point, so not a lot it can do. I mean, just look at Jason's board. There's so many Pokemon that are 1 hit away from being knocked out. Easily 3. And Crystal's just not going to be able, I don't think, to piece together those final knockouts.
That's so crazy. Like, I didn't notice. Look at all that damage on Jason's board.
Yeah.
And Crystal has 3 prizes left to take. Like, any of them will do.
Yeah, exactly. Like, 3 gusts would end this game.
Yes.
I don't know if Crystal's going to have that opportunity, though. Looking through the hand, they still have the oak. I don't think it's playable anymore.
It's getting to the point where it's really kind of not.
You could pound the Lickitung.
This feels so bad.
5-hit knockout. Yeah, I think Jason understands the situation he's in. He's just going to keep it slow and steady. He couldn't even afford to give up 1 knockout along the way. And he'll likely still be comfortable. Jigglypuff at 30. Is that a Fighting Energy top deck? We do the wave this turn?
Yeah, Wigglytuff, I mean, so 60 plus 20 is not there. It's 10 shy. If there's a plus power, somewhere, then...
If only Crystal had access to Flying Flip. That would be super good.
You know what, Riley? Flying Flip would be great in this metagame,
don't you
wouldn't
think?
it? Yeah. Especially with double colorless in the format.
Oh, yeah.
Holy smokes. Why is nobody playing Tapu Koko?
Crystal just going to be a little short on all of Jason's Pokemon, basically.
This is so tragic. Every single one of these Pokemon is just within range, and then the scoop up.
Oh, gosh.
Sorry, the other Weedle card.
Isn't it funny that Weedle's like a main character in the trainer lineup?
Yeah, Weedle's a super main character in the trainer lineup, yes. I think on Switch as well, right? Yeah.
All right, here we go. And there's another paralysis. Oh, gosh. What is that? 5 cards in deck?
Crazy thing is, Crystal just needs like 3 gusts of wind to win the game.
It's 5.
And there's just no way that there's that many resources left.
No.
And Crystal kind of knows that they have to get through the active.
And they might not even have any chances with
No.
these heads.
Oh my gosh, just paralysis after paralysis. This is so brutal.
Pass. I think Crystal's just hoping that maybe he'll flip enough tails that she can get a gust off. No, another
way.
heads. Oh, this is brutal. That might just seal it. Pokemon Trader. Really not really any options left. And this is the continued strength of the Lickitung deck, as it just outlasts the opponent. In a format where it's so hard to take 6 prizes, you'd really rather have a deck that is fairly straightforward, low to the ground, doesn't require a lot turn by turn, so that way you're not doing these big dig plays and losing out on your precious cards in deck. Look at Jesus' hand, too.
I know, just massive. How many coins have we lost today?
Jason needs to work on his coin flips, okay? Let's clean up the coin flips, okay? There we go. That was good.
I think the Pokemon TCG Classic like game board is like a wrestling mat where things just like kind
they're
of like,
bouncy.
they just bounce off it. Yeah.
I guess that adds some cinematic flair to the coin flips.
It does, yes.
And here we go. Do the wave. A little too late, I think.
What, like 3 cards in deck?
Yeah, I think if Crystal was able to attack, if they didn't get paralyzed so often, they might have had a route, maybe. But yeah, with all those paralysis flips, I don't think there's gonna be a way to close.
It was gonna have to be like more energy. I mean, like a couple more energy retrievals and another last. Had to like be the last couple turns. We were going to need to see a couple more energy retrievals get tossed down, and then like one more last to just kind of like slow Jason down just one bit more. But I mean, this is just wild. I mean, look at how close Crystal is to overtaking this game.
Scoop up.
Yup, that's the name of the game. Just this Lickitung deck just keeping the Wigglytuff deck just barely at bay. I mean, oh, just so close.
And even the Cyburn from the Mewtwo will be enough now to start taking knockouts. Just refilling the deck, too, for Jason.
Because Jason's pretty low on cards.
He is, yeah. He's at, what, 4 cards now?
Something like that, yeah. Yeah, 4.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the second time I got it exactly right, for the record.
That's pretty hype, honestly.
In this game, yeah. So, Jason could even start scrunching. Is pretty viable. You know, even just a head, 1 or 2 heads should be enough to close the game.
And that's a knockout.
That is a knockout.
We saw a Lickitung knockout.
Best way to remove the energy, folks.
There
Take
you
the
go.
knockout.
Take that KO.
Okay, here's a fighting off the top.
I mean, that's a prize.
That is a... I mean, this Hitmonchan could, in theory, go all the way with the Mewtwo gone. It's going to be just a headache.
Yep.
Yeah, you really wanted to have a last turn. It looks like maybe they're saying the last is in the prize cards.
And there's no other cards in Crystal's deck.
Yeah, and there's no way to refill a deck without a trainer, so Psyduck is really useful in these like closing turn situations by going for the deck out on your opponent. And yep, that's going to be deck out. Yet
Pass
again.
for game, baby.
Yet again, deck out on stream. Almost every single round, 5 out of 6. We'll see if last was indeed that one of those final prize cards for Crystal, because I wonder if they might have been able to put something together with the Hitmonchan if they had a last.
Right. It just felt so close. I mean, goodness, that's just how it goes sometimes. These games can just really wear down like that, where you're like, I just had my final couple cards that I needed, or maybe something was prized, or maybe like I burned this resource a little too early. But Jason was able to just fend off the Tuffs just long enough to secure his place in top 8 of this tournament. So Jason gonna be marching on to top 8 guaranteed. Maybe there's hope for Crystal. We were saying
totally
before we started that it's possible that a 4-2 could squeak in because there's no ties. So
I would say it's likely that X2s make it. I don't even know if it's possible to have enough X1s with the size of the tournament.
Probably not, yeah.
And Crystal does have a good resistance, most likely. They were X and O last round when they lost to Jake Gearhart, and they just lost to Jason, who is also X and 1. So I would say if X2s are making it, Crystal's probably on the upper end of that spectrum. So we'll probably still see them continue their run in top 8.
Yeah, I think so. And I certainly would like to, as I'm a big fan of the Wigglytuff decks, and I'm pulling for the Wigglytuff decks to be able to beat the Lickitung decks. That would be my wish. But we'll have to see. That was a great match to watch, though. We'll be getting ready for top 8 here soon. I'm going to see if I can't talk to any other top 8 hopefuls with maybe some player interviews before we get started with all of that. Thank you all so much for being here. I'll be right back with some player interviews after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. I am joined by Edgar, who is 5-1 here at the Base Fossil Tournament.
6-0.
6-0?
Yeah.
You're 6-0?
Yep.
Man, I thought you were 5-1. You're 6-0, undefeated.
Yep.
All right. No wonder I pulled you back here for the interview. It's because you got the best record in the house. Excellent. Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
Surprised, honestly. Yeah.
Surprised?
Yeah, but feeling good.
Have you put much time into this format before, or is this really your first time playing it?
No, I used to. So when Pokemon first came out in like 1999, or whenever it was, I used to play. I was 16 years old at the time, so I'd drive up to the mall and try to play. So yeah, it was a lot different back then. You didn't have all the resources that you have now, where you can look up deck lists and get ideas. So, but yeah, I've been playing for a while.
Okay, so yeah, you played back in the day.
Yep.
And you were 16, so like I was 10, so I didn't really the cards. I kind of knew how to play, but not really.
Yeah.
But yeah, you were old enough to be playing and really doing the whole thing when the game came out, and now you have your son here. You enjoy the game with?
Yep.
Yeah,
yep.
Come on over.
He's 10. Yep.
10?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Say hi.
Hi.
What's your name?
Noah.
Noah. And are you having fun playing?
Yes.
Awesome.
It's your favorite format?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, the base of fossil. Yep.
Do you guys play together?
Yeah, sometimes, right? Yeah, we do a lot of like standard or GLC too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So yeah, we do a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Yep. So.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yep.
And what deck are you playing? You're 6-0. What deck are you playing here that you've seen so much success with?
My 2 favorite Pokemon, at least from base to fossil, Hitmonchan and Wigglytuff. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I was talking back here because we haven't seen you on stream yet.
Yeah.
But Wigglytuff is my favorite card from this format.
Yep.
And I think if there's any deck that can take down the Lickitung decks, it's probably the Wigglytuff deck.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you gotten to play against many Lickitung decks yet so far this tournament?
Yeah. 3, I want to say. Yeah.
Okay.
I was definitely the most nervous about, the Lickitung, Mr. Mime, Scyther combo. Pretty brutal, but yeah, I've faced them and.
So how does your deck deal with like Mr. Mime and those psychic Pokemon? Because your Wigglytuff, I guess you go in with Wigglytuff because Wigglytuff resists psychic, right? And then you can pound the Mr. Mimes.
Right. Yeah. So it also plays Dodrio.
Okay.
So yeah, I could. The goal is to get the 2 Dodrio set up and then. Retreat between Hitmonchan and Wigglytuff depending on who they bring. If they bring Lickitung, I bring Hitmonchan. If they bring Scyther, I bring Jigglypuff. So
That's so great. Have you been close to decking out yet?
This last game, I was getting close. Yeah, I still had some, like 6 turns left, 5 turns, you know,
Okay.
but it was getting close. Yeah, I was debating. You know, in this format, you don't really know when to push the gas or to slow down. You know, so yeah, I decided to slow down because it seemed like it was gonna be one of those games. You know, so. Just had to wait for the right cards to come, you know, just had to be patient. And
Yes,
wait.
patience in the Pokemon TCG. It's crazy.
Yep, yeah.
But that's a thing in this format, huh?
Yep.
So, I guess it's safe to say that there's probably not too much that you're worried about out there, huh? Or is there any deck or player or anything that you think that you'd be concerned about, or you feel pretty confident going into top 8?
I mean, I'm still nervous with, you know, those kind of decks, you know, because they can kind of control the pace, you know.
Yeah.
So it's still a little. Those games are always, I think they're close, you know. So it just kind of depends on how the game overall. So yeah, so definitely still worried about those. Yeah, those decks. Yep. A couple of games are almost done pretty quickly. If it wasn't for like a Jigglypuff I drew, just to keep me
for sure
in the game. Yep. So.
So is it safe to say, did you take all 6 prizes in all 6 of your games so far?
Yeah. Yep.
That's crazy. We have only seen all 6 prizes get drawn in one of our 6 streamed games so far.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
It was the Blastoise deck.
Okay.
And the Wigglytuff decks that we've seen have gotten the closest to beating the Lickitung decks, but still we haven't seen one win yet. So
yeah. There's someone else playing a similar deck to mine. Yeah, with the Dodrios and the
Yep, that's what we just saw Crystal on stream.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there was another Wigglytuff Muck deck that Eduardo was playing.
Oh, okay.
So instead of the Dodrio, had Muck. But
okay.
anyways,
good against Ditto, yeah.
thank you so much for giving us some of your time.
Yeah,
and
of course, yeah.
Best of luck in top 8. We're going to be rooting for you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you guys so much for making it out today.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm a big fan. I've been watching you for a while. When I started getting back into it like 5 years ago, when like Tag Team GX, I used to just watch your stuff all the time. So it helped me make decks and yeah. So yeah, it's been fun. Yeah, and I was trying to get him to play too. He was 5 years old, and I play this poor little guy. Yeah, but yeah. So.
Well, thank you guys so much.
Yep,
It really
thank
means
you.
a lot. It's really a pleasure to meet you both. And
likewise,
congrats on an awesome run so far, 6-0, and going into top 8. I hope you can take down the whole thing. That'd be amazing.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see you. Thank you.
See ya. Yep. All right, we are back and ready to party. Top 8 inbound, but before we get to that, I'd like to pull up our top 8 standings so we can talk about our top 8 competitors.
Yeah, we're super excited to jump into the top 8 in just a few minutes here. Got the bracket up on the screen now. Edgar Hernandez going through at 6-0 with his Wigglytuff fighting Dodrio deck. Very similar to what Crystal was playing this past round. Taking all 6 prizes, all 6 rounds. Absolutely blowing out of the water what we saw on the stream in terms of prize cards taken.
I know. I was talking to Jake Gearhart, and I was saying, you know, I can't believe we haven't seen Edgar on stream yet. Edgar's taken 6 prizes, all 6 of his games. We've only seen 1 out of 6 games finished with all 6 prizes taken. I was like, the stream needs more of that. Get Edgar on stream instantly. Put his butt on camera.
Seriously.
This man knows how to take 6 prizes.
That's right. That's right. And are you familiar with what Brandon is playing off the top?
I don't know what Brandon is playing. I know that Joe is playing a Magmar deck.
Okay.
And we saw that Crystal's playing Wigglytuff. We saw Kyle earlier in the stream and Jake Gearhart earlier in the stream, as well as Jason Klaczynski. So we know that Jake Gearhart is playing a Psychic Lickitung deck with a Scyther and a Grass. We know Jason's playing a Psychic Lickitung deck with water with the Psyduck. Joe's playing a Magmar deck. I heard there's another Magmar deck in top 8, so it's got to be Steven. Then. Yeah. So then that's probably Steven's deck would be the Magmar deck as well. I do forget what Kyle was playing.
It was a Lickitung deck.
Probably a Lickitung deck.
It was a Lickitung deck. I don't remember the exact makeup of it. I think it was also Psychic, though.
Yeah. And then Crystal with the Wigglytuff deck. So we're seeing a lot of Lickitung and a lot of Wigglytuff.
Which makes sense. Yeah, I mean, we were talking earlier on stream about how Wigglytuff is probably the best aggro deck to compete with Lickitung, and that manifested in this top 8 here, where it was a very Lickitung heavy field, and the Wigglytuffs were the only real prize-taking decks to make it all the way through.
Yeah, and Edgar says that he played against three Lickitung decks en route to his 6-0 Swiss record. So honestly, and he said he wasn't even that close to decking out any of his games. I asked him, I was like, "Do you get close to decking out?" He's like, "Last game I had like 6 cards left in deck."
That's impressive.
That's a lot of cards.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
You can work with 6.
Yeah, that's 6 potential turns to take knockouts.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. So
very nice.
Yeah, that's solid. And then the rest of his games, it sounds like he was able to kind of just get the boys up and going and slugging away quickly like he needs to, and fully operational. So I think that I know what I'm thinking is going to be the finals here. But what do you think? How do you think that this bracket breaks down? Do you think it's going to be a Wigglytuff deck or a Lickitung deck that kind of rises to the occasion?
Yeah, so we got Edgar as the Wigglytuff going in at 6-0. I'm going to have faith in him. I'm going to root for him going into this next round. I feel like more than likely he'll end up playing Jason the following round, which I think is where he'll really be tested in terms of his resource management. Based on what we've seen and heard so far, I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing a Jason and Jake in the finals.
We could see a Jason Jake finals, a Lickitung off, right?
A lick off.
Yeah. a lick off at the finals to see who can lick harder. And then, but that's not what I'm rooting for, okay? What I want is Wigglytuff to take down this whole thing. So I got my money on Wigglytuff. Edgar's beat 3 Wigglytuff so far in Swiss. I mean, that's really all you need to see.
Lickitung and Swiss. Yeah.
That's
Edgar's pink blobs. I'm telling you, man.
Bro, I'm fading. Edgar's beat 3 Lickitung already in Swiss, and if anybody can take down a field of Lickitung to march his way to the finals, I think Edgar can certainly do it.
Yeah, and I think his biggest obstacle will probably be Jason, because I feel like Jason will have the best perspective on the matchup and the resource management there. I feel like if he can make it past Jason, he probably ends up winning the whole tournament.
Jason did lose to a Wigglytuff.
He did.
It's his only loss so far on the day. So if anything can take down Jason's Lickitung deck, I think it's certainly a Wigglytuff deck.
Yeah, I think it comes down to those last plays and what ends up being those next couple of top decks from there. It's going to be hard to say what that looks like in practice, but all it takes is a couple free turns for Wigglytuff to end up running away with the game, as long as they're thoughtful with where they put those resources.
All right, wonderful. It looks like we do have our top 8 deck lists have arrived as well, so I can talk about those a little bit.
Super exciting.
Yes, let's go. I'm actually going to bring each of them up real quick, and that way we can talk about it. This is Edgar's Wigglytuff deck, so we can show that off. Beautiful. Edgar's 6-0 Wigglytuff deck. We can see it's got the 4-3 Wigglytuff line, a nice 4-3 Dodrio line, and a fat 4 Hitmonchan, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Because we're really going aggro on those Lickitungs, right? Chasing them down, and then with 3 Dodrio, just trying to set up the 2 Dodrio so that you can have that easy breezy retreat between them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny, like, looking back on deck lists with the modern lens, like, this is a very solid deck list. It's also very close to 2020, which you joke about as like the theme deck style of deck, but that's just how you played back then. It's how you needed to play with the amount of energy hate there was in the format. So I really like the look of Edgar's list. The one thing I'll say is he only plays the one last right now, which has the Wigglytuff deck. That is your key play in that Lickitung matchup. So if the one last doesn't stick, then he has to item finder to get it back and potentially go for another one, which can be costly quickly.
And then we've got Joe Zaluga's deck as well. This is the Magmar Electabuzz deck. Here we are. This is really cool. So this is not a Lickitung deck. This is a Magmar Electabuzz Scyther deck. I mean, kind of like a Haymaker, a Jason style deck.
Yeah, it's kind of like the fossil fossil take on Haymaker a little more so than the prior Hitmonchan reliant version. What this deck has going for it is the Magmar obviously is excellent. It's very similar to Wigglytuff in a lot of ways, and it doesn't get as bodied by a Mewtwo as compared to a Hitmonchan.
And it looks like players are getting sent to the table now, but I'll be able to pull up more top 8 decks if we have some downtime between top 8 matches. But very excited to see what these players have in store for us for our top 8 match. So let's get down to the table and see how things are shaking out. Things are getting underway. Top 8 of our base fossil tournament here at the Mana Vault in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We've got Brandon Griffin on the right versus Edgar Hernandez on the left. Edgar has got a Wigglytuff deck featuring Hitmonchan and Dodrio. And Brandon has got a Lickitung deck featuring Moltres and Magmar. And we got to see just how powerful that Moltres was earlier in the day.
Yeah, I mean, Moltres isn't entirely the reason why the Lickitung was able to prevail in the earlier Wigglytuff matchup. So it might end up coming in pretty clutch here in this game. Both players shuffling up, getting ready to start here. Now, what are some of the key things that these players should be looking out for as they're getting ready to go head-to-head here?
Oh, key things to look out for. Well, they're playing a best of 3, 90 minutes. I think that there are some situations where you could scoop a game if it's maybe gotten a little bit too far away from you. So just being aware of the time and your position within the time, that's definitely something that you want to be cognizant of. I mean, 90 minutes is a lot of time, and these games can go a little long. So you do have to kind of be aware of where you and your deck stands in accordance with how much time is left. That's certainly something that they're going to have to be vigilant about. And if you play 2 40-minute games, then you've got to, you've got 10 minutes to finish your last one. So.
Yeah, it's not a linear increase in time,
No.
and these matches were pretty consistently going close to that 40-minute limit. Not usually breaking all the way to time on stream, but getting close to it. So if you're playing 2 games like that and you don't leave yourself the wiggle room on the third, I mean, especially as a Lickitung player, that could really hurt you. Because the Wigglytuff deck would go a little more aggro, take those prizes quickly.
All right, excuse my overlay real quick. Check this out. Blammo.
A look behind the curtain.
Graphic design is my passion.
Also, can I just say, I'm appreciating that these players are both using colored sleeves, so we will be able to accurately see the amount of prize cards remaining.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I'm loving that for sure.
All right, we're looking like both players are ready to go now. I think Edgar just laid down a Jigglypuff. And we'll see who can get off to the races most quickly here.
Our play is underway. Welcome to top 8 of the base fossil tournament at the Mana Vault in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Edgar's going to start us off. Jigglypuff versus Lickitung. And from the looks of things, Edgar's got a hand with some trainers in it. I mean, there's item finders and all sorts of stuff that you probably don't want to get rid of. A Wigglytuff that you don't want to get rid of. But I do see a Pokemon trader, and it looks like Edgar just opts to pass.
Yeah, an interesting pass. I guess you're not really under major duress this turn. Like, you'll take the 10 damage most likely. It's not the end of the world, and we've seen consistently that you can afford to pass here and there in the interest of your broader game plan. Could even pass this turn if he wants in favor of benching this Hitmonchan, unless he's planning to do something more aggressive, like a Professor Oak. Research.
Research.
Who's that?
She hasn't been invented yet.
That's
this
right.
is 1999. I
That's
have
right.
no idea what you speak of.
That's right.
I'm just an old timer.
Yeah, back in the 1900s.
In the 1900s.
When we played decks like this.
I know. I said mid 1900s the other day at a bar. The Green Dragon Inn. I mean, I was at the Green Dragon Inn, but I said it. It's still a bar. I said it unironically, and the bartender like scoffed at me. It was like, "Oh my god!" And I was like, I know. It's bad. All right. It's like, yeah, back in the mid 1900s.
I mean, yeah, man. When you were a kid, shout out to the modern DCEs making their way into this deck. We have seen modern basics. I don't think we've seen modern DCEs.
No, these are our first modern DCEs for sure.
I do have a friend at work who they were born post 2000, right? And now they're a professional in the workforce. And they refer to everything pre 2000 as the 1900s, which really stings.
Please stop. I'm already decrepit.
I know. All right, we're going to see that Dodrio get into play. Dodrio, not crazy useful on its own in this matchup, but it does evolve into the Dodrio, which is going to be clutch in retreating those Hitmonchan's for potentially 0 energy if you can get 2 of them into play. Free retreat doesn't hurt, though, even on the basic.
We see Edgar playing that Pokemon Trader, and that's his first deck search of the top 8 set. So taking that time to just check his resources and see what he's got prized and what he has available, while also setting up the Doduo. And you can see by the emphasis on the Doduo, really just wants to have a have that Dodrio set up as quickly as possible, kind of understanding how important that's going to be for the outcome of this match. And there we go, Dodrio in play.
It looks like he's trying to build up towards a special punch, actually. I'm not sure if I love this. It does make you vulnerable to a super energy removal. It'd be way nicer if you could get Brandon, for example, to burn super energy removals to only get 1 energy off the board, but actually does get to keep it, though this Jigglypuff... Oh, it can retreat now, actually. It's not paralyzed anymore. So we could see a special punch for a knockout if he has 1 more energy, but he doesn't in hand yet. Could still jab. Debating to maybe Item Finder for the Bill back.
Ooh, Item Finder for Bill never feels
great.
good.
Yeah.
No, I've done it.
Yeah, it's just
I'm
like
not
an even
above
trade.
it.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not above it.
And that does look like it's what we're going for. Edgar only playing 3 Item Finders. So that is going to be a pretty valuable resource gone. Also, the super energy removal and the energy retrieval, really costly. And it hits an Oak.
Okay. Is this like a situation where you just let it rip? I mean, you're playing against a Moltres deck, right?
It could be, though. It could be. I mean, it's tough. He's clearly debating it in his head right now. Is this worth it?
And I think the answer is yeah.
He's going to Item Finder. Is that the last that was in his hand as well? Oh, maybe deciding to hold off on the Oak. Going for the Bill. Looks like we might see a special punch.
Especially with that
For
fighting.
80?
Yep, that fighting.
Oh, there's the
draw.
plus power, actually.
Woo! And the
And
plus
we
power.
see a knockout.
There we
Dang.
go. Hitmonchan taking that KO on a clean Lickitung. Holy smokes, that special punch going crazy.
Yeah, special punch looking special for sure right now. Moltres coming into the active. Brandon could just start milling if he wants. Moltres is also just a fine Pokemon to sit behind for a turn with that fighting resistance. So, pretty safe. This is the flaw of Hitmonchan in general, is that there's a lot of Pokemon out there that have that fighting resistance, and the resistance is so brutal. We've talked about it earlier on the stream, but
Ooh, double colorless hit off the Wildfire. You hate to see that if you're Edgar. That is just, that's bad beats for sure.
yeah, and those Wigglytuff are definitely going to be really important for dealing with cards like this Moltres. The special punch is just not at all efficient for dealing with it. We're going to see an Oak.
Yeah, Edgar kind of acknowledging that and saying, all right, we got to send the hand. There's nothing here for me. I'll Oak into 7 new cards. It feels really bad when you know your opponent is like discarding cards off the top of your deck and already trying to whittle away how many resources you have.
There's
but we saw the danger and the pitfall of waiting, though. I mean, if Edgar were to wait longer, then more cards could get hit with Wildfire. So you'd rather draw them than have them get discarded.
Yeah, and more cards get added to your hand that you'd potentially have to discard with the Oak. So there is that push and pull of when it's worth it. You can still special punch for 10 here, so it's not the worst. You know, it's not the end of the world. Oh.
Yeah, that goes 10.
It's still 10. So maybe passing instead, not realizing that he could have done that 10 damage. And there goes Jigglypuff.
With the Wildfire.
There's not really any Pokemon recovery in this format either, so knocking out those basics actually does matter in these matchups.
It does. It makes a huge difference because yeah, you can't bring them back. There's no rescue stretcher. There's no super rod. There's nothing like that. When the Pokemon hit the bin, they are in the bin. Unless maybe there's like an attack. I'm not even sure there's an attack that puts anything from your discard pile back.
There's definitely not a trainer.
No, I'm thinking like we saw the Ghastly earlier, which puts
energy in your hand.
Energy to hand, but I really don't know that there's. It's certainly not anything meta that brings Pokemon back.
Yeah. We see the comp search getting rid of multiple energy, which is pretty tough. Discard, I mean, there's still lots of energy in the deck, but you are starting to run through them, especially after discarding the earlier energy cards and the earlier retrieval. Getting the Dodrio is nice. Let you retreat the Hitmonchan. That 10 damage actually could matter, though.
It could matter a lot. I'm really kind of, scratching my head as to why the 10 damage from Special Punch never got added.
I'm wondering if they just didn't realize that they could do damage and maybe passed or jabbed.
Yeah. Interesting.
We'll see. We'll see. But Wigglytuff capping out at 60, which is just shy. 10 specifically. Knocking out that Moltres.
Yeah, retreats with the Retreat Aid Pokemon power. Here comes Wigglytuff. Oh, there was a 10 damage. Oh, that damage count.
That was crazy.
Okay, all right.
Well, it's good. It's good they did the damage.
I'm sending Riley out to the table with a basket of goodies, and by goodies I mean damage counters that are visible. Yeah. So there we go. Excellent. Riley is now giving them the new damage counters. Perfect. Excellent. Just want the dice to be visible on stream. Oh yeah, that one we couldn't see that at all. No, there was a whole die on that Moltres, and I could not see it.
Yeah, all good, all good. Situation resolved.
Perfect.
Future damage will be tracked with large, visible dice.
Yes, I've even got some like very old school damage counters in there if they choose to use them.
And here we go. This is exactly what the Wigglytuff Hitmonchan deck is looking to do, is just put that pressure on quickly and aggressively. Edgar already had a 2-prize lead here. Brandon doesn't really have a way to quickly deal with the Wigglytuff. He's just going to have to tongue wrap. Does get the heads, though. Oh, using the Supersonic?
Supersonic?
Yeah, let's get that Lickitung up there.
Yo.
We haven't seen this attack yet.
I didn't even consider the fact that it was a supersonic. I was like, oh, Edgar must have forgot the which way paralysis is, but how could you do that playing this format?
Now,
he's paying to retreat. Here
you do have to do the confusion rule. Whoa, that was scary.
All right, so Riley, explain to the people what they just saw.
Yeah, so we alluded to this earlier on the stream, but confusion is really, really good in these legacy formats. What confusion does, in addition to flipping for attacks, you have to flip for retreats. and it's after you pay the retreat cost. So Edgar paid the 1 retreat cost of the Dodrio.
And then Riley also explained this.
And you can retreat infinite times, actually, as well. So there's a lot of crazy stuff going on that would seem a little foreign to a only modern day player, but it's all good. All these plays are legal and
These
allowed.
plays are legal. We understand there was a double retreat. That's allowed. You could triple retreat, bro.
Yeah, you can retreat as much as you want.
You could quadruple retreat.
Don't really know why you would.
However, you can only attempt to retreat out of confusion once per turn. But in order to retreat out of confusion, you have to flip. But before you flip, you have to discard the energy.
You have to pay it, which would have been pretty brutal, honestly, if Edgar flipped that tails.
That would have been
like, oh
bad.
Man, that would have sucked. But
confusion used to be a real special condition.
Yeah, confusion is fake news now for sure.
Yeah.
All right, we are seeing that oak. Seems fine. I don't know.
Well,
if it's
yeah,
really
because
necessary.
if he goes for a plus power, he wins.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, I didn't see the empty bench. And is that it? No, that's a super.
Bill, I mean, he's digging.
He must know that he has the resource, and there it is.
There's an item finder in the discard. There's got to be, or there's a plus power in the discard pile, right?
He used it earlier on the special punch. Let's grab that plus power and make it happen. Now, we still don't get to see 6 prizes taken, but we do get to see a board wipe from the Wigglytuff deck. Awesome stuff from Edgar in game 1 of top 8.
Yep, 70 damage with Wigglytuff's do the wave attack, and that Wigglytuff able to just take control of the game. Edgar with some really clutch knockouts there. I mean, we saw the Hitmonchan taking the 1-hit KO on that Lickitung early on, kind of dictating the pace of the game, and then Wigglytuff coming in there to finish things off. I mean, really just kind of the perfect answer to these big Pokemon that are difficult to knock out. Just the back and forth between Hitmonchan and Wigglytuff seems to be the 1-2 punch needed to take these decks down.
And thank goodness he did get that 10 damage down from special punch.
We were going to be real salty if there was no 10 damage punch. That was that changes the whole game.
Also, can I just say, let's get Wigglytuff back on screen for a second here.
Okay, let's take a look at Wigglytuff. Yes.
Have you ever noticed how crazy large Wigglytuff's eyes are in this card art?
Yeah.
I've never really processed this until just now.
Yeah, Wigglytuff can see, that's for
Look
sure.
Look at that left eye.
Yeah. Oh, she sees, bro.
That thing is awesome. I like that a lot, for sure.
She's got eyes like I don't know, they can see into your soul for sure.
Definitely. I would say amongst the pink blobs that are on the field over the course of the day, Wigglytuff might be my favorite of them.
Oh yeah, Wigglytuff's sick. And that's the thing is like this, and it's of course it's an Arita artwork, just legendary, right? I mean, this is like this rendition of Wigglytuff makes me love Wigglytuff and think Wigglytuff's like one of the coolest Pokemon in the world. I don't know, something like the 3D renderings of like, I feel like these Pokemon really lost some of their charm when they get like 3D rendered into like, you know, the ugly 3D renders of the modern Pokemon games.
Yeah, there are certain arts that don't really live up to the magic of Pokemon. I do like kind of the old style too, like the classic, you know, sparkly mystery background. Like there's not really anything there, and then Wigglytuff, and that's it.
Right.
You know, it's fun.
Yeah, just love that charm. So that's game 1. I mean, now we are getting game 2 underway, and that was a relatively quick one, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the quickest game we've seen on stream for sure.
100%.
You talk about time management, probably the easiest way to manage time is just to win like a beast.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Just knock out all the Pokemon real quick. Yeah. Like, I don't see what the problem is. Wigglytuff does 60 damage. What are you guys doing?
Edgar definitely making a statement here with his Wigglytuff deck. I think it's gonna be tough for Brandon from here, to be honest, because the Lickitung deck does take long games, especially if Edgar forces the issue. And I think it's more than likely that Edgar ends up ahead on prizes by the end of time. So Brandon's really got to put the pedal to the metal and make something happen quickly with his Lickitung deck.
What's interesting about Brandon's list, and we already see it, is that Brandon is running the Muck. So I'm wondering if maybe Muck can play a key role in slowing Edgar's deck down. One of the key pieces of Edgar's deck is that Dodrio with its retreat aid Pokemon power, And we saw how nice that makes it for Edgar to be able to pivot between the Pokemon that he wants to have in the active spot on any given turn. Even right now, just retreating for free with Dodrio and getting that quick jab for 40 on the Lickitung is just putting a ton of pressure onto Brandon's game. And Brandon just needs to kind of weather this and hopefully buy more time. I mean, it's...
We're just going to see that tongue wrap. Gets the head, so Lickitung does survive another day here.
Plus power in this. Oh, but I guess, yeah, it is paralyzed, though.
It's going again for that special punch.
We saw how powerful it can be, kind of saying, all right, I force you to energy removal it. Because Edgar's, sitting on, like, Oaks, I think, and could just discard his hand. But he's like, I got these energy. I might as well kind of bait out the energy removals.
I like this for sure.
So that then, Wigglytuff doesn't receive them, right?
Yeah, I totally agree. And there's not really any incentive for Edgar to speed his game up beyond what he's already doing. He's already putting on pressure. I don't think he has a way to deal with the paralysis anyway. So what are you oaking for? If you have the energy to attack, you're good.
Right.
And he does have quite a few energies still in this hand.
There's Dodrio. I actually don't think there's an oak in Edgar's hand, but there are 2 oaks in Brandon's hand.
There are 2 oaks in Brandon's hand.
Yeah, Edgar's just playing off the top. Yeah.
Yeah, Edgar has everything he wants in his hand, which is energy.
For sure. Decides to attach the double colorless to the Jigglypuff, which I think makes sense because he wants to save the fighting energy in his hand in case he wants to serve up another jab to this Lickitung on the following turn. And I think he's just got the 1 fighting energy in his hand, so actually just saving that. Usually the logic goes with Jigglypuff and Wigglytuff. You want to go basic fighting first and then the double colorless energy. But deciding to invert that because of the way his hand looks and the fact that he's just kind of playing off the top and wants this fighting energy for this to jab for 40.
Yeah, exactly. And a huge theme in these early game formats is you use the resources at the moment that you need them because they're so vulnerable on the board. So if he had put that fighting down earlier, he could have ended up in a situation where Hitmonchan was not able to attack this turn and force that scoop up.
Yeah. Scoop up is going to be able to completely heal the Lickitung and then Grimer in the active spot. And Grimer's actually a pretty cool guy, right? Grimer has an attack that does 10 damage. And guess what? You get to flip a coin. And hear me out. If it's a heads, paralyzed.
Something happens, yeah. Classic.
Yeah, and it just costs a colorless energy. So you can use that. I think it's Nasty Goo. You can use with any type of energy, which goes really well with these colorless decks.
Now, the downside of this is it does put your Grimer in the active, which makes it vulnerable, which then potentially loses you access to the muck. We talked in game 1 about how there isn't really any viable Pokemon recovery. So losing those Grimers can be a big deal. Only has 50 hit points, which is pretty easy to knock out with the Wigglytuff, especially now that you have that Dodrio and the energy on the active Hitmonchan. So you're just an energy attachment away from a knockout here, and we're likely going to see that from Edgar this turn.
There we go. Fully loaded Wigglytuff on the bench, and with Dodrio's retreat aid, now that Hitmonchan is able to retreat, and Wigglytuff's going to be clearing this Grimer. I mean, and this is kind of the theme of the Wigglytuff deck. It's just going too fast for these bulky Pokemon, and really just able to kind of chase them off the board. Now, Brandon's been kind of sitting on these Oaks and not playing them, but it might get to a point where he actually has to take care of business here.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to comp search probably for a removal card of some sort, would be my guess. Probably even just a super if he wants.
Energy removal could just bump the double colorless, which could be effective. He's got the Oak in hand, so maybe we see...
Oh, Magmar.
Magmar is a really good card in this format, and one that I feel like has been underrepresented considering how powerful it is, and one that's been underrepresented on our stream games, that's for sure. Out there in the tournament hall, there are some decks playing it, and there's a Magmar deck in top 8. and this Lickitung deck also features Magmar. So Magmar's Smokescreen attack does 10 damage, and then if the defending Pokemon tries to attack during your next turn, they flip a coin. If tails, that attack does nothing. It's kind of like paralysis, but also not. But it's got its own thing going on. And
you can retreat out of it is the difference.
Yes, you can retreat out of it, but it still kind of gives a 50-50 shot of denying an opponent an attack in a way. And it's fire type, so it jives really well with the Moltres build of this Lickitung deck.
All right, we're seeing Brandon go for that item finder, potentially getting an energy denial card. Yep, there's that super. Clearing out that Wigglytuff. I think that makes a lot of sense from this position.
Gotta do it.
Can he weather the storm, though? Edgar did put on a lot of pressure very quickly. And if he gets another Dodrio down, he could just freely retreat between these Wigglytuff and Hitmonchans and just move into whatever attacker is most useful for him at any given moment.
Energy to Wigglytuff and a Lullaby. Good night, Chansey.
Status conditions on a flip.
Yep. Wigglytuff's Lullaby is kind of cracked because it just instantly sleeps.
Yeah, but sleep is still... I mean, sleep isn't that different practically from paralysis flip.
Oh, yeah. You're right. I mean, because then it's like a 50-50 shot of waking up. yeah. There's a lot of 50-50 shots, okay?
Yeah, a lot of coin flips in this format. Definitely coin flips were a much more important part of the ethos of the game back in the 90s.
It's true, but what's always so apparent to me is that even though coin flips play, a large role in the early Pokemon TCG, there's still just so much skill expression in these formats. And if you've been watching all day, I mean, you can tell when you've got 20 to 30 turns of Pokemon to play, there's a whole bunch of ways to lose.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And there's also so many coin flips in a game that they kind of even themselves out in a way. If you're thinking about standard format, maybe you're flipping 4 Crushing Hammers, and those 4 Crushing Hammers, there's a lot of variance in there. If you're flipping 20 times on Tongue Wrap, yeah, you're going to have some streaky moments, but you're going to have some times where you don't get it either. And so it kind of evens out over the course of this long game.
100%. It does. It all buffs out. The variance buffs out. And the skill expression in this format is largely, resource management, when to play your cards, how to play your cards, how to route your game. When you're choosing how to route, your board state so many times, it was so many different decisions.
There's the scrunch.
And every turn is like a new opportunity to try something new or choose when and how to play a card, right? Because every turn you get +1 to hand, and then you have to reconsider the cards in your hand. And that's something that's really key about these early formats is, yeah, there's powerful draw card. You could draw infinite cards in your turn if you wanted to, but you wouldn't win if you did that. It wouldn't necessarily, keep you from losing the game. You would just deck out. So you have to be measured. Everything you do has to be measured, and that's something that I really enjoy about this format.
So Edgar won't be able to damage this Chansey this turn thanks to the scrunch. Is debating whether or not he wants to overload the Wigglytuff to avoid energy removals, or whether he wants to potentially attach to the Hitmonchan on the bench, build up to a special punch. I think he does have a Gust in hand, but looks like he is just going to Lullaby here, which makes sense. It's better than just doing nothing. Brandon does wake up anyway, so it doesn't really matter, but it was a savvy play from Edgar.
Yeah, you gotta go for the Lullaby, see if you can prevent a scrunch. Brandon's got the Chansey out here and is just scrunching, trying to buy more time, and we see another successful scrunch, right? And it feels bad to waste valuable cards like Gust of Wind, and we see Edgar does have a Gust of Wind chilling in that hand. However, you can't just throw that Gust of Wind to not take a knockout.
Yeah, I think you need the plus power to justify the Gust of Wind here, and I don't think he has it in hand, so you could just keep going for the Lullaby here. The only problem is that does give Brandon more time to hit his energy removals and potentially disrupt his strategy.
Exactly. It's like Edgar is going to want to find a lass eventually. But honestly, looking at Brandon's hand, I mean, Brandon's hand is kind of junk right now. It's not phenomenal. So you can see why he's trying to buy this time with the Chansey. I mean, because he needs it, right?
Definitely, and he does still have one more energy in hand, so that removal won't be the make or break here. He'll be able to knock out the Chansey, go down to 4 prizes remaining.
Wigglytuff leading the charge, 3 fighting energy on it, and that's got to feel good for Edgar with 3 basic fighting energy on the Wigglytuff. That means even if you fall victim to a super energy removal, you can still just slap a double colorless onto the Wigglytuff and start charging again. So I really like that. I think that I think Edgar's in a phenomenal position right now, and things are certainly going his way.
And it looks like he was going for the Smog. Maybe?
That is exactly what we saw. Brandon trying to hit the Smog, and with Pokemon Trader, Edgar's going to be able to set up that second Dodrio.
And the second Dodrio is a big difference because it lets you retreat both the Wigglytuff and the Hitmonchan for free. Each Dodrio reducing the retreat cost by 1. So stack those together and you all of a sudden got a really mobile board here, which will reduce the impact of things like Magmar Smog or the Smokescreen.
Exactly, because if Smog were to hit heads, it's actually kind of hilariously like bad attack. I mean, flipping for poison just feels so bad.
You flip for everything.
You flip for everything, but like, come on, can't Magmar just give him the poison? Well, 20 in automatic poison would be way too broken for 2 energy for sure, right? So flipping on poison doesn't feel great. However, if the Wigglytuff were to get poison, it's taking that incremental damage. But now that there's 2 Dodrio in play, that Wigglytuff can just retreat for free out of poison. So it would only take an additional 10 damage, which is not even a big deal. And you can retreat as much as you want in this format. So you could just clear the poison instantaneously and really suffer nothing. Just go right back into Wigglytuff.
Yeah, I didn't mind the play prior to getting that second Dodrio down. You know, it forces something to happen. Now that there is 2 Dodrio, the poison isn't as valuable, but it is the more damaging attack. And Smokescreen is doing nothing effectively. You seem to go for the Smokescreen, though.
Yep, Smokescreen is the better move now. Just saying, like, all right, I guess if that... Well...
I actually think Smog is better.
You're right. Yeah, you're right, because you can just retreat out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nope, yep, you're 100% correct, yeah. Yeah, you just retreat that Wigglytuff, so you just got to go for Smog. Yeah.
So there's that... I think he's trying to indicate that double retreat, yep, and going for the Do the Wave.
Yep. And that just makes sense. I mean, we're seeing the value of Dodrio just again and again. And
Brandon's hand is so brutal.
It's not good. No, it is quite poor.
He does have access to Slash, so that's something.
Oh, and the Lickitungs by themselves are not doing enough to this Wigglytuff.
No, but I mean, you are going to 60 now, so the Wigglytuff isn't too crazy far. And this is where having like that Smog could have made a difference. If you do that extra 10 damage with the Smog and get the poison, now you're looking at that Wigglytuff being knocked out instead of having to take that extra attack.
Exactly. And this one Wigglytuff is really just what Edgar is working with. I mean, there aren't any other Wigglytuffs built up.
Yeah, and he doesn't really have a way to deal with a Scyther other than a Wigglytuff.
Right.
Though it's looking unlikely that his Wigglytuff gets knocked out immediately if he's able to get like a plus power here, maybe.
Something that I really like about Edgar's board and the way that he plays, I mean, you could tell how patient he is with his cards, right? He's got these Wigglytuff in his hands, and he could have evolved them turns ago, but he didn't need to. And you save those resources in your hand,
here.
And you could see it's like he had those 2 Wigglytuff. He could have just evolved them right away, but then he wouldn't have had that extra card in his hand to discard with Item Finder. And now, like, multiple turns later, after he could have evolved them, he's like, oh, hey, I don't need both these Wigglytuff.
And you just don't in this matchup anyway. And so, really savvy play by Edgar, recognizing the fact that those Wigglytuff are safe in his hand and are just resources that he can use whenever he wants to throughout the game without any pressure. That super energy removal coming in very clutch, clearing out the Scyther completely, and continuing to put that pressure on with Do the Wave.
Ooh, and a big oak off the top of the deck for Brandon. So we're going to see some life injected into this hand than he's
Maybe.
been. Well, yeah, mostly Pokemon and energy that I'm seeing here, but there's a plus power.
The plus power is actually big. That lets
And
you
an
take
energy
that
removal.
knockout quicker.
Ooh. Yeah, I guess just like let that energy removal fly. When I think we've talked about it before, the best form of energy removal is actually to take knockouts.
Yeah.
So you can kind of save if you play the plus power, which is actually really effective here. And you say, like, all right, I'm going to just take this knockout with the plus power. Then instead of getting to pocket the plus power, you get to pocket the energy removal.
Yeah.
That's the card you want to pocket.
And I feel like the energy removal is the generically more useful card. I mean, if you think about if they flipped a Tails here on the tongue wrap, then you're taking 60 damage off to do the wave
Yeah.
for basically no reason when you could have just knocked it out guaranteed. So Edgar, because he's paralyzed, going to attach to the bench. I think that's fine. This Wigglytuff is likely seeing its final days.
Yeah, it seems like this Wigglytuff is going down. And now we got
The deck count.
the deck count. Yeah, you don't often count your deck in standard anymore. Sometimes. Not
like
often.
a Beldum
Yeah.
type of thing.
Not often, but sometimes. It seems like every game of Base Fossil there's some deck counting going on.
Yeah, I think Brandon actually has a lower deck size right now than Edgar too. So the pressure's really on him to make something happen right now or to start wildfiring with a Moltres. I think it's really unlikely that he takes his 5 prizes in time.
Yeah, Edgar's got just 3 left. And double Dodrio. Phenomenal board presence. Another item finder. And these are kind of the key moments that make or break the games. I mean, when you're Edgar here, it's like this game is far from over. And you have to navigate these final resources correctly. And like looking at this hand and kind of deciding like, okay, what do I item finder away here? And what am I getting with the item finder? And when's the correct time to play these cards? And when's the correct time to evolve? And when's the correct time to go? And when's the correct time to pump the brakes? I mean, there's so many little different decisions to make.
Absolutely.
And every time you play an item finder, it feels like this could be the make or break discard. Like if I discard the wrong card here, or if I get the wrong thing with item finder, it could lose me the game. And that's like what Base Fossil's all about.
And I like the retrieval here, just getting more energy into his hand. I think he has a last too. So at some point he could go for that like aggro disruption moment. Actually discarding it. Bye.
Discarded the last. Maybe just sniffing out that there aren't any trainers in Brandon's hand, because there aren't. I don't know how he sussed that out, but
Yeah, I mean, Brandon's been kind of working off of nothing this whole time. They're going for the pound. I don't hate the pound here, to be honest, because... Oh, going for the gust pound. We talked about gust only really being useful when you're taking that knockout. Makes sense here.
Yep, gonna target down a damaged Scyther, and can I say it?
You can say it.
Send it to Pound Town.
That's right. That's PG-13.
Yes, sending that Scyther to Pound Town, Riley.
That's right. So Scyther, now in Pound Town. Jigglypuff is going to lose both of its energy to that super energy removal. But Edgar down to 2 prizes remaining. It feels like he could carve a route with those 2 prizes. You know, the last couple times we've seen these Wigglytuff decks be unable to do that. I think he can, potentially, with what he has left.
I think it's a really cool kind of use of those energy and you know, not evolving to the Wigglytuff right away, not sending his Hitmonchan out into the fray without needing to, right? Just kind of acknowledging that like those Hitmonchan are resources that do 40 damage to colorless Pokemon. That's just like, yeah, they're valuable, right? Like I kind of need those. And you can see just how Edgar kind of understands the pacing of this format and how each top deck is essential, and playing down all of your energy turn after turn is also essential, or really you're just not gonna kind of waste all the resources in your hand just to go rush to the next oak, right? Like he's got an oak in his hand right now, but he's not playing it yet.
Yeah, and I like his micro decisions as well to, for example, go for the pound with the Jigglypuff as his attack, because then if he gets paralyzed, he can evolve.
I liked that.
Yeah, so he's really getting a forward-thinking mindset turn to turn, and it goes to show like why he was 6-0 at this tournament. It's not like the players were slouches. We saw lots of really awesome plays every single round. Edgar went 6-0 through that. He's potentially going to seal up his top 4 this game.
Yeah, and Edgar has, slain 3 Lickitung decks to get to this point and is now, 1 game away from punching his ticket to top 4.
Special punching his ticket.
There we go. Love it. And we can see how nice it is that Edgar's deck is just fighting only. I mean, the fact that he only has to deal with the fighting energy. It's been so nice that he hasn't had to ever be like, oh, well, I don't have the right type of energy.
Yeah.
He always has the right type of energy. It's just fighting and double colorless. That's it.
Yeah, that is nice. A lot of decks in this format have 2 colors of energy that they're working with, which can sometimes lead to awkward scenarios. I mean, we think back to the Psyduck with the fire energy in round 2. Like, those plays happen for sure when you're working with these multiple different energy types.
There's something about the simplicity of Edgar's list and also just how well he's piloting it. But the simplicity of the deck, I think, is really lending itself to success. There are like less ways to muck up your draws when you've got 4 Hitmonchan in the deck and just a million fighting energy and just like a really fat Dodrio line. Like,
yeah.
Couple Pokemon Trader to smooth things out, and you got a pretty good recipe for success.
Look at that, even discarding multiple energy there to get that plus power, probably take that knockout. Go down to 1 prize remaining.
Looks like it. Yep, saying, I don't really need all this stuff left. I just need to take 2 more prizes. And the more time I give you, the worse it gets for me.
Absolutely, yeah. And he does have still access to energy and energy retrieval, so it's not like this is his final win here. I think realistically, there's only so many turns to attach energy in the first place, so getting rid of a couple isn't going to be the end of the world for him.
Double colorless onto the Wigglytuff, plus power onto the Hitmonchan, and it will use Jab for 50 damage. Take the knockout on Lickitung.
There's
Edgar, just 1 prize away from being in top 4.
And you have to think that going for Lick here is really tough. But if you pass, Edgar has the plus power in hand, I think. I think he's just double checking that everything works out.
That's it. Energy retrieval for fighting. The Hitmonchan can retreat for free. Wigglytuff only.
This is it.
Wigglytuff gets the energy.
Sequencing matters because you attach plus power to the active.
And that's it.
There we go.
Do the wave for 70 damage.
It's a little bit of confusion, but these plays are all valid.
Yep, everything here is clear. That is do the wave for 70 damage and
beautiful
knockout. Edgar takes the win 2-0 over Brandon Griffin, toppling the Lickitung deck with Wigglytuff, the first Wigglytuff victory we've seen on stream so far.
And Edgar is now 8 games straight of taking all 6 prizes. He won 6-0.
Okay, last game he didn't take all 6. He benched.
That's true. That's true. But he did win by knockouts.
Yes, he did.
8 games in a row.
That's right.
So that's very impressive in this format. Huge congrats to Edgar as he goes on to top 4. Congrats to Brandon as well, putting up a good fight. But the Wigglytuff deck really making waves here in our tournament.
So true, Riley. So true. And I'm excited to see what Edgar can cook up in his next couple rounds. I'm interested to see who he ends up having to play against on his side of the bracket to make his way to the finals. Is Jason Klaczynski going to win his top 8 match? Are we going to see Edgar versus Jason? And is that,
that'd be hype.
I really want to see that, but then also that's like the same side of the bracket. Like we kind of have to hop over to the other side of the bracket. So it's like, oh, this matchup that I really want to see is like, man, but we'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. we'll give you some updates on how the rest of the top 8 bracket is going here shortly. We thank all of you for watching here. We're really excited to see how things pan out. Can Wigglytuff take it home in the field of Lickitungs? Only one way to find out.
Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this quick break with more updates on how the rest of the bracket is shaping up. Yo, what's up, everybody? I am joined by 3-time world champion Jason Klaczynski. How you doing, Jason?
How are you? Thanks for having us.
Yeah, of course. I'm doing great. I'm so thrilled that this event got put together and that we're here and get to experience these cards in action. It's been such a treat to watch everything. So thank you so much for your hand in kind of getting this orchestrated and for reaching out to me to get involved.
For sure.
So unfortunately, I heard your top 8 didn't quite go maybe how you
I
wanted.
was eliminated in about 10 minutes. So
In 10 minutes?
it was pretty quick, yeah. I was playing against Magmar Electabuzz deck, which is a close matchup, but something I'm comfortable with. So Magmar, Electabuzz, Scyther, it doesn't have a high damage output. So they're usually able to steal a few prizes from you, but at the end of the game, those last few prizes, you can usually deny them. You have enough scoop ups and removals to play around it. Game 1, though, was just a lone Scyther, and I started getting nervous when I started getting hit by Magmar pretty quickly, and I'm just peeling cards off the top of my deck. I find another Scyther, so I'm just bouncing between them, and then just Scyther 1 goes down, Scyther 2 goes down.
Yeah.
Game 2, not much different, though.
Oh, no. And that is tough. Usually, I mean, there's no nest balls or quick balls or anything like that, so you're kind of just like, you got a bunch of big guys, you play enough of them that you should draw them.
Yeah, and that was one of the things I liked about this deck is that it has 15 basic Pokemon. So it's about as safe as you can get for not being benched out too quickly, but obviously at the end of the day, you're still at the mercy of, the order you draw your cards in.
Exactly. What was it like for you getting to play in this base fossil event today? Was it is this something that you've done quite a bit? I know you've played a lot of retro, but have you played in a base fossil tournament recently?
No, nothing live like this. So I would have to go all the way back to 1999, one of the first tournaments I played as a kid to actually relive what we played here today. So that was really cool. You can play online, and it's just different being in person and actually able to sit across the table from someone and have those laughs, actually get to flip those old school coins and damage counters. I'm a sucker for all those kind of collectible things.
We saw you with the little fish tank beads.
Yeah, I love it. Hey, they're not fish tank beads. Those were authentic vintage Japanese beads, all right? Those came from a 1997 bag, so it's the real deal.
Yeah, those were not from PetSmart. Thank you.
No, yeah, important detail.
No, I could tell you had and the coins too. Yeah, it was that was a lot of fun, and it's a lot of fun to commentate over. Every time someone busted out like the non-era correct energy, I was like, man, you're ruining my immersion, man.
Yeah, I know. Kick them off the stream right there. Get someone who's more dedicated.
Do you have any other events on the horizon for yourself, or what's your kind of gaming plans look like for the rest of 2024?
We did a lot of retro stuff online during the pandemic when everyone was inside, and that's kind of when the retro Pokemon picked up. And then as live events came back and everything got back to normal, a lot of the interest kind of waned in it. But there's still a few of us who are dedicated enough where we're still playing. Putting together events like this is obviously a lot tougher. It requires a lot of effort and organization. It's tough to get people to travel, but they managed to do it. You helped bring these people here, so thank you for that. And
of
all
course.
The promotion you did, we would have probably had 12 people had you not promoted it. So you played an awesome part in that. We had a lot of out-of-state people. We had people that flew in, yourself included.
I saw someone at the Cleveland airport. That was crazy. Yeah. I was at the Cleveland airport. Someone's like, "Oh, hey, Mahone, you're going to the tournament." I was like, "Really?" Nice. Someone else is flying? Yeah. So that's awesome, and I just love seeing the dedication and the passion for the retro cards and all of that. What is it about the old formats that draws you to them, keeps you playing them over and over again over the years?
I'd like to believe that base fossil is just the greatest format. But there's definitely a nostalgia element to it for sure. I think everybody's a sucker for the time that they were introduced to Pokemon. I was one of the few that was lucky enough to get in at the very beginning. So for me, I relived the memories of my first packs of Pokemon cards, my first Pokemon tournaments. But objectively, it is a really fun format to play, I think, as long as you don't, if you can tolerate the grindiness of the format. Sometimes people who are more accustomed to modern formats play it and they're like, what the heck is this? I'm going to do 10 damage 50 turns in a row. This isn't Pokemon. But for me, that's the Pokemon I grew up playing, and I like that. I actually learned a phrase from you, the way I described base fossil. You described it better than me, is there's quick volleys.
Yeah.
So that back and forth interaction, that's my favorite part of base fossil. I like to be able to take a quick turn, pass it to you, you take a quick turn, and nobody's sitting there bored like this, waiting 5 minutes for their opponent to take this long performative turn.
Yes.
So yeah, the nostalgia, the quick turns, and then just that skill-oriented nature of it. You're always faced with those decisions in this format. I have this, but is it worth playing now? Do I save it till next turn? And then 10 turns later, you might still be weighing that same decision. So those are the reasons I like this format the most. I'd say it's probably my favorite format.
That's awesome. Wow. Better than RSPK? In
Those
no way.
Those are my two favorite,
Okay.
but if I was going to steer somebody to a format, I'm a little more apprehensive pushing base fossil on them, especially if they're more used to modern stuff because it's so different.
That makes sense.
But when people are trying to play, the EXRs to PK format, it's I warned them in advance, that's a big commitment. That's 1700 cards, and it's really, lengthy text. You got to read all these disclaimers, so
kind of expensive.
Yeah, kind of, right? Just kind of $5,000 request.
Yeah, Yeah, base fossil's at least cheaper.
Somehow, still, they just printed so many of these cards that you can still pick up the staples, for a few bucks.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. Well, anyways, Jason, thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for helping put this all together. And I'm sorry I didn't bring your cube. I know we were texting about it.
I didn't even bring any other decks to playtest. No Prop 15 decks. I'm like, Andrew's going to bring the base fossil cube. I can't wait. I told all my friends about it. I already got a guy out there fighting with one of his friends. He's like, I get dibs if there's only one seat left. And now I have to go out there and tell them that you left it at home.
I did leave it at home. I didn't have enough room in my bags with all this stuff. Look at this junk.
I assumed you'd have an assistant or something.
No, I was flying solo, but that's on you. You got to build your own cube now, okay? Because he designed the cube, and I haven't
just
built.
Make other people build it. It's kind of like a Ponzi scheme. I put it together. You build the cube, and then 3 of your friends build this cube.
Yes, and then everybody else just has the cubes, and I just have to show up.
Yeah, there we go.
So, anyways, thank you so much again for everything you do for the retro community, and hopefully we can put something like this together again soon.
Yep. Thank you for an awesome setup that you put together. I love watching the stream. I love the setup you have with the table. Awesome job.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
For sure.
All right, we are back. Not quite with top 4 yet. We are waiting for the other side of top 8 to finish up. We've got Jake Gearhart and Steven, right?
Yeah.
Are in game 3 of their Lickitung mirror.
It's winding down, too.
Yeah, to see who's going to end up clinching that final spot. But we do have 3 of our players confirmed for top 4. And let's see if I take a look at the brackets. I can help fill this in for you guys. So Kyle was able to defeat Crystal. So Kyle is in the top 4. Jake Gearhart and Steven Toman are still competing right now. Jason Klaczynski did lose to Joe Saluga, who won with his Electabuzz Magmar deck, and Edgar beat Brandon, which we saw on stream. So I wanted to take a second to just kind of show off these different decks that we're going to be featuring in top 4 of the base fossil tournament. And this one is probably one of the most unique decks in top 4, this Magmar Electabuzz deck. And is there anything that kind of stands out to you about this deck, just taking a look at it, Riley?
Yeah, I mean it's a Haymaker style of deck, but with a Magmar instead of a Hitmonchan, and really it's leaning more into like the disruptive elements of Haymaker as opposed to the offensive elements of Haymaker. Through that, you got the paralysis on the Electabuzz, you got the pseudo paralysis on the Magmar, you got the poison on the Magmar as well. Scyther's just good. Free retreat, 30 damage. Ditto's just good. So, you know, you put all those together, you throw in a bunch of energy disruption cards with the space that you got, and it kind of pans out and makes sense. I think compared to like the Psychic Lickitung deck, it's got a little bit easier of a route to get high damage on the board with that Electabuzz, but it's a little less tanky compared to that deck.
Yeah, and you know, thinking about this list, it's so impressive that this list was able to carve through a field of Lickitung without any fighting Pokemon in it.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what's really standing out to me. There's no Hitmonchan here. And funny enough, we had our interview with Jason just moments ago, and Jason said that it was the Magmar that really gave him trouble because the Magmar was going in on his Scythers just kind of ham, and he just happened to open a couple Scyther in his games and just got kind of benched real fast. So, yeah, Magmar seems like it's kind of carrying a ton of weight and able to put pressure on Lickitung, prevent it from being able to use its Lick Attack. If you poison it, then all of a sudden Lickitung's taking incremental damage. Like, the poison can actually be really big against Lickitung.
And Lickitung does have a heavier retreat cost. You know, it's not something that you're just paying.
It's not paying that.
Yeah, you're not like retreating back and forth like you might have seen in the prior games with these Dodrio decks. Like, your Lickitung's mostly staying active unless it's getting scooped up. So that poison does matter and adds up. And you think about it, like if that Magmar had been a Hitmonchan, those Scyther starts would have actually been phenomenal, and Jason probably would have been okay. So it just goes to show, like, slightly changing the framing of the deck here makes a big difference.
Up next, we've got Kyle's list. We saw Kyle Bies playing round 1. Kyle is also in top 4 of the event. Has a Lickitung, Scyther, Chansey, Psychic deck, right? I mean, it's a Lickitung deck. And it's got some Psychic guys in it. This is kind of the quintessential Lickitung strategy that we've been talking about all day. And there it is, that one grass energy.
Yeah.
I think most of the grass energies are just a one of. So the time we saw a turn 1 Swords Dance, that was pretty sick.
Which makes sense because a vast majority of the time that you have a colored requirement, you really want it to be that Psychic, you know, the energy absorption, the Psyburn, the Meditate, the Lick on the Ghastly, even Headache. Like, you want to have those Psychics, but having the option doesn't hurt. You know, it can't hurt too bad, at least. You know, the odds of not having a Psychic energy at any given time is pretty low.
And looking at this list, I mean, these lists are not playing Bill. It's just 4 Oak. And you've noticed in the way that they kind of play, it's this very kind of just let your Pokemon do their thing. They're paralyzing. They're paralyzing. They're doing more of that paralyzing stuff. Yep. For just 1 energy. So all you need to do is play, 13, 17, 18 energy. And then you've got, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 Pokemon. That's a lot of energy in Pokemon, right?
Is, yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, a lot of these decks played high energy in Pokemon counts, and there's a very large slew of trainers in here, and almost all of them at 4 ofs as well, just leaning into being as disruptive as possible with the space that you have left.
And then, of course, we've also got Edgar's Wigglytuff Hitmonchan deck that he cruised into top 4 with, defeating his top 8 opponent 2-0. Just a really solid list. This is probably my favorite list of just all the ones that I've seen. I love the look of it. Just really thick stage 1 lines, really thick trainer lines, 4 Bill, 4 Oak, 4 energy retrieval. Just saying the most important thing is that I got those energy back. 3 Pokemon Trader, really valuable for preserving the Wigglytuff and the Dodrio and chucking those back into the deck when you want to use an Oak on a key turn or something like that. Just 2 energy removal means that you have an option to remove energy, but it's not part of the game plan.
Yeah.
The game plan, by and large, is just to remove energy by taking knockouts. And then another kind of crazy thing, just 1 Comp Search.
1 Comp Search, yeah. I mean, I think it makes sense. We had talked earlier about how Comp Search is really a detriment on your resources. And so when you're playing, it has to be super high value. There's so thick counts of the Pokemon, for example, which is one of the hardest cards to find in the base fossil format. And you do have those Pokemon traders to supplement your Pokemon search. So I think it actually works out fine. We never really saw situations where Edgar was really yearning for like another comp search. You know, it was more so like the item finders felt like cards that he would want more of.
And then looking at Jake Gearhart and Steven's Lickitung lists, I think they are almost the exact same list. We had Jake Gearhart on earlier, and Jake said that he got his list from Jason's blog.
They might actually be the same.
So, and from first glance, I'm thinking that they are the exact same list. So I'm pretty sure they're playing the exact same list, and that just shows the power of that deck. I mean, Jason kind of put that list out there and said, that's fine, I'll play against people playing my list. And sure enough, people showed up to the base fossil tournament, and they were all playing this list. And this is the list. I think pretty sure it's the same exact list that who else in top 8 is also around? Kyle, right? I think Kyle has like the same exact list too.
It looks like it.
I'm just comparing them side by side right now.
They're the same.
They're the exact same, right?
Yeah, they are.
They're literally the exact same. Yep, that's so sick. All right, so yeah. So on the other side of top 8, we've got Jake and Steven.
And I think that just wrapped up, actually. Looks like Steven maybe pulled through here. So winning that mirror match at the final moments of time here. We'll get to see Steven, I think, coming up in our next stream game. So
yes, we
see
will.
How he navigates with his Lickitung deck.
So your top 4 of the base fossil tournament officially is 2 Lickitung stall decks, a Magmar Electabuzz Haymaker deck, and a Wigglytuff deck. Which deck do you think is going to pull through and capture the dub at this 41-player base fossil tournament here in Milwaukee? Let us know in the chat, or if you're watching on YouTube, in the comments below. We'll be right back with the semifinals right after this quick break. Top 4 of the base fossil extravaganza happening here at the Mana Vault in Milwaukee. We've got Kyle Bies on the left and Steven Tallman on the right. This is a Lickitung mirror. Both Lickitung players are going to be facing off here and deciding who makes the finals. Only one of them can do it. That does guarantee that we will not be having a dual Lickitung finals, which is something that I'm thankful for.
It is cool. It also does mean that the non-Lickitung decks have to cannibalize each other.
Yes.
So that's a bummer. Steven also coming fresh off the back of a Lickitung mirror in his top 8 match against Jake Gearhart. So you have to imagine that he's feeling pretty confident in his ability to navigate this matchup. Though I have to imagine that anyone who's made it this far with Lickitung at this particular event is feeling pretty good about how they would fare in the mirror.
And it looks like Lickitung starting off with a tongue wrap. Yep. And then we've got Headache coming from Steven. Just the turn 1 Headache. I mean, just locking down those trainers right away. That is interesting. I mean, I don't really know what to even think about that. Just locking down trainers. I guess Steven doesn't have too much else going on, so it's like no trainers. But the Psyduck's only got 50 hit points, so eventually it will get knocked out.
Yeah, and every paralysis from that Lickitung does stop the Psyduck from using Headache as well.
And it looks like Steven is going to energy removal and tongue wrap from Psyduck. Riley helping us out just to make sure that they're using the white dice for the damage counters. Those are nice, really easy to see. Love the clear dice for flipping, but the white dice, they look a lot better on the tabletop cam. Thanks, Riley.
Yeah, of course. So here we go. Full on Headache action here. Not a lot going on at this point in the match. Just some tongue rapping, some head aching.
They're just warming up.
That's right.
Yes, and it's crazy how this is like the pace, right? This is the warm-up stage of the game where like multiple turns have happened, like for like 4. That's 4 tongue wraps on that side. But I think it's just such a fun way to play the Pokemon TCG, in that part of what I love about it is that you're gaining incremental knowledge of like what's happening next with each top deck, right? So like every single top deck kind of like really informs what the next play is going to be, and really informs where you might go from here. And every time you get a top deck, it's kind of like a major shift in like what the game plan might be.
Absolutely.
And getting that kind of new jolt of information every time you see the top card of your deck over the course of a long game just is like really kind of interesting.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning too, these decks do play that 4 oak, but you don't really want to be playing it in a matchup as grindy as this too, so you really are reliant on the top deck any given turn to be able to even keep up with your opponent. Every oak is so much closer to deck out.
Exactly, and I'm really curious to see how this Lickitung mirror plays out. We've seen a lot of Lickitung action so far on stream, but we haven't actually seen a Lickitung mirror yet, I don't think.
I don't think so, at least not to my recollection. I did watch some of Steven's games versus Jake, and there's a lot of situations just like this, and a lot of energy absorption into Mr. Fuji, with the Mewtwo to refill the deck, both with energy and just to avoid deck out.
Mount Fuji, I've been there.
Me too, man. So here we go. The tongue wraps consistently paralyzing here. Kyle getting pretty lucky with those head flips.
Super energy removal just to bop a psychic energy off of the Lickitung and a pass. And I think that's a key part of the strategy of this matchup is going to be those Mr. Fuji plays and being able to chuck the Mewtwo back into the deck and avoid deck out. I mean, we heard Jake during his interview say that every single match he won, it was because of deck out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so like that's what these Lickitung decks do. They deck each other out. They are not really trying to take 6 prizes, though you can. And, I don't think that that's probably what these games are going to come down to. It's like you almost have to threaten to take all 6 prizes, or else you're not going to force your opponent to like go through their own resources, right?
You have to at least threaten knockouts.
Yes.
Maybe not necessarily a clear path to 6 prizes, but you have to be putting pressure on your opponent and forcing them to do stuff every turn.
Exactly, or else you just get a situation where both players are just kind of like draw passing every turn. So you have to be putting enough pressure on to make your opponent think about playing resources out of their hand and make your opponent think about digging to go get more resources, right? Like anytime you can get your opponent to play an oak, you're probably like, oh yeah, like that's great. +7 or -7 off the deck, right?
And we even saw Kyle discarding an oak off an energy retrieval. That just goes to show what they're valuing in this matchup. They do not value the draw power. They value the energy being available to them.
Yeah, it's like the energy is more valuable than discard draw 7, right? Because we know that neither of these decks are going to be in a situation where they're dealing a ton of damage unless it's with the freaking Chansey, bro. We see that both players got energy on their Chaunceys, and they understand that Chansey could be an opportunity in the game to just remove Pokemon from the board with 4 energy, double edge, doing 80 damage. I mean, yeah, Chansey also does 80 damage to itself, but that really, I mean, Chansey ends up with 40 hit points left after that. That's fine. I mean, there's Pokemon with 40 hit points.
And Lickitung doesn't do a lot of damage.
No.
Either. And I believe both of these lists are playing at least 1 copy of Plus Power, so you can get that surprise KO on a Lickitung from full with a Chansey. So that has to probably be a key play in this matchup, is opening up those doors.
This is kind of a hilarious little exchange we've got here between the Ditto on the right, who thinks it's a Lickitung, and the Lickitung on the left, Ditto, is transformed into the Lickitung. So we've got
also thinks it's a Lickitung.
Yes, we've got Lickitung wars between a Ditto and a Lickitung, and because of Ditto's transform Pokemon power, it is actually acting as a Lickitung right now and using tongue wrap.
And really going on a hot streak with it too.
Yeah, it really seems like this Ditto is the
superior Lickitung.
That's facts. Yeah, the Ditto's doing a far better job at actually. Nope, scoop up. Okay, I was gonna say gets the KO. Nope, that's just a scoop up. Back to the hand. All that damage denied, and now we're gonna start trying again.
These Lickitung mirror situations are kind of crazy because you can go on these streaks of paralysis where you're building up damage on your opponent, but they aren't on you. At the same time, you nullify 8 attacks with a single scoop up. So it can really just get so grindy in these situations.
Yeah, and I'm taking a look at these lists now. There is just that 1 plus power, and I mean, scoop up. What are we looking at with scoop up? 4 scoop up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Holy smokes! Yep. I mean, right, makes sense, right? I mean, just all the healing cards, Pokemon Center, 1 Fuji. I think Jason said in his list he was playing an extra Fuji, so he was like teching for the mirror.
That makes sense.
Having 2 Fuji, so he had the Lickitung defeating technology for the mirror, but unfortunately couldn't make his way past the Magmar deck in order to get to the semifinals here.
So here we go. Another Oak discarded for the energy retrieval.
Oak is washed, man. That's crazy.
Definitely washed in this matchup. And you can see both players trying to threaten the Chansey. Maybe not necessarily attacking with it at the first opportunity, but needing that threat for exactly like you're saying. Wants to threaten the prize cards, force your opponent to use resources, so that way you can ultimately drive them towards running out.
I think these lists are just playing the 1 gust of wind. So they have 1 gust of wind. I know Jason said he was only playing 3 item finders in his list. I think that was like one of the cuts, maybe cut an item finder for a Fuji or something. These lists are running 4 item finders, so they have plenty of recursion. With 4 item finder, 4 scoop up, and 4 energy retrieval. I mean, these guys are not going to be running out of
another Oak hits the bin
energy anytime soon. That's just so crazy.
You can see Steven really emphasizing the removal of the energies on these Chanseys. Kyle is double attached to that Chansey twice now, and both times it's been super energy removal. Steven not putting up with any Chansey games.
I think there's kind of this understanding that maybe Chansey can be the swing card in this match, right? It's the real way to take prizes. And really, if we think about this game in the same way that we kind of think about the Wigglytuff games, maybe there's a situation where you kind of have some incremental damage built up on the opponent's board, and then you could like hit with like a Lass, and then maybe you're going in with like a Chansey followed up by a Scyther. Yeah. And then you can like really start to take some knockouts and kind of make the opponent sweat a little bit. But you don't ever really want to play Oak. And I think that there's this understanding at the table that neither of them want to play Professor Oak, because they understand that the first player to use Professor Oak is going to be the first player to deck out.
Yeah, I really think unless you're in a truly dire situation, you're probably not playing Oak at all in this matchup. So in that situation, it makes sense that they're repeatedly discarding these Professor Oaks. Not to mention Chansey too can... I mean, you could double edge twice if you keep the energy on board. Probably take 2 knockouts. Yeah, you knock yourself out in the process, but that's probably worth it if you're KOing 2 of your opponent's Pokemon. So Chansey really is that big swing card that you're talking about there.
Yeah, it's the only major attacker that these guys have. Otherwise, we're just like poking each other with tongue wraps.
Yeah, it's like the next best is Scyther.
Yeah, and Scyther, 30 damage is starting to look like a lot compared to these 2 Lickitung that are just like tickling each other back and forth.
It's 3 turns worth of tongue wraps.
Yeah, that's a lot of tongue wraps, man. So no wonder Jake and Steven's game went so long to time. Yeah. I'm seeing it now, right? Because of the game state that we're witnessing right here. The Lickitung mirrors, huh?
Now, I don't think Kyle actually has a scoop up in hand. He has some item finders, I believe. But that means he will have to burn more resources to be able to survive through this tongue wrap onslaught that Steven's putting on.
And I think at a certain point, you have to let, like, you can let a Lickitung go down.
I think so, especially when you have 2 more in hand.
Yeah, right. And you got a free retreating Scyther. You can let a tongue go down. That's fine.
And that's probably worth it too at this particular stage. Maybe if you had a scoop up in hand, it'd be a different story. But I don't know if it's really worth it to item finder for one quite yet. We'll see though what he decides to do. Steven looking at his resources. He has an energy retrieval.
I think it's actually, yeah, Steven's turn, but Kyle should not be paralyzed anymore, right?
I'm more so thinking into his turn.
Yeah. I was just making sure. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure he didn't forget his, unparalyzed. You should unparalyze when you pass. So I was confused as if it was Steven's turn because Kyle's Pokemon was still paralyzed. And yeah. Anyways,
I feel like what I've noticed is folks are keeping their Pokemon paralyzed until they see the confirmation they're no longer paralyzed, basically.
All right, item fighter 2.
2 Lickitung. I mean, realistically, your opponent's probably not going through 4 Lickitungs anyway, especially if you're going to scoop this one up. So
yeah,
I guess that's fine. I'm still not 100% sure if it's worth it to scoop up here versus just letting this Lickitung pass on and go to a new one. But we'll see how it pans out. And ultimately, all these decisions are going to matter for these players. Every
100%.
single item finder and the choices that you make will pan out into how your resources look at the end of the game and ultimately who potentially decks out.
100%. It's one of those things where it's like, okay, well, we let the 2 Lickitung go. That's fine. Kyle saying, all right, I have all 4 Lickitung, either on board or in my hand. Like, I don't need all of these. And just making the calculated decision that, like, 2 Lickitung should be enough in this game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Steven's choice to save the Psyduck as well. It prevents it from being gusted and then removed for the rest of the game because, again, there are no Pokemon recovery cards in this format that either of these decks are playing. So keeping that Psyduck safe, allowing you to open up those headache plays at the end of the game and prevent your opponent from replenishing their deck with a Fuji, for example.
And we saw how important those Psyduck plays can be. I mean, when you get down to the final cards of the deck, just locking your opponent. Once they get to a couple cards left in deck, you could just basically guarantee that they will deck out in 3 turns. If they have 3 cards left, you can guarantee they'll deck out in 3 turns if you just headache 3 times. So laying down the Psyduck at that key moment and just kind of saying, I only need to get to this point where you have a couple cards left, and then I can Psyduck, and then it's pretty much guaranteed.
I see Steven's Lickitung hit that fateful 80 damage mark. Is he going to go for an item finder to scoop up himself? Looks like probably. Both players discarding their own Lickitungs for these item finders as well.
Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons that these decks play so many Pokemon is because of the hand disruption of Lass. You pretty much have to be able to draw out of Lass, and the easiest way to draw out of a powerful Lass is to just have basic Pokemon, because your basic Pokemon cannot be disrupted out of your hand, whereas trainer cards can with Lass. So the more Pokemon you have, the more stable you are against your opponent's Lass. So these lists just play a lot of Pokemon. But once your board is stabilized, you can afford to let many of them go, especially if you're not being threatened by a Wigglytuff doing 60 damage or whatever, and you're just getting tongue wrapped over and over again. Yeah. You don't need all of those, right? These decks play like 15 Pokemon, but the opponent only needs to knock out 6 to win.
I also think even in the absence of these last plays, you really want to have access to your Pokemon, and because it's so difficult to draw into Pokemon, having just high counts of them makes it more likely you'll see them at the moments that it matters. We saw for many of the turns at the start of the game, Steven didn't have a Lickitung. He was relying on that Ditto. Being able to go into an actual Lickitung versus that transformed Lickitung is a big deal.
Absolutely. Gosh, and look at these hand sizes. I mean, both these lists I think are playing just one Lass, and it's just one Lass, right? I'm pretty sure it's just one Lass.
Is it a Lass at all?
It might not even. There's no last.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Goodness.
So yeah, these hands are staying.
No last.
Well, if you think about the context of these decks, what are you gonna do? Last and then attack for 9 turns in a row?
No.
Give your
right.
opponent 9 top decks? That doesn't make sense. So
That makes sense. You're not playing. Yeah, now that I'm just thinking about it, that makes sense. You're not playing last because you never want to put more cards back in your opponent's deck.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it really serves no functional purpose for the Lickitung deck.
No.
You're not trying to take knockouts, so the disruption of last doesn't really matter. You are trying to deck them out, so that's not great. And then also you lose your probably massive amount of trainers that you've accumulated in your hand.
Oh, and you never want to do that.
Yeah, and you don't want to do that either. So last is probably like the worst card, actually.
I guess now that I'm actually thinking about it, like, yeah, it's just crazy to me because of the power level of last, right?
Yeah. I mean, last is a card that would unquestionably be played in standard if you had options like that.
Right.
Well, dice was hit there, just the one, so I think it's okay.
So both these players just know that their hands are going to go undisrupted.
Yeah. And continue to grow.
Yeah, for the entire game, which is crazy. So now I'm starting to think, okay, because we saw Matt Alvis earlier with the Gambler in his deck. Was he playing the Gambler just to put his hand back into his deck and maybe flip a tails?
I'm thinking that maybe yes, and even if you don't flip a tails, with how big the hands are getting in this game, like 8 cards could be a substantial refill even.
Right. I mean, because there's no last. So, I mean, you are conceivably getting to a point where you have 15 cards in the hand, 20 cards in the hand.
Definitely.
At the end of the game, maybe even more. So, Gambler is a refill, which is really cool.
It is really cool. I think I like Jason's concept of the double Fuji a little better.
Yeah.
It's a little more flexible of a card, but it seems like that is the goal of the Gambler, is just to be able to refill your deck whether or not you flip a heads or tails in these mirror match scenarios.
That's another tongue wrap.
We're going to see a lot of that, I think, over the course of the match.
Now, I'm interested to see also not just how this individual game plays out, but how the best of 3 mind games are working. Now they have 90 minutes to conclude the set. The Lickitung mirror match seems like it's a match that can easily take 40 minutes.
Oh yeah, definitely.
If not more. And then you got to run it back and play another one. And then maybe we get to a situation where time is a thing in game 3 and prizes taken, and then you're talking about prizes taken in the Lickitung mirror match.
0 so far.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. So how are these players going to navigate that? At what point do players start to feel like they've swayed momentum in this match as well? Like it's
a totally valid question.
That's kind of those are the questions I'm asking.
I also feel like because these games get so down to the wire, you're not really incentivized to scoop early. You talked about potentially scooping as a way to manage time earlier, but I feel like these could go either way so easily at any point in these long games. And even in the game 3, like you're not really incentivized for having more or less time. You're just doing your best, basically. So I think we'll probably see 2 games go as far down to the wire as possible, potentially a third, or that third will just come down to prizes.
Right. Both players have 4 scoop up and 4 item finder in their deck. So those are going to fly. And we're going to see those, and there's going to be Lickitung that are kind of duking it out back and forth and being on the receiving end of scoop up. And then, and Lickitung's the biggest Pokemon, so it's the best target for the scoop up because it lasts the longest. Obviously, the paralyzation flips matter a lot because they can sway the amount of damage counters that add up on a Lickitung, right? So, like if you hit a bunch of paralyzation flips in a row, then you're going to be out damaging your opponent's Lickitung by a lot, and then forcing them to go through their scoop ups faster, which are a finite resource. So then things will start to eventually whittle down.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see who has more or less heads and tails over the course of a game. I feel like, in my heart of hearts, it should work out in that you have enough coin flips over the course of this game that both players kind of get a relatively even amount of them.
Right.
And consequently, like, they kind of even out on the damage trades that are resulting from those coin flips. But if one player gets really streaky for just a really long time, that could be a huge difference maker in forcing those scoop ups and forcing those item finders at uncomfortable moments for your opponent.
Another energy drop on the Chansey. Those Chansey stare downs happening from across the board.
Yeah.
Both players kind of seem to be acknowledging that this is where things end up. It
looks like
Chansey
it.
Town.
Yeah, both Chanseys rocking the one psychic energy right now, getting ready, getting geared up. Kyle's Chansey has been super removal 3 times, I think, and also regular removal once, or roundabouts those numbers. So both players understand that keeping the Chanseys away is going to be critical for their survival.
And just kind of, eyeing up the hand situation, it does look like Kyle is really ahead as far as energy removal goes in hand. He's got like 3 super energy removals in hand and an item finder. Steven's hand, from what I could tell, is much more tame and has a lot less gas in it, I think. Looks like Kyle's hand is kind of full of the gas right now. I mean, like 2 item finder, 3 super energy removal. I mean, like, Kyle could do whatever he wants this turn. And what he wants is to tongue wrap one more time.
And not play any of those cards. Yeah, I mean, I think it almost doesn't matter if you have all those cards in hand at once at this point in the game, because what are you going to super removal? You're going to super removal a Chansey when it's got multiple energy on it, probably. And that Chansey still has 1, so you're not really incentivized to use the supers. The item finders, don't really need to use those until you're ready to scoop up or use another super. So I think both players are just kind of playing a long game of chicken, basically. And that gives Steven the time to top deck those resources for himself, too.
Exactly. It's not like the pace of this game is getting, out of hand. No, he's probably got like, a dozen turns to draw out of this.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
We're seeing that Mr. Mime go down. Mr. Mime pretty useful in this matchup for the Mewtwo if they try and power it up. Not too much else that it's doing. I guess it blocks Chansey as well if the Chansey starts to go on a rampage. Could attack with Mr. Mime here and take a knockout on the Lickitung.
Yeah, I guess it would do 70 damage minus 30.
40.
So 40 damage, yep.
I don't really know if they really need to do that at this point, given your own Lickitung is still a ways off of being knocked out.
Item finder gonna fly.
Isn't it crazy how many cards from this era were reprinted as A-Specs?
Yeah. And it's looking like item finder for another scoop up to preserve that Lickitung yet again. And maybe, I don't know, Scyther could take a knockout on this Lickitung.
That's true. I almost like the Scyther better here, but I think Kyle already attached to the Mr. Mime this turn.
Yes.
So he's kind of locked into the Mr. Mime play. I think either's probably... The Scyther maybe I liked a little bit better, but I think either's fine.
Either's probably fine. Scyther has free retreat, which is what I really like about it. But
yeah, me too. Because you could throw up like the Chansey or another Lickitung, which will resist that Mr. Mime, and now you have to retreat that 1 energy. So it's a bummer. We'll see if it matters for Kyle in the long run.
blood has been drawn, folks. Blood has been shed. Mr. Mime, Senor Mime, with that meditate attack, took out a damaged Lickitung through resistance with its meditate attack, doing 10 damage plus 10 more damage for each damage counter on that Lickitung. So adding up to 70 for 2. I mean, Mr. Mime is a fantastic finisher. Doesn't usually get going very quickly by itself, though, as Meditate's base damage is only 10. And then Invisible Wall is an ability that is great for stalling, which is what this deck does. It makes it so that whenever an attack does 30 or more damage to Mr. Mime, that damage is prevented.
And here's the thing now with attacking with this Mr. Mime is you're in an awkward position because you are now being hit. You can't deal back to this Ditto because of Mr. Mime's own Pokemon power.
And
your
that's
Scyther
10
stripped.
damage, which is already on it, right?
Exactly. Yeah, it exceeds the threshold now for Invisible Wall because of weakness. And so your Mr. Mime is kind of stuck here. You could retreat it, I suppose. But if you'd attacked with the Scyther the previous turn, it could have been super removaled and still have an energy on it and still be able to retreat.
Yes. So I think we're in agreement. Yeah, the Scyther was probably the correct move last turn. Is you don't have to sack an energy to do something now. But now it's starting to feel like it's not just tongue wrap time again. I guess not.
I guess not. Yeah. Tongue wrap does feel pretty okay into the Ditto as well because it gives you lots of chances to take an early knockout.
Oh, more blood.
Okay, the gust of wind to take the knockout. You got to be careful where you use your gust in this matchup because you only have the 1 plus item finders. Though the item finders have pretty strictly been going towards the scoop ups in this game. It does put some pressure on Steven. I don't know how much it really matters that Scyther is knocked out or not. But Steven doesn't really have an immediate response to this Mr. Mime either.
No, because now that we're looking at it, like, Steven can't knock out the Mr. Mime because the Mr. Mime has 2 damage counters on it. So, the Ditto was really good at putting 2 damage counters on the Mr. Mime, but now Meditate's doing too much damage.
Yeah.
So it won't get through Invisible Wall. And the only other Pokemon that Steven has built up right now is a Mr. Mime. So the Mr. Mime's getting this weird kind of stalemate situation where they're not very good at dealing with each other. And that's kind of what we're seeing right now on the table.
Yeah, this is a perfect time to go in with another Lickitung, I think. Doing that 10 damage to get past the Invisible Wall. The only real risk was a Chansey, and because he had that super energy removal, clearing out that Chansey, Lickitung is no longer in danger. So I don't hate Steven's position, even though Kyle has taken those knockouts. His board is not as threatening, I don't think, as Steven's.
Yeah, Kyle doesn't have a lot of other stuff going on, but his hand is really good. I mean, it's like if you could draw so that you just had all the most important cards in your top.
That's a thin deck.
Yes, for sure. But if you could draw in a way that all your best cards are in the top 50 of your cards, right? And that the cards that you don't need are in the bottom 10. That's the way to go, right? Like, and that so that at the end of the game, you're just drawing into a couple cards that you don't need here and there that you can safely item finder away.
Yeah.
And you don't have to sit here being like, well, I really need another scoop up, and it's the bottom card of my deck, right? That's certainly how you can lose some of these games. Is if a really important key card is on like the bottom of your deck, and you're not playing any cards that let you go get them easily. I mean, are there any computer search in these lists? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. And taking a look at Kyle's position, you have to think he's starting at least to wonder about maybe doing an energy absorption Mr. Fuji play. But because you have that Ditto on the bench with 1 energy, all it takes is a double colorless, and that Ditto can take a knockout on that Mewtwo and undo that work. So you probably have to removal that Ditto to go for that play. And it's still like a multi-turn endeavor here that gives Steven just more time to figure out what he wants to do.
Yeah, and it looks like Kyle does kind of correctly identify that if he's going to start doing the Mewtwo stuff, he's got to actually...
There's just another Psychic on the Ditto.
Keep the energy off of the Ditto. And Lickitung Tongue Wrap taking a knockout. Steven on the board with the prize card. Tongue Wrap for KO. Let's go.
Lots of tongue wrapping this game. Not always for KOs, though. Mostly for not KOs. So nice to see Lickitung actually taking a prize card for itself for all of its hard work.
All that licking, and he finally gets to...
the center of the Tootsie Pop.
Thank God, honestly.
We'll see. Maybe it's pretty risky still to go for that energy absorption unless he super removals again on the Ditto. That doesn't feel great, though. Counting the resources. Both players trying to identify what the other has available to them. I feel like this could go either way in this final stretch here.
Yeah,
I mean, they have kind of
crazy.
similar board states.
I really have no idea how the final cards are going to play out. I guess I really want to know what like deck counts are.
Yeah.
But also they haven't drawn any additional cards off the top of the deck. So it should hypothetically just be
The number
whoever
of turns.
with the number of turns.
Yeah.
Right. So, and at this point, nobody has put anything back into the deck. So it should just be whoever went first is losing.
Kinda. I mean, you have the Mewtwo Fuji play, which is your
Right.
way to counteract that. And however many times you can get the Mewtwo Absorption Fuji off, that's that many extra turns for you. I think that's what Kyle's thinking about now. I believe he did go first in this game, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Another removal on the Ditto.
Oh, that was an item finder for a regular energy removal. So, like, every time an item finder gets used for, like, a non-scoop up card, you kind of have to, like, take note of that. That is one less scoop up option available and, you know, could impact resources coming down the line.
At the same time, I don't know how many more times you're probably going to even be scooping up during this game. You're probably focused on just getting your opponent to the bottom of their deck at this point. And with 5 prizes left to take for Steven, you can stack some knockouts along the way to make that happen.
Yeah, I think the big thing, we're going to see this Mewtwo energy absorb, and you're right. I mean, so what Kyle's trying to do right now is trying to clear the way for this Mewtwo to use energy absorption. In order to clear the way for Mewtwo to use energy absorption, he's got to bop that energy off of the Ditto, because Ditto has the transform Pokemon power and can just act as a Mewtwo. And if it's acting as a Mewtwo, it's hitting Mewtwo for weakness. And
That's a big paralysis.
Yes, it is. And that Ditto can one-hit KO Mewtwo with just 3 energy on it, a Psychic and a double colorless energy, since all energy attached to Ditto count as every type of energy. They're basically all rainbow energies, which is like absolutely nuts.
That is so crazy. The text on that card is nuts.
So Lickitung with a clutch paralysis, giving the Ditto time to get yet another Psychic energy on it. And we've seen how Kyle is trying to avoid getting this Mewtwo knocked out by
That's another
Ditto.
super for 1. I think he has to do that, though. Paralyzed in the active.
Because if you don't, then that Ditto is just coming up and clearing your Mewtwo. And if that Ditto comes up and clears your Mewtwo,
And you lose.
then it lights out, baby. And another basic Psychic. I'm pretty sure Steven has top decked basic Psychic the last 2 turns to attach to this Ditto. Because
He might have.
He's got the double colorless, but I didn't see either of those
it's another
Psychics
heads.
in hand. Oh my gosh, that Lickitung is
He does
coming
have another
in clutch.
super in hand for Kyle, but I think that's his last super energy removal.
He's just gonna check resources now. They're playing the exact same list, so like a resource check at this point is kind of a big deal. You can see exactly what your opponent has left. Now, granted, both of them have set 6 prize cards out at the beginning of the game, and a not insignificant amount of those prize cards are still live. And you don't know, what's in those prize cards. So you don't know. They could be short a card or 2. There are a handful of cards in the bottom of each player's deck, and there are a handful of cards in each player's prize cards. So you can count the discard pile, see what. All right, super energy removal on that Psychic again.
Got to. There's the pass.
And saying, all right, you won't paralyze me this time, right?
And I think Steven... Oh, not opting to attach the double. Without attaching the double, you're still not threatening the Mewtwo outright, so it might have been worth it to still attach it. I believe he has one still in hand, though I could be mistaking it.
He does. This... dude, who cares? This tongue is threatening the Mewtwo.
It's true. Yeah, I mean, just being able to paralyze it over and over. It also reduces the amount of energy it's absorbing to be able to shuffle back into the deck.
Yeah, I mean, this Mewtwo is looking worse for the wear right now, with the Lickitung kind of going on a hot tongue streak. Yeah.
Definitely going on a hot tongue streak.
Yeah.
And you can see Kyle's burned through basically everything to try and get to this point where he can shuffle this Mewtwo back. All it really takes is a couple more Lickitung wrap heads to make this happen.
How is that 2 cards in deck? 3.
3 in deck right
That
now.
is 3 in deck for Steven. And we have not seen... There's no Mewtwo on Steven's board.
Yeah, I think he discarded one earlier.
I'm pretty sure Steven does not have access to a Mewtwo or to a Fuji, or has just not seen them yet.
It's possible he hasn't seen them, though. Imagine if like the Mewtwo is like the last card in deck, you know, that's it.
And that's exactly what I was saying. Like, in order to win this game, you have to have your best cards. Your most pertinent cards need to be in the top 50 cards of the deck, or else, right?
We'll see what this comes down to. It could end up just being like a final top deck or final prize scenario, final 5 prize scenario.
I don't see... That Mewtwo needs 10 damage.
Mewtwo does need 10 damage, though I think it's probably getting Fuji this turn.
Looks like Kyle's going to weigh some things. Oh, retreating the Mewtwo. Maybe that 10 damage won't matter, because it may be getting Fuji'd right now, and with Steven only having 3 cards left in deck, and I don't see any way. Oh, yep, there it goes. All right, it's Fuji back into the deck. So the 10 damage missed from the Lickitung doesn't actually end up mattering. Mr. Fuji coming in clutch.
That's
and
6
is
cards.
Going to put, more cards back into Kyle's deck. At this point, kind of acknowledging there is no way for either player to be able to take all 6 prize cards. It's just simply not happening. So Mr. Fuji coming in clutch for Kyle. And the question is, does Steven have a Fuji play of his own? And it looks like no. Is just going in with another tongue wrap. I don't see a Fuji in his hand. I don't see a Mewtwo in his hand. And these are 60 card mirrors. So I think that means that each player is only playing 1 Fuji.
They play 1 Fuji, yeah, and they have their item finders to get it back.
And only 1 Mewtwo.
1 Mewtwo. I wonder if it's prized?
And it just could be.
Yeah, with 5 prizes left, that's a decent chunk of your deck that's still in those prize cards. And because you're not taking prizes quickly, you're unlikely to retrieve them. There's no Hisuian Heavy Ball back in 1999 to get that Mewtwo out of there.
No, there was not. So... yeah, this is kind of nuts. Neither of these Lickitung decks seem like they're really kind of crafted for the Lickitung Mirror, which is like a weird kind of post metagame situation that we're in now, where Jason was kind of dialed into the fact that like, oh, people are going to really like this Lickitung stall deck that I cooked up that is like probably the new best deck in format, so like I better be prepared to beat my own Lickitung deck, and he came prepared to do that, knowing that he needed 2 Fuji to do so.
Yeah, and Kyle actually does have another Fuji of his own, and attaching these cards to the Scyther, likely to be able to Fuji them again.
That's hilarious. You actually attach plus power to the Scyther, but you can only attach plus power to the Scyther if it's in the active spot. And Steven is going to scoop up after that. So that's a really funny interaction, because plus power kind of existed in like a pre-tool.
It looks like Mewtwo was in the last couple cards, if I saw that right.
Oh my gosh, just at the bottom of the deck?
Yeah, I think so.
So that's crazy.
Not sure if he had a way to use it, though.
No, because it's almost too late. Right.
Yeah, even just from an energy standpoint, I don't know if he had a way to use it. I think he might have been out.
Yeah, it seems like Steven kind of saw those like game-saving cards a little bit too late in the equation. And that can happen with the prize card mechanic, having those cards kind of set out at the beginning of the game, and then having some cards just inaccessible because they're at the bottom of the deck. Neither of these lists are playing computer search. There's no way to go dig and find them. You can't play Oak, or else you're definitely going to lose, right? So it's kind of this weird draw pass, draw pass, draw pass, draw pass, until one of us eventually reveals that we got the short end of the stick and drew our cards in the wrong order.
Yeah, definitely. So, excuse me. Kyle taking that game 1 after a double Fuji play to prevent the deck out. We'll see what happens in game 2 if Steven's able to pull a comeback here and tie up the set. I can tell you what, I don't think we'll see either of these players going for Professor Oak.
No Oak, lots of tongue. Yeah.
Lots of tongue. Definitely. Well said, Andrew. The players still shuffling up, kind of getting a mulligan there. So Steven will, I believe, have to draw those 2 cards.
Yeah, and Steven did call a judge over, I could hear, to ask about the mulligan draw. Do I have to take them? Because you don't want to. And a draw of 2, so you don't have to take them. Okay, apparently you don't have to take them.
Okay.
Yes. You have to, but it's something like you have to decide how many you're going to take at some point, and then, I don't know. I don't know exactly how they work, but I do know mulligans are a draw of 2.
Yeah, they might have also... You don't have to. You choose 0 to 2, says chat. So you just get to choose how many cards you draw off that mulligan, which is very nice for Steven. You definitely don't want to be drawing those 2 cards.
All right, we've got a mime off. Holographic mime versus non-holographic mime. Okay.
I like the Mr. Mime art, too. Got those sigh waves in the background there. Like we talked about before, Mr. Mime isn't really that good into other Mr. Mimes. You can get the 1 attack off and do 20, and then you can't do anything anymore because you exceed the invisible wall threshold. So we might see both players go for that first meditate and then have to retreat. And that looks like that's what's happening.
Riley, we're having a mime off.
We're having a mime off.
Yep.
I can tell you what, in mime off, there's no winners.
Literally, they can't defeat each other.
That's correct.
No matter how hard they try, they cannot defeat each other. They will get each other to 20 damage, and then all damage after that is prevented.
And it looks like that is what's happening for both players here. Steven does get the Scyther.
Holy moly, look at Kyle's hand. Kyle's hand is looking kind of crazy with like 3 scoop ups in it. Three.
Not particularly useful cards at this juncture.
There you go.
Lickitung, though. I mean, Lickitung isn't that useful yet either, to be honest. But
I'm going to be honest with you. Kyle's hand is kind of like bad in a scary kind of way. It needs like, it's got a healthy amount of scoop ups in it, but it doesn't have enough Pokemon or energy.
Yeah, it's true. But Steven also doesn't have a Lickitung on board to threaten this Mr. Mime. Again, the Mr. Mimes aren't very good at dealing with each other. So he's kind of able just to chill. And now he's actually threatening with his own Lickitung. So Kyle seems to be in a better board position, even though his hand is a little awkward.
Yeah. And decides to just say, like, whatever, this double colorless Lickitung, sure, go, right? And I think Kyle is kind of aware that, you know, the early hands can be awkward. So by kind of putting some pressure on, saying like, all right, I'm going to kind of see how awkward is your hand. And, you know, what happens when I knock out this Mr. Mime?
Yeah, there's that tongue wrap for the knockout. One of the few knockouts we've seen over the course of this set.
A relatively fast one.
Yeah.
We saw a knockout in like the first 4 or 5 turns.
Yeah. Crazy.
I know.
Steven using that energy retrieval to get the psychic back in passing. I don't know if it's really necessary to go for that, if you're just going to pass with the 1 psychic in hand, but we'll see what Steven's cooking over here. Scyther's more than likely to take a couple hits, so I don't think he's under major pressure yet.
Yeah, I mean, things get a little suspect once you get, you know, 2 tongue wraps on there and then, you know, maybe a meditate or something like that. I mean, it only takes 3 tongue wraps.
Oh.
And then that Scyther is in KO range of Mr.
Go.
Mime.
It's time for tongue off.
Oh, yeah, let's go. A lick off, Riley.
Attack says tongue wrap.
Tongue wrap. Yes, and what are you wrapping your tongue? You're licking when you wrap your tongue around something, I guess, right?
I guess so.
Okay, I guess so.
The mechanics here clearly are too advanced for us. Here we go, Steven going on that tongue wrap head streak, paralyzing that Lickitung. And I think we're just going to see a lot of this for at least a couple minutes here.
All right, I think I just saw the best comment in the chat so far. We're having a rap battle.
Nice.
Get it?
Nice.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We are in a verifiable rap battle right now. Both players vying for the lead. I mean, yeah, we're just going to try and force some scoop ups. Really, that's what it boils down to. A couple damage counters per tongue.
There's an oak. Probably not going to see it played.
That thing is a great card to discard off energy retrieval or an item finder.
Both players have identified that oak is the most discardable card. Yes, it is the card you discard. Don't even think twice about it. Like, that is the card you discard. Or you'll never play it.
Literally.
Literally.
And that's just instant loss, it feels like, if you play the oak.
100%.
Another Lickitung potentially getting benched with an energy? Sure.
Like, maybe there's one reality where you play the oaks, and that's like maybe if you know there's a plus power in your deck, and maybe just that plus power like wins you the game. Like, if you bench your opponent or something, then you just then you're diving in. But like, as soon as you kind of realize that that's not the reality, then that card's never getting played.
I agree. It's literally only in those donk scenarios.
Right, where you're like reaching for the bench because your opponent had like a really crunchy situation. I think it's kind of hilarious how methodical the game is, in that a lot of times in the base fossil format, you kind of like look at your top deck and you're like, okay, and then you put it to the side and you keep on pushing.
And that's what these players are doing. They're just top decking and tongue wrapping. Not much else to do at this point in the game.
Gosh, and these hands are just massive.
And somehow it doesn't feel like they're that incredible either.
No.
Got a couple super energy removals. Those are pretty okay, but there's no chances on board that are being built up.
No.
We never saw the fruits of the chancy labor last game. I would love to see a double edge at some point here.
Double edge is exhilarating. You know? I mean, 80 damage. In this format? Whew. It's a lot of damage. And ooh, a scoop up on only a 5 damage counter, but going for the KO with Mr. Mime.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
I don't think you're playing that oak yet.
No, and there it goes.
Lined up for the discard.
Yep, and this is something that Kyle was able to do last game to great success as well. Just take a couple of relatively early knockouts. Mr. Mime kind of like getting the jump on a Lickitung. Maybe if Steven's kind of saving the scoop up, right, for maximum effectiveness, right, when you get to maybe 8 damage counters piled up on the Lickitung. Well, Kyle kind of skipping ahead in the line, saying, all right, I'm going to actually just remove your Lickitung with Mr. Mime and its meditate attack when you're only at 6 damage counters. And it's those kind of plays that are, I think, giving Kyle the edge in this set so far.
I think so. Yeah, getting those knockouts where I don't think Steven is fully expecting them to incrementally build up that advantage matters so much in a matchup like this, where every single increment of damage, every single resource burnt can be the make or break. And Steven doesn't really have a way to deal with the Mr. Mime in the active right now. Scyther is unable to deal with it at all.
No, I mean, we did see Steven just kind of let some energy removals fly and just say, like, all right, clear your board of energy. I'm kind of feeling like I'm between a rock and a hard place right now. Slow it down. But, I mean, the Scyther is all Steven has. And with 15 Pokemon in the deck, there's just not a lot in his hand right now. He's got the one Mewtwo, but we know how important that Mewtwo is.
And we also know the Mewtwo is also vulnerable to the Mr. Mime. He has to bench it now because of the damage built up on the Scyther.
Or he loses, right? So
he can't even really use it yet.
No.
Okay, yeah, another super energy removal. I like that. Try and keep the Mr. Mime onslaught at bay. Removing this to energy. Steven's back's against the wall right now, though. He's burning a lot of cards just to stay alive, and meanwhile, Kyle's just keeping what he's doing.
It's crazy because the 2 knockouts that Kyle's been able to take so far have a dramatic impact on what like the game and board looks and feels like. Ooh,
Look, that's the second time he's had to retrieve 1 energy off of this.
It feels like those kind of little. I mean, this is fine. Okay, because you bring it back with Mewtwo like right now.
Sure. Okay.
I guess, and that's okay, but it does feel like maybe Steven's not getting like the strongest use of some of his cards right now.
There's that double oak discard, classic. For what else?
Energy retrieval, baby. Let's go. Gonna get some of those psychic energy back that you just so rudely sent to the discard pile. And now, Kyle's hand is looking real chill now. I mean, we were saying how at the beginning of the game it was looking a little suspect, but now things have smoothed out. He's got a nice, healthy mix of like useful cards, and seems like he's going to be kind of tempoing it into this just fine. And you can see the difference in stability between having a Lickitung on board with its intimidating 90 hit points, and now Steven's got no Lickitung in play, and everything feels so fragile.
Yeah, I mean, that Mr. Mime is really putting in the work on Steven's board here. We'll see what Kyle decides to do. I imagine he's probably going to still keep powering up that Mr. Mime and going for those meditates. It's really been threatening to Steven to this point. And Steven doesn't have an immediate answer in play quite yet. You gotta feel good if you're Kyle right now. You have a stacked hand. Steven's hand's not that good. And you're just keeping up the pressure with pretty little response from Steven. And you even have a lot of those critical resources that you do want outside of those bottom 5 cards of your deck. You got those super energy removals. You got the Mr. Fuji, I believe, in the hand already.
Yeah, a lot of those key pieces and just scoop up and saying, yep, here we are. It's kind of interesting because Mr. Mime actually just handles Mewtwo and cannot be damaged by it.
But I'm a little surprised by that too. It's a resource burned for not a lot of extra progress. I mean, it takes 2 turns to build up the Mr. Mime, but in those 2 turns, you're doing the same damage with Lickitung and less damage on the 3rd turn and any turn subsequent. So, I don't know. Maybe he's not hurting for scoop ups at this point, given how far ahead he is. And he's just willing to be a little more aggressive.
I do kind of like this because if Lickitung can stick a paralysis on, this turn, literally, and it's like, okay, now Mr. Mime's threatening a knockout on you next turn.
It's true. You do have to scoop again to do that.
You do. But removing the Mewtwo permanently.
It's true. Yeah, I mean, I guess the paralysis is really what guarantees removing it permanently, potentially. At the same time, you could have attached to Mr. Mime twice, and you'd still have 20 damage at the end of this turn.
You would, yeah. The paralysis on this turn particularly, because he had to reattach the energy, right? And we could see how much that upset Steven, because he's like, no, we can't. If I lose the Mewtwo permanently, I lose the set permanently. Right? It's just, that is a no-go. And we did see that Kyle drew into his Mewtwo. So now kind of the 2 major players that are required to not lose the deck out situation at the end of the game are the Mr. Fuji and the Mewtwo. And each of these lists are only playing one of each of those. And in other matchups, that's fine. In the mirror, one of each is a little bit sketchy because it's tough to find them sometimes. But since Kyle has already found both of his, he should be in good shape come end game time.
Yeah, and Steven just still not being able to attach an energy for any meaningful value. Really wanting a Lickitung right now on Steven's side and just not able to find them turn after turn. You're relying on those top decks, and you're never guaranteed to find them, even with 4 off any given top deck.
No, they could be the bottom 4 cards of your deck.
And there's 1 in the discard pile, but...
Yep, there could be some in the prizes.
There could be.
There's no computer search.
No deck searching even. So.
Nope.
So you really don't even know.
No deck search. That's crazy. When you say it like that.
Right? That's true.
You don't
I
even
think.
know what your prizes are.
Right.
Wait, that's nuts. You're just hitting me that they don't even know what their prizes are, man.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm going to look at this list again.
I'm pretty sure that's right. I could be wrong.
Right, because computer search,
They're not playing comp.
and that's the only deck search card. Yeah,
there's Trader.
They can't search their deck.
Yeah, so they don't even know.
They don't even know what's prized, man. Oh my goodness. So you gotta think when Kyle like top decks the Mewtwo, he's like, oh yeah,
Like, that's good.
we're in business. Yeah, that's good.
Every top deck's a new piece of information.
It literally is. That's so crazy.
And Kyle really has everything he wants. Like, those really critical cards are all available to him right now. Steven has no idea if all his critical cards are available.
No.
He could be prizing the rest of his Lickitungs. We don't know.
And each new piece of information that you get about your prize cards as you like dig further into the deck allows you to make more informed decisions about how to play out your final turns of the game. So it's all just really important gaining that information over the course of the game, and you're gaining that information slowly, one card at a time, but it really shapes your game plan for the rest of the match.
And it does look like Edgar made it to the finals with his Wigglytuff deck, triumphing over the Magmar Electabuzz deck. So Wigglytuff making it to the finals, your dream could become a reality here.
I'm saying Wigglytuff taking down the Tongue deck, dude.
Wigglytuff will be against Tongue for sure, regardless of this game in the finals. Though
Tell
it
you
does
what.
look like Kyle's poised to be there.
The first thing I'm doing when I get home, after giving my lovely wife a hug, is I'm going to build Edgar's Wigglytuff Hitmonchan deck.
I think that's valid.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think that's valid.
For sure. I'm really excited to get that Wigglytuff Hitmonchan deck built. I have a lot of these base fossil decks built myself from Jason's blog specifically, but I really like Wigglytuff, and I'm a fan of that deck. And seeing how it plays against these Lickitung stall decks, I'm excited to have that deck sleeved up as well.
All right, Kyle getting those energies into his hand, discarding the Lickitung. He realizes that there's no way Steven knocks out more than one or two Lickitungs at this point.
Right, it's just not realistic.
Does have the chance to get the double on it, which is kind of neat, but his plus power is in the discard, I believe, from the early turns, so he would have to item finder to even get that knockout. And there's the super, so Chansey's looking worse for wear.
Super energy removal, yup. And Kyle kind of juggling that Mewtwo around in his hand like he's, looking at it. And there it is. It's down.
Yeah, I mean, his Mewtwo isn't under threat the same way that Steven's is, and now Steven's in an awkward position because he can't energy absorption in the face of a fully powered up Mewtwo.
You just can't, right? So there's this weird kind of to and fro of like, all right, now I've got the 3 energy Mewtwo, and the only way that you can safely bring your own Mewtwo up into the active is if you removal it now, right? Like, you have to use energy removal to keep this Mewtwo from using Cyburn. And then there's another weird dynamic in that, and so here goes the energy removal, right? There's another weird dynamic that is like, okay, if you don't deal with this Mewtwo right this second, then if I have my one of Gust of Wind, your Mewtwo's dead, right? Because I'm going to bring it up and I'm going to knock it out in one hit.
Yeah, you're basically forced to use the super energy removal on the Mewtwo to prevent it from Cyburning the following turn. And you're also basically forced to energy absorption yourself, and you're playing this game of chicken where whoever has the last copy of the energy removal will come out on top because they'll have enough energy to plow through that Mewtwo. Now, you are attaching more energy per turn than super removes in this way, so eventually someone should be able to attack, but we'll see who ends up coming on top here. Steven does have an item finder in hand, so he could still removal again.
And I think Kyle felt confident with his play because of the way his opening hand worked out. I mean, he had like 3 super energy removal in his opening hand.
Yeah.
So he's probably still sitting on those and is like, all right, I can win this Mewtwo off right now, right? And we see, kind of asking those questions. Like, he's like, all right, do you have the response? And it's like, okay, now Steven has kind of just revealed that he doesn't have a super energy removal in his hand. He just has Item Finder.
Yeah.
Or else he would have played the super energy removal. So now he knows that, like, okay, every time I do this, I'm threatening knockout, and I'm gonna force Steven to have to use another Item Finder or top deck a super this next turn.
Exactly. Yeah, and Kyle does have at least 2 more supers that he has access to with his Item Finder and the super in hand, so he could attach the Psychic Energy, for example, super away the double colorless energy, and then energy absorption up to 3 Psychics on the Mewtwo, and that's a really good position for Kyle.
Yeah, this is just like a really crazy kind of crunch he's putting Steven in with the second straight energy removal from hand.
Yeah.
Just saying like, yup, I had it. I had the energy removals to back up this play, and I'm forcing you to dig deep into your well of resources in order to deal with this. This is actually like a really interesting kind of progression of this match.
Yeah, the one thing I really would have loved to see Kyle go for double Psychic here. What Steven has the opportunity to do now is he could potentially have an Oak.
You gotta be kidding me. Oh!
Where I was going with this is if Steven manages to remove both of the Psychic energies off this Mewtwo, that does put Kyle in a position where he needs another Psychic to be able to use energy absorption. I don't know if he has the out in hand, though.
Ladies and gentlemen, an Oak has been played.
This is the first Oak of this match.
Of the set so far. I can't believe it. An Oak was played. And it's because of these Mewtwo wars, right? Just like
And he has to scoop out of there.
Right. I think like Steven kind of acknowledging like, yeah, I lost the Mewtwo war, so now I need to abort mission. And
that's tough, and he has no attachment even.
No, this hand that he drew into is not even good. It's got more Oaks in it.
So what Kyle could do is he could swing and do 40 to the Scyther if he wants. He could energy absorption and build up the Mewtwo further for a Fuji play if he wants. And that would probably just seal the game at that point. He could go for a knockout on this Ditto. There's just so many options that he has available to him. And Steven's in a really tough spot. I mean, he could put the Mime down to wall, but it's not attacking this turn.
And you got to think with that discard draw 7, Kyle's got to love seeing that. And then the little victory lap of the Mewtwo being able to just gust up that Ditto and Shadow Realm it with a Psyburn feels really good. What's funny is like the Ditto is just a Ditto on the bench minding its own business, but as soon as you use Gust of Wind to bring it into the active, it transforms into a Mewtwo and then is like, oh no, not like this. And then just gets vanquished because of weakness.
We see that Psychic Energy threatening the Meditate. Kyle could go for another energy absorption here if he wants and build up for a Fuji while attaching to the bench. Seems pretty good. That Ghastly is pretty threatening into the Mr. Mime as well.
Ghastly is good. It's doing 20 damage a shot. But does Kyle actually have the Psychic in his hand? No, he doesn't.
He does have Item Finders, so he could get a Retrieval if he wanted.
Right.
I don't know if he necessarily needs to do that this turn, even. I don't hate the idea of an absorption personally, and then shuffle the next turn. You take the hit from the Mr. Mime, and then you could potentially start attacking with the Ghastly the following turn.
I think I like that.
We'll see what he decides to go for.
Put everything back into the deck. That feels good. And
you just have to imagine if he gets another absorption off and then Fuji's that, like, I don't think Steven will be ever able to win, given that he still has all of his prizes left. And
Yeah,
Kyle will
Kyle's
have a
winning the deck out
substantial-
war and the prize race.
Yeah.
Like, not both, man.
Yeah, I feel like you should. I feel like whoever's playing the Oak should hopefully be winning the prize race at least. But
I know, right?
yeah, Steven just not having the pieces at the right times, struggling to get those Lickitungs into play still is really holding him back. Here we go. We see the retreat.
Might just be a Fuji.
Okay, well. I mean, he can retreat into the Scyther and then retreat into the Lickitung, so it's all
Sure.
good.
Yeah. You can retreat as much as you want. Yes.
So the specific sequence doesn't really matter there.
Yes. Steven saying, you can't retreat to a Pokemon that's in your hand.
Like, all right, I'll retreat twice then.
Fine then. Yeah, sure. Whatever. I played Lieutenant Surge. I think there is like a Lieutenant Surge trainer card that like allows you to play a Pokemon from your hand straight into the active. It's basically a glorified Switch.
Yeah, when you say it like that.
Yeah. Every time I read that card as a kid, I was like, dude, this is just Switch.
All right, Kyle getting that tongue wrap paralysis off. And Steven being worn down. I think it's 10. Yeah, 10 makes sense.
10, yeah, because we were saying how the Ghastly could have maybe done 20 to it.
Yeah,
I don't
unless
think
there was a really quick tongue wrap pass, I think it's 10.
And there's a Psychic Energy. Okay. Some fuel. But now we've got Lickitung in the
There's
active.
another Oak. Play that.
Yep. And Lickitung is putting in the work right now with that tongue. Doing what it do.
Finally, a Lickitung of Stevens.
Goodness. Steven had been tongueless for the longest time.
Truly tragic to go tongueless, but finally finds one, able to put it on the bench. Not able to attack with it yet due to the paralysis on the Mr. Mime.
And that Mr. Mime's going to get stuck.
Fully.
Yup.
Yeah.
So it's
Scoop it up to save it.
Yeah, it's either scoop up to preserve the mime, or you just say, nope, that mime's going down too. So that's going to be a fourth prize for Kyle in this game 2 of the semifinals.
Yeah, and we talked before about how it's okay to give up prizes here and there in these sorts of matchups, but when you're going down to the wire and there's 2 prizes left for your opponent and they have a board that looks like this, it doesn't feel great to have to give up that one more prize.
No. At this point, you're really letting your life total hit bare minimum, okay? You're at rock bottom, you know? You're down at just a couple life points left, and you don't want to let your opponent keep attacking. It's bad.
Yeah, so Steven finally getting to tongue wrap in the Lickitung mirror here. See what Kyle does to respond. He also does have that Psyduck available, so Steven gets those last couple cards. That's basically game.
Yep, with all 6 prizes left to take. And Kyle still has item finders in the hand too. I mean, at this point, it's Kyle's game to lose. He just needs to stay the course, make sure he doesn't overplay his hand in any kind of way, doesn't overextend any resources. When in doubt, tongue wrap. I mean,
Yeah.
just 100%. When in doubt, send up the tongue. Let him wrap.
I think so. Now, I was looking forward to potentially seeing 6 prizes taken in the mirror, but I think after that Oak, that Steven might just end up decking out.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what, when you're Kyle and you see your opponent play the Oak, you're like, all right, I mean, yep, it's happening. I'm going to deck them out. I just need to make sure that I get myself in the position that I need to be in when push comes to shove at the end of the game. Now, Kyle has used his Gust of Wind already. So another thing that's kind of important to keep track of, that's a lot of cards left in that deck. Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Yes. Another thing that you got to keep track of is that, you don't want your Mewtwo to get shot down by an opposing Mewtwo. That's kind of like the most aggro play that this deck can make. So you have to be like a little bit careful of that to make sure that does not happen. You could have, a situation where maybe you have like a Mewtwo threatening a knockout on the opposing Mewtwo. Chansey can also threaten a knockout on an opposing Mewtwo. So like
That's true.
if Steven were to ever put a Mewtwo down. If Chansey has 2 energy on it, it could just be like a double colorless item finder Gust.
And maybe that's Kyle's endgame too, is to just sweep through with Chansey. It's going to be pretty hard, I think, for Steven to realistically do much more at this point, even to deal with the Chansey, right? Just to remove those energy on the Chansey is probably going to be a stretch for Steven any given turn. There we go, Paralysis. Don't know how much value that Paralysis is really adding for Steven at this point. Energy Retrieval is a nice top deck start.
Perfect. Yep.
Loading up more energies on that Chansey.
Get rid of the Oak. Yeah.
Perfect card to discard here.
Donate it.
Looking through the deck, maybe looking for the discard, hopefully for another hollow psychic energy, it looks like, but only found the one.
Yeah, looking through the deck, that's something they cannot do, Riley.
Oh, that's correct. Yeah. Only the top decks reveal any information about the deck.
I can't believe that revelation. It just didn't hit me in that way that they don't have any deck searching cards in their lists, and that Computer Search is the only deck searching card. Pokeballs in format, I guess.
Pokemon Trader is another
and
one.
Pokemon Trader, but those are the only deck searching cards. Yeah, I think like only purely deck searching cards in this format. I mean, it's only 3 sets. It's the first 3 sets of the game, and I mean, my goodness, how much does that Energy Search? All right, sure, Energy Search is one too, yes, which actually does see some play. But how much does that lack of like constant deck searching just like really keep the pace of play like kind of really fun and engaging, right?
Absolutely. We were talking to Jake earlier, and he was saying how he wishes that there were less actions you could take per turn and more turns.
Yes.
And you see that in this format. And I kind of agree, the amount of shuffling that you see in Standard today really slows down the game feel. So even though even though there's many more turns in these games, they have a faster tempo to them than a lot of games do in modern Pokemon, with all the searching, with all the actions you're taking every single turn.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of times you could be watching your opponent just solitaire in front of you, while you kind of like sit there waiting for them to finish, and then your opponent has to watch you solitaire for a little while, and then you have to watch them solitaire for a little while, and then like 4 turns later it's over.
Yeah.
Welcome to Standard.
Totally.
Yep.
And looks like Kyle is just continuing to build up that massive Chansey. It's going to be hard to get those energies removed at a certain point once you get enough of them down. Though maybe not opting to attach the Chansey here. Oh, yeah. I like that.
Yeah, baby.
We got the damage.
No, and there it goes.
No. That's a shame.
Well, yeah, I guess that's the most responsible thing to do with a 3 energy Chansey.
You could have attached a 3rd energy to the Mewtwo and shuffled that and kept the Chansey alive.
I know. We want to see Double Edge.
We want to see Double Edge so bad.
I saw a Double Edge once today and it was sick.
But look at the board. It's perfect for Double Edge.
I know. Jason Double Edged, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, we got to see Jason use Double Edge on stream earlier today, and that was hot. I mean,
that was awesome.
Yeah, for sure. It was a double colorless Double Edge.
Yep.
Which was so hype. And just kind of coming out of left field like, whoa, there he is.
There we go. Tongue wrap. The saga continues. So Lickitung off the top. And the order of the deck doesn't really change either unless you play a Fuji. So it's like however you shuffle at the start of the game is just
very
what's happening.
Determinative, yeah. That's kind of another kind of weird quirk of this particular mirror match. I also have to wonder how much of this mirror match any player has actually played before showing up to the tournament. I mean, knowing that Lickitung Stall is a good deck, obviously you have to be kind of dialed in enough. You probably read Jason's blog. You kind of, maybe you check in on what, kind of the retro heads are saying about the base fossil format. You figure out, Lickitung is kind of that deck that everybody's hyping up about this format that counters Haymaker, right? Not a lot of people played Haymaker. Now everybody kind of knows that Lickitung's this hot new deck, and now we're seeing decks like Wigglytuff or Magmar, Electabuzz kind of rise to the occasion and actually be able to challenge these powerful Lickitung decks. But how much mirror have they played? did they figure it out on the fly today? Probably.
People like Jake did.
Yeah, people like Jake did for sure. He went 6-0. He was just figuring it out as he went.
5-1.
5-1. That's right. He went 5-0. He was 5-0 at first.
Yes. And some tongue wrapping back and forth.
And Jake, during our interview, said that he laments having to go to Hawaii to play standard format and wishes that Worlds was base fossil.
Classic.
Yeah, I respect him for that. Yeah, that's a sick take for sure.
That is a fat discard pile. Checking it for the plus power, I suppose.
And during my interview with Jason revealed that base fossil is actually his favorite format.
Really?
Of all formats, base fossil is his favorite one, and he said that he likes RSPK is his second favorite format, but that base fossil is his actual favorite format just because he loves the speed of the turns, the nostalgia. I mean, this is like right when he started playing, and I mean, he was there from day one, you know, and just like lived through all this, and the nostalgia plays a big part of it, but he also just loves the volley between turns and the speed of play and the decision making, and like, you know, every turn kind of being this like this kind of big decisions to make about whether or not you play certain cards at certain times.
Oh, here we go.
The scoop duck up into Headache, saying you've only got a few cards left in deck, let's do this thing.
And I think Kyle is guaranteed to get 2 headaches off at this point, even if he gets paralyzed, because he has the double item finder in hand, so he could get a scoop up and an energy retrieval. So he should be able to seal this game now with double headache if we're accurately seeing 2 cards left in Steven's deck.
It might be 3. I can't quite tell. It's either 2 or 3.
It looks like 2 to me, but I also have to imagine he probably wouldn't go for it at 3. Yeah, headache preventing that Mr. Fuji play, which is the only form of refill that these Lickitung decks have right now.
And that is why the duck is here. Yes, I think it's 3 cards left in deck, because I think now it looks like...
no, there's a lot more.
Ooh. All right, he's saying this duck is not getting paralyzed, bro. No
Awesome.
shot.
Yeah, why not?
No, ain't no way.
To be fair, he does have a lot of psychic energy in deck, so he could even just use those item fighters exclusively for the scoop ups if they get paralyzed.
I kind of like the duck at this point, and part of what I like about the duck at this point is that like Kyle already wins this game, and he's kind of saying like, bet you didn't think I was going to duck this early. And you know, maybe if Steven's kind of predicting the duck, he would have said like, okay, you know, maybe I'll play my cards a turn or 2 early, but not 3 turns early.
Yeah, and he does have a psychic in hand, so he could go for the scoop up duck with the item finder. I don't know if that's actually necessary even at this point, but he could do it. Contemplating for sure.
Right.
Would have been sick to go for the duck and then power up that Chansey and for the double edge.
Oh yeah. It's really crazy. I mean, really, if he just like kind of goes 1 turn without getting paralyzed, it's like such a and he's just gonna say, all right, go ahead. That's fine. I like that. No need to burn those cards. Just let the duck kind of hang out here. You know, the duck's a known quantity now. It was cooler last turn when you didn't know the duck was coming.
It's definitely real duck hours right now.
Yeah, surprise, here's the duck. You know, there's a 50% chance you can't play trainers. 2 cards left in deck.
Yeah, so from Steven's perspective, what do you do here? Because you know that the duck could be coming next turn if you flip a tails on that tongue wrap. So do you burn everything now? Okay, well, then you burnt everything.
Right? It's just kind of like Kyle is just asking the question, saying like, all right, what are you going to do about it? Forcing the issue, right?
Yeah.
Of like, you can't wait until your final turn to play your trainers. You better play them right now. And you don't have a Mewtwo on your bench. You don't have anything great to Fuji back in right now. So like, kind of forcing the issue of like, if you've got Fuji, you got to play it. But then also, you don't have anything worth Fujiing in, so who cares?
Yeah, and there are 2 cards each off these Fuji potential targets. could go up to 3, I guess, if you get another energy attached. I don't know if Steven has an energy, actually.
Okay, Steven's eyeing up his one of Gust of Wind. Gonna bring up the Mime and try to tongue wrap that. And just saying, I hope this thing gets paralyzed here and maybe buys me a couple more turns because I don't feel like making my play yet.
I don't know if I agree with that, though, because now I think Kyle has a guaranteed now, right? He can now double Headache with his double item finder.
Yes.
And that
does have a
guaranteed
guarantee. It would be guaranteed game. Yes. If he goes item finder scoop, GG's, right?
But opting not to do that. Not sure if he sees something that we don't hear or maybe just misses the play.
It's like this kind of situation where you're Kyle, where it's like you really have to like mess up in order to lose. So I understand the nervousness of like not wanting to overplay your last 2 item finders or whatever. But there are only 2 cards left in the deck, so at least from what we can see here.
The Mewtwo Wars. They actually never ended.
No, yeah. The Mewtwo Wars are back in a big way. Yeah.
There we go. Steven, burning those final resources. The thing is, I don't really see a route for him to win from here. He has basically no worthwhile cards left in his deck at this point.
No, he's going to go Energy Absorption, and then Kyle just needs to go Retreat Headache, and then it's game over. Yep.
Yeah, and even if he had more cards in deck, he doesn't have the resources. Just he's burned through all of his most important cards, and there's a Mr. Mime in play, so the Mewtwo can never sweep for all the prizes. And here we go, just the Headache. Would have loved to see the scoop up play last turn, but all the same, blocks those trainers. And why not? Deny that prize.
You're not even going to knock out my duck.
That's right.
Because of the Pokemon Center completely healing, and Steven extends the hand. That is GG's as Kyle punches his ticket to the finals.
All right, so we got a Wigglytuff versus the Lickitung in the finals. I guess we knew that was coming as soon as the Wigglytuff won, but it is fully confirmed now that Kyle is going into the finals with his Psychic Lickitung deck, 60-card mirror here in top 4. Kyle taking it 2-0.
That was an awesome match to watch, honestly. It was grueling in some ways, but getting to kind of see the way that matchup actually works out, that was a first for me. I'd never actually seen the Lickitung mirror before.
It was cool. Yeah, I don't think it wouldn't have been as fun if we had been streaming that exact mirror every single round, but it was cool to see how it played out and the different lines the players went for here. And the last round will be a little more exciting with that Wigglytuff trying to go for those big knockouts onto the active. So really looking forward to the finals here. Both of the games that we featured so far with this Wigglytuff Dodrio deck have been really fun and exciting. So I have a good feeling about the finals being a great way to cap off this tournament.
Yes, Edgar has not lost to a Lickitung deck yet. And Edgar started off 6-0 and has marched his way right up to the finals. We're going to get an exciting finals match here on the way in just a moment. So thank you all so much for watching. Let's get some hype in the chat for our base fossil finalists, Kyle Bies and Edgar Hernandez. Congratulations to both players on an awesome tournament so far. I can't wait to see who takes it down. We'll be right back with the finals right after this. Finals are underway here at the Mana Vault. Let's get some hype going for our finalists, Kyle and Edgar, as we head down to the table.
So like we said before, we got the Wigglytuff Dodrio deck against the ever-present Lickitung Psychic variant. Edgar has had a phenomenal run against these Lickitung decks over the course of his tournament. I'm sure he's feeling pretty good going into this last round. I'm not sure what Kyle's experience is on the inverse side, like if he's even played one of these decks. So actually he did. He beat Crystal, didn't he? And in top 8? I think he did. So
Yes.
Both players actually having had experience in this matchup. We'll see how it pans out here in the finals.
We've got Edgar Hernandez on the left with his Wigglytuff deck that he is just brought through the flames and has been able to take down every opponent he's faced so far. I mean, and we're kind of seeing exactly what makes this deck so good here in the very first turn of the game. Hitmonchan, turn 1 jab for 40 into that Chansey, and is going to just start asking questions here right at the very beginning of the game. Like, what you going to do about this?
Absolutely. And Kyle top decking that Scyther, I know he wishes he had that in that opening hand to start it against this Hitmonchan onslaught. I don't know if there's a scoop up in hand yet. There is an Oak if he wants to dig. But that seems a little ambitious. Pokemon Center, maybe a little bit more low to the ground. Edgar nodding there, but he is slowly powering up. Oh, maybe not. Well, he was slower powering up that special punch, but energies go into the bin with that super energy removal. Was that a double attach? No, I don't think it was. Never mind.
No.
All right. Back to the jab. Kyle doesn't have as obvious of a play this turn. He could item finder for Pokemon Center next turn if he wanted to avoid using that Oak. Looks like that's what he's thinking of doing. Edgar doesn't really have a lot in his hand right now. He has multiple item finders. He's an item finder and a comp search, but nothing really that he wants to discard. A little bit awkward here. He's thinking real hard if he wants to maybe go for the comp search, and he does. Discarding an energy retrieval and an item finder. That's a pretty brutal search there.
It is, but I think the game plan of the Wigglytuff deck it's just slightly different with its resources. It's kind of like more similar in ways to the Blastoise deck, in that you're kind of like, you can afford to plow through some resources so long as you kind of like get this late game board state set up.
Yeah.
And like, you're kind of expecting that your first Oak or two, they're not going to feel great usually. It's always nice when you can play down every single card in your hand and then Oak for 7 new ones. It's not always the way it works. Sometimes you got to lose a couple Brave Soldiers along the way, that item finder biting the dust. But the game is got to move on. The pace has got to keep moving, and certainly a Jigglypuff needs to be found, and that's what Edgar decides to go get with that computer search, and just going to keep putting the pressure on. Jab for 40, double colorless on the Jigglypuff. I like this a lot.
Yeah, not oaking quite yet, saving that second double colorless energy. We'll see another super energy removal here. This is exactly why he wanted to save that double colorless energy, so he could attach a new one next turn. Kind of getting a pretty clean Oak out, though. Exactly the Oak you were talking about, of playing every single card.
Doesn't always happen that way.
Doesn't always, but he got it this time. And he finds even more energy denial cards if he decides to use them here.
Yeah, and I do like Edgar's patience to wait and kind of say, like, all right, we're going to try and get this first one to stick, and then we're going to, and then we got the second one, and then we can go.
Yeah, now this Scyther is actually threatening right now because Edgar will be able to take the knockout, but he's probably going to be kept at bay from using that Wigglytuff for at least another turn. Kyle does have access to more energy removal cards in his hand, so he can bring up that Scyther, start attacking into the Hitmonchan. Hitmonchan can't really do anything about it, and eventually it'll go down. Now, can Edgar power up his Wigglytuff in time to deal with this Scyther becomes the question.
And Edgar is going to take the first knockout of the game, of course, with this Hitmonchan jabbing for 40 damage again, taking down the Chansey. And Hitmonchan is just such a powerful lead into these big colorless Pokemon that the Lickitung decks are playing. Between Chansey and Lickitung, I mean, most Pokemon really scoff at having to deal that much damage, but not Hitmonchan. Hitmonchan, which quickly and efficiently disposes of those guys and forces the Lickitung player to really have to reach for more Pokemon, find those Scyther. Finding the Scyther is not always the easiest thing to do. I think these lists are playing, like 2 Scyther?
Two or 3, yeah. And
3, yep.
And we see another super energy removal. So Kyle committing to keeping that Wigglytuff at arm's length here and going for the slash onto the Hitmonchan. Starting to put his own damage pressure onto the board after giving up that first prize.
And Edgar top decks the Pokemon Trader. Oh, it looks like he meant to play Bill, right? He slammed down the Trader, but he had intended to use Bill, so that makes sense,
Thankfully,
right?
his hand was in like a pretty clear order there, so clearly no foul play there.
No, right. It's been a long day, as I've said. Very long day. But yes, did find that Pokemon Trader, which is going to be a key part of piecing together the things that he needs in order to work around this Scyther. Scyther's got an insanely high resistance of 30 to fighting Pokemon, which means Hitmonchan's jabs are doing nothing. And in order to move around this Scyther, Edgar is going to need Dodrio's Retreat Aid Pokemon power, which makes it so that as long as Dodrio's on the bench, the active Pokemon's retreat is 1 colorless less. So Hitmonchan, instead of retreating for a fat 2, is going to be retreating for just 1, which is very manageable.
Absolutely. Yeah, Hitmonchan, one of its most major weaknesses is its retreat cost, and that's being mitigated by that Dodrio, allowing it to pivot into other attackers easily as opposed to paying that hefty 2 retreat cost. If you get 2 of those guys in play, Hitmonchan's retreating for free, which is pretty nuts.
Retreating for free is always better than paying to retreat, Riley.
I think so. Unless you're trying to get an energy in the discard pile for some play.
All right. Yeah, that's so true. Sometimes you do actually. You ever have an energy on a Pokemon and there's a stadium that gives it free retreat and you're
you just
dang.
Wish that you could discard that energy. Yeah.
Feels bad, man.
Okay, we're getting another Pokemon Trader with that item finder. Is that going to be for a second Dodrio?
Looks like yes. Free retreat feels good, man. Feels strong, man.
I think so. Yeah, and I don't think Edgar's really going for any plays where he wants to discard energy with this deck. I think you want them all on the board as long as possible. So it makes sense to try and preserve this Hitmonchan's fighting energy. Now, I guess he can Lullaby this turn to try and disrupt the Scyther, but that does put the Wigglytuff potentially in harm's way. So it doesn't feel great. But I guess it's better than just allowing it to hit for nothing. See if Kyle wakes up here. And he does. So Scyther will be swinging into this Wigglytuff. No backup Jigglypuff on the bench either.
Yeah, the Wigglytuff's going to eat 30 damage, but I think that things are still pretty tame. I mean, outside of this single Scyther, there's not really a lot going on for Kyle. And yeah, Edgar is sitting on an oak and was kind of just waiting to play out the remaining playable cards in that hand before letting it fly.
Yeah, that is another energy retrieval in the bin for Edgar. So his outs to getting energy are progressively lowering. He has used an item finder now, I believe 2 even from the first hand. So eventually he is going to struggle to get those energies back out of the discard pile, though for now I think he's got at least enough gas to keep it pushing.
Yeah, I mean, look at this hand. As far as oaks go, this oak did provide. This is literally just a handful of energy,
which is all you really want from this situation.
If I'm Edgar, I want to top deck Jigglypuff.
And Jigglypuff's the only card that he's really wanting for right now, and last.
Yes. Right. If you could go top deck Jigglypuff, top deck Lass, then you're then you win. You literally win probably with those 2.
And looks like we're going to go for the headache here.
It's kind of an interesting headache because...
Oh, no, not the headache.
Just wanting to sack it.
Okay. I guess I see it. Is that the top deck Lass?
You got to be joking me, right?
I think So, top deck last, which is pretty clutch here. Kyle's entire hand goes into the deck here.
This is it. This is like a lights out, game over kind of situation.
Kyle has 3 turns to top deck out of this.
Yes, the duck is done.
Or sorry, 2 turns.
Yeah,
right?
that goose is cooked, man.
Yeah.
That duck is roasted.
Yeah, the duck is roasted for sure, and Scyther can tank 1 hit before it goes down. So,
And maybe not even if Edgar like top decks like an oak next turn and finds like a plus power.
yeah, that's a pretty low odds play at this point, but not impossible.
We just were talking about top decking the one of last just a turn ago.
It's true. Well, we were talking about top decking Jigglypuff and then last, so things worked out a little differently than our plan. We'll see what Kyle finds. He keeps it a secret. It's a Lickitung.
Okay.
So it gets to keep him alive for a little bit longer, which is nice. I'd love to just overload this Wigglytuff, I think. Safeguard yourself against super energy removals. Don't
think
need to
so.
bench anything else even. You're not under threat.
Yeah, there's no point in benching that Hitmonchan. I like saving that spot for an extra Jigglypuff if you need it.
The retreat makes sense.
Yep, and we're going to try and buy more time with Tongue Wrap. But that time was not granted.
I think I like attacking with Hitmonchan here. The clean one, potentially.
Yep.
Just preserve the damage on that Wigglytuff. Every damage counter matters in this Lickitung matchup. And you're 2 KOing between these 2 Pokemon regardless. And Kyle, can't do anything off the top deck still. This last, potentially shutting this game out.
I can't believe you found the last.
That was crazy, the one of last.
I know, right? You're right on call.
Right on call. And there we go. Edgar is going to be able to take this knockout by doing 50 more damage with Do the Wave. Could even attach another energy to this Wigglytuff if he wants.
Dude, this deck is looking so nuts. Like,
okay, yeah, I like
the free retreat of Dodrio and Hitmonchan. This is like the perfect counter deck to his Lickitung deck. It's literally flawless.
Oh my gosh, this is brutal. Kyle has 1 more turn to figure something out. He doesn't look happy.
Punch.
I think it's an energy retrieval. That's it. That's game 1.
Game 1 is in the books, folks.
Wow. Edgar putting on a show with his Wigglytuff deck in game 1. No prisoners.
Absolutely nuts, man. That was craziness. Just the ability of the Wigglytuff deck to go on the offensive and constantly be putting on pressure. It didn't really matter that Edgar's playing 4 Bill and 4 Oak. I mean, Edgar was never close to decking out. And when I talked to Edgar about his game so far, he's like, no, I never really got close to decking out. It was just actually slaughtering Lickitungs all day. And that's exactly what we're seeing here is like, yeah, I mean, he's not lying. When he's out there on his Swiss rounds, he was destroying Lickitungs and not really getting close to the bottom of his deck, despite drawing a lot of cards. And now here in game 1 of the finals, saw the same thing. Putting the pressure on, Hitmonchan, 40 damage jabs, backing it up with big do-the-wave attacks. It's a winning recipe.
The synergy is certainly there. I'm really enjoying watching Edgar play this deck. He really puts on a show. Very aggressive, taking those quick knockouts and carrying it all the way through consistently. Top deck last was pretty clutch there. Not going to lie.
That was nice.
But, hey, he was still putting on lots of pressure regardless.
When you're good, you're good, Yeah. That's for sure. When I interviewed Edgar, he said that he'd been playing since base set. I mean, he's been playing since the game came out, and has enjoyed the game, throughout its history, and I'm sure it's a real treat for him to get to show his profession in the base fossil format in modern day. I mean, after all this time, I mean, you don't always get to go back and play these formats in a competitive setting in the modern era. So, I mean, what a treat for an old-time, long-time player to get to come out and really just show his stuff with a perfectly crafted deck for this Lickitung heavy metagame.
Absolutely, yeah. And maybe we'll see a new iteration of meta developments in the base fossil format. We saw Lickitung be the huge kind of revolution in this format with Modern Lens. this Wigglytuff deck has been pretty impressive in all the games we've seen of it so far. I mean, 2 made top 8. I don't know how many were in the field. I can't imagine too many more than that. And both of them looked really good. Crystal did lose on stream when she was playing, but she didn't. It wasn't for like lack of power in her deck.
Right.
So, really impressed by this Wigglytuff Dodrio deck.
Yeah, it really is just some perfect synergy between the Hitmonchan and the Wigglytuff. I mean, Hitmonchan kind of just saying like, okay, Lickitung is a problem in this format, but not for Hitmonchan, right? Like, not for Hitmonchan at all. Hitmonchan actually disposes of these guys. And then, so like, okay, but there's answers to Hitmonchan, but what if I play the answers to Hitmonchan and Wigglytuff? Okay, but like it's going to be awkward pivoting between those two Pokemon all the time. But what if I just play like a really, really fat Dodrio line?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, I guess I'm kind of bodied now.
yeah, that Dodrio line definitely coming in clutch. Basically, the entire enabler of this strategy, it'd be way too hard to keep up the attacks between these two different Pokemon if you didn't have that potentially free retreat cost.
Yeah, I'm loving every second of it. I think it's just such a cool deck. You've got the Hitmonchan, who most players of base Fossil, would say the Hitmonchan's kind of washed at this point.
Yeah.
Right? Because of Mewtwo, right? I mean, like just Mewtwo's existence kind of almost scares Hitmonchan heavy decks just out of existence. But not if you ask Edgar.
No, definitely not. And Edgar is faced with an interesting decision. He has a very energy-heavy hand right now, but he's not really under threat yet. So he could opt to wait, using that comp search to maybe get a Jigglypuff or a Doduo, potentially.
I'm kind of okay with letting it ride here. Maybe you wait one more turn. If there's one more energy, I could see waiting one more turn. You know that this Lickitung deck is not playing any last, so you can safely do plays like that.
Mm-hmm.
The only way you usually get punished for like waiting an extra beat is if you get last. But these stall decks aren't playing last, so you kind of have that knowledge going in where you just know like, okay, well I can perfectly tempo out this hand by attaching every energy and then oaking, right?
Yeah, I think the rest of his hand is the oak removal, a super removal, and maybe one more energy. So he could opt to, for example, use the super removal this turn to force another attachment on the Lickitung and then attack next turn, potentially. And that does look like that's maybe what he's doing, or could even just oak now. Yeah, that's fine.
Here we go. Doduo down and oak. I think there's plenty of energy in this deck. We saw last game.
Yeah, pretty hefty. I think it's 13 fighting or something along those lines. So you lose a couple, you still got 10 more.
And honestly, we're doing okay here. We found a Dodrio for next turn. Got a Jigglypuff down. Another couple energy. Kind of got to decide where the energy is going to go this turn.
Well, he did already attach this turn.
No, he attached last turn, right? Did he already attach this turn?
No, he did attach this turn. It's his first turn. He got licked going into it.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Wow,
That's right. Or else there would have been a jab on Lickitung already. So that was his first turn. He attached it already. Good catch. Had me fooled.
Yeah, it's sometimes you can lose yourself in these turns if they go on a little too long. But
yeah, like 45 seconds as opposed to 15.
That's right. So
5.
But Kyle keeping him accountable. Having to use an energy retrieval just to get the one psychic back because it got removaled. So the energy removal ended up being a good choice from Edgar in this previous turn.
And gets the psychic energy back, and I'm thinking that we're going to see some more licks.
I think the tongue wrap will continue from Kyle here.
There we go. Tongue wrap for 10. The nice Japanese Lickitung. One thing that I do like doing with some of my...
Ooh, 2 supers down off that oak. That matters in this matchup.
That does matter. That matters a lot. Something that I really like doing with a lot of my retro decks is like I like trying to build all Japanese versions of the decks. I just think the Japanese cards, especially from old Wizards of the Coast era, are just so cool. The quality is so high. And
there we go, that first Dodrio down. So The key attackers now have 1 retreat each. Much better than 2.
It is so much better.
Twice as good.
Oh, yeah. That Hitmonchan is jabbing for 40 a turn on Lickitung. And you see these Lickitungs, I mean, they're only doing 10 damage. So really, 90 hit points is fine and it's great against almost everything except Hitmonchan. Hitmonchan is doling out those easy 3-hit KOs, sometimes even a 2-hit KO if you got a plus power in the mix. And the 10 damage just, I mean, doesn't really phase the Hitmonchans too much, especially when you can easily pivot them out of the active spot with Dodrio's Retreat Aid when it's time to move on to something else.
And we see the beginnings of powering up a Wigglytuff and getting a second Hitmonchan down. I like that because this Mr. Mime is now threatening a knockout on the active Hitmonchan. So if you have that second Hitmonchan on the bench, you can jab twice into that Mr. Mime to potentially knock it out. Kyle, using that energy removal makes sense. Try and keep these Wigglytuffs out of play and scooping up to heal the Lickitung. Taking the knockout with that Mr. Mime.
And there goes Hitmonchan. Kyle taking the first knockout of game 2 here in the finals with a big meditate, doing 10 damage plus 10 more damage for each damage counter on the defending Pokemon. And then with Hitmonchan being weak, that is double damage as well. Now Edgar has to decide a path forward.
I think it's probably just a jab with Hitmonchan. You could pound with Jigglypuff, but he has no double colorless in hand. So jab is just the easiest way to get that 20 on the board. And even though Hitmonchan is weak, it doesn't really matter for the first meditate. It's only those subsequent ones that you're really feeling the heat.
Yeah, when given the option, I do like to take my opponents to Pound Town, but it's not always an option.
Not always an option,
no,
unfortunately.
Sometimes you just got to jab instead.
That's right. That's right. Mr. Mime feels the same amount of pressure either way. So on the verge of KO here. Going to retreat that and go into Scyther to potentially stall a little bit of time here. So Edgar now, not a lot he can do immediately this turn. Probably just attach, evolve, and pass, probably. Could maybe try and go for an energy removal. I don't know if it's warranted quite yet.
Fighting energy down on the Jigglypuff. One thing that Edgar does kind of want for right now is more basics.
Definitely.
Yeah, you do have to like actually have... Wigglytuff doesn't just say 3 for 60 on it. You know, like you got to put in the work. You got to actually find all those bench Pokemon. And the only card in these decks that can search out Pokemon is computer search, and I think Edgar plays like one.
Yeah.
So,
there is the Pokemon Traders. He plays 3 of those, I believe, but you still need another Pokemon to use those. Typically, you're going to use it to maybe shuffle a Wigglytuff back in and get a Jigglypuff.
Something like that. Yep. So Edgar's going to need some more basics. I mean, that's really kind of the lifeblood of the deck. You got to find those basics so that you can power up to do the wave attack. You're only doing 10 damage plus 10 more damage for each of your bench Pokemon, so you really want a full bench. Ideally, Edgar's looking for another Dodrio. That would be great. I mean, we've seen kind of the key boards that Edgar's been able to develop throughout the tournament have all been like double Dodrio boards. Edgar's letting a Sing fly with the Tough.
It's Lullaby, actually.
Oh,
that's right.
This one has... No, they're both Lullaby.
They're Lullaby, yeah.
Dang, bro. Who has Sing? Clefairy has Sing.
Clefairy probably has Sing. Yeah, that sounds like a Clefairy type beat.
Lullaby you don't have to flip for. I think Clefairy's you do have to flip for.
You have to flip for it, and then they can flip to wake up, too.
I know. Clefairy's got a really kind of terrible sleep attack, if I'm being honest.
Okay, the Scyther's staying asleep. This is nice. Getting a extra turn here of leeway for Edgar. Could start to do the wave if he gets a double colorless energy. Could just build up basic energies using that energy retrieval.
Yeah, energy retrieval seems nice. You're also kind of like sussing out what your opponent's got going on. Like if I attach this fighting energy to the Wigglytuff and you don't super energy removal it, then I'm like, okay, kind of know that maybe we're in safety territory. Also kind of just like baiting out those energy removals, right? And saying like, okay, I know there's double colorless energy in the deck. I'm not really doing a lot of damage yet, so we can kind of just keep applying fighting energy to the active.
Yeah, once you hit that 3 fighting threshold, it gets really hard for the Wigglytuff to be fully disabled. Even a super energy removal will bring it down to 1, which you can then double colorless back up.
Yeah.
So it's nice to be able to get these basic attachments in while you can. And Scyther's still asleep. This is the 3rd failed sleep flip in a row. Edgar's liking to see that for sure.
Oh, yeah. When the lullaby actually does something, it's fantastic.
Scyther wakes up, but that's not the exact turn that you want to be waking up. Ideally, wake up going into your turn.
Now, Edgar does find Item Finder off the top of the deck, so he's got to, kind of think, like, am I going to let this hand fly? I think there's already an Oak in the hand. We're just going to Oak away the Item Finder, and I like that. I mean, he values the basic Pokemon more than any card in the discard pile. Like, what do you really need out of the discard pile? You just want more basics to power up your Wigglytuffs, do the wave attack.
Ideally, get another Jigglypuff.
Exactly, and we'll see what this hand provided.
Oh, perfect. Jigglypuff and Dodrio. Exactly what Edgar wants to see here. Getting that full value on Do the Wave. Trying to maybe dig for a plus power here would be nice. Not necessary. Is that Lass as well?
That is Lass.
Do you go for Lass here? I don't know if it's actually the best turn for it. Maybe it is, though. Maybe it is.
I'm not totally sure.
Maybe just go for it, I think, actually.
It never feels bad.
Yeah, I mean, there's trainers in that hand.
Yep.
The trainers aren't that good.
No. The Oak hit is big.
The Oak hit is nice.
Because that's like, the Oak is the eject button, right? Like if things start getting like really sketchy for Kyle, he can always just hit the Oak button and say like, all right, I'm going to go dig in 7 cards and say I need to find an energy removal or super energy removal right now. Without that eject button on the hand, now Edgar is free to just continue attaching energy. And even if Kyle does top deck a super energy removal or something like that,
he's got the double in there.
He does. Yeah.
It's pretty nice spot. Yeah, actually looking at the final contents of Edgar's hand, it feels like a perfect time to last, actually, because you're completely resistant to at least 1 turn of energy disruption here. Yep. You see that top deck of the energy removal, but Edgar's got more energy in hand. He's ready to go.
Exactly. And Kyle knows it because Kyle just saw his hand, right? Because of Last.
So, yeah, just going for that tongue wrap here. Just tails. So, Edgar going to be able to continue to apply pressure. Could even gust if he wanted to. I don't know if it's necessary this turn, though.
Not yet. You really just want to keep piling damage on these Pokemon. That Lickiting's coming back up regardless, so you might as well just deal with it here while it's in the active. There's no point in like gusting around, especially for 10 damage on the Scyther. Like anybody could do that, right? I mean, Duo could do that. So you don't need to, while you got the 3 energy Wigglytuff here, just keep slugging for 60 wherever.
Oh, interesting.
Ooh, okay. I don't hate this.
I think he's trying to avoid a situation where like Supersonic potentially gets you, or you get stuck with a paralysis. So you can do 20 now. Maybe going for the gust. Okay.
On the Mime, that's what I was thinking.
I think Mime's a better target in this situation than the Scyther, because you can do the way of the Scyther, but you can't do the way of the Mr. Mime.
All right, Riley, I'm really curious. Where did the Jigglypuff just take the Mr. Mime to?
Well, Scyther has taken a one-way ticket to Pound Town, and unfortunately there are no return trips.
No, the Mr. Mime took a ticket to Pound Town.
Sorry. The Mr. Mime took a ticket to Pound Town. There are still no return trips, so he is there forever.
Yes. Scyther is still on the board.
Right.
Yes.
Oh, we were talking about Scyther, so it's on my mind.
Yes.
Here we go. Tongue wrap, fail. Double colorless is in the discard pile. But I think that's okay. You can start jabbing now with this Hitmonchan. Yeah, but has the pieces that he needs to just keep it pushing here. Put the pressure on. A lot of damage on Kyle's board. And another double colorless off the top.
Ooh, yeah,
Not
those are
really what you want to see.
Really rough kind of top decks trickling in here for Kyle. Not what he needs to close this game out, while, Edgar's board is just looking pretty nice. I mean, all things considered.
Edgar's pretty much ready to do anything he needs to over the next couple of turns. I guess you slash, but then Wigglytuff comes up and takes the knockout potentially. Okay, yeah.
Kyle needed that heads, and
That
it's
heads
going to
is
need
nice.
more.
The heads is nice. See another double. Could maybe attach that to the Jigglypuff.
I think I like the basic fighting on the Wigglytuff.
Yeah, keep your board resilient.
Yep, and say like, all right, you have to super this Wigglytuff, and if you super, I've got the double edges top deck, and we're just in this spot where
Another energy off the top for Kyle.
Kyle's gonna need another tongue wrap heads. Gotta have it. Yup.
And now that is crossing the threshold where now Hitmonchan can be knocked out by Meditate. So that is nice. There's another Hitmonchan in hand though, so I guess ultimately doesn't matter that much.
And another one on.
Oh,
Whoop.
never mind.
Goodbye.
Okay, bye Hitmonchan. I actually think that Hitmonchan could have been nice to preserve.
I think Edgar knows there's a lot more Pokemon in the deck.
Is there though? There's a Hitmonchan in the discard already.
I guess.
So that would mean there's only one left potentially.
4 Jigglypuff though. 4 Doduo.
Maybe he just doesn't feel like he needs Hitmonchan that much anymore.
All right, Kyle finally finds the Oak off the top, which is certainly something that he was wanting for. But he's got these energy in his hand, and now he's in the spot where he's like, okay, am I letting these things loose? Kyle's board is not very fleshed out with Pokemon. I mean, there's really not a lot of stability here going on. But Edgar has 5 prizes left, and he's still got a ways to go to actually, to capture this title. He's only taken 1 knockout. I mean, he's close to another couple. He's got another couple he's been working on. But this Oak could maybe give some healing cards, some energy removals. But healing cards, you don't even want to play a Scoop Up or anything like that. Like, this Scyther's got 3 energy on it.
Oh, and there's the tails on the tongue wrap, so that will give Edgar the opportunity to attack with the Wigglytuff potentially, which will prevent a return knockout with that Mr. Mime. I like that.
Yep. And I like the decision making here. Edgar does have plus power in hand, but is just deciding to save the plus power for a more important situation and sacking the fighting energy on Hitmonchan to retreat into Wigglytuff. And there's a big the wave for 60 damage, taking the knockout, pushing Edgar to 4 prizes remaining.
So the pressure is definitely on for Kyle right now. He has basically a KO'd Scyther. He has a fresh Mr. Mime, which is nice. Got that Chansey potentially if he chooses to bench it. But all those Pokemon are looking like potential victims to the Wigglytuff Hitmonchan combo here. Down comes the Ghastly as well. Maybe we'll see a double colorless hit that Chansey.
I think that's the only place it makes sense.
Get a full clean Oak.
And these are the kind of Oaks that you dream of here. 0 cards discarded. 7 fresh ones off the top.
A lot of scoop ups. Some energy retrievals.
No removals yet.
He did use quite a few removals towards the start of the game. I wonder if he's starting to dwindle on his inventory.
Yeah, not a single removal off that Oak is really kind of hurting, I think.
Yeah, this Wigglytuff just isn't pressured right now. And if the Chansey's the only thing that can knock it out this following turn, if it gets another double, but then it'll do 80 to itself, which perfectly lines it up for a jab from the Hitmonchan. So going for the Scrunch.
Scrunch, if a heads is flipped, will make the Chansey invincible for a turn. So yet another way that the Lickitung stall deck buys time and tries to deck the opponent out. Scrunch is great, and being able to be used for just a double colorless energy is fantastic. Jives perfectly with the deck. And then obviously you have the opportunity to grow from that 2 energy Scrunch to a 4 energy double edge if you want.
There's the item finder off the top. He could go for the Gust. if he wants to. Is he willing to go for that and pitch those resources?
I think he just
a lullaby.
Lullaby. Does Scrunch prevent all effects?
No, just damage.
Damage, right. So you can still put the Chansey to sleep, which is
and
what
Chansey stays asleep.
Edgar decided to do with a nice Lullaby. And it's part of what makes the Wigglytuff so good. Lullaby cannot be underrated. I mean, it cannot be... don't look past the Lullaby, all right?
Heaven forbid an attacker not have a 50% chance of disabling the opponent.
I know, right? Wigglytuff's also pretty chunky. 80 hit points, just some really nice stats on this card. The Lullaby, the 1 energy, kind of disruption is just so good because Wigglytuff's getting its energy removed with energy removals and things like that. It really gives Wigglytuff something extra to do on those key turns where maybe you don't have a full 3 energy due to the wave coming in.
This might be a good turn to jab, potentially. Get 40 on that Chansey, which will knock itself out if it chooses to double edge. Also forces a Gust if he wants to knock out the Wigglytuff here. Edgar contemplating what he wants to do here. He could even removal. You could item finder for a super removal on that Chansey, completely clear it out and then hit it. Kyle does have the scoop ups in hand if he wants to heal the Chansey. I think jab makes the most sense here. Does look like that's what he's going for too. Getting 40 on that Chansey, setting it up for future turns, and preserving your Wigglytuff most importantly.
Yeah, I do like this. It forces Kyle to make the next move. Say like, okay, what do you want to double edge? You're gonna knock yourself out? Is that what you're gonna do? You're gonna knock out your Chansey? Give me another prize to clear a Hitmonchan? No, maybe using double edge to clear a Wigglytuff, a fully loaded Wigglytuff. I'll think about it. But a Hitmonchan with 1 fighting energy on it, no shot, right?
Yeah,
it doesn't feel worth it.
Yeah, it's gonna be tight here for Kyle. Still has a couple prizes left to take. And I feel like he's going to start petering out in terms of his ability to take them turn by turn.
We think is that what Kyle's going for? You think trying to take all 6 prizes?
Maybe. I mean, his deck is lower, isn't it? He's oaked several times now. It's at least close. It's comparable in terms of deck. See the item finder. What are we gonna see off this? Maybe a super removal.
Dude, if we get to see a double edge, I'm freaking geeked.
Double edge for self KO.
Yes, dude. Yeah, I'm gassed up. I'm gassed up with this double edge, bro. Let me see. Oh yeah, with the gust. Yeah, it's for the tough. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, this does self KO and burn quite a few resources. So it's not the worst thing in the world for Edgar, to be honest. It gets this Chansey out of play. You get a prize card. You still have your Hitmonchan. You have a Wigglytuff in hand with a double colorless, I believe.
Kaboom!
There goes the Chansey.
Double edge, 80 damage for 4 energy. Holy smokes! Also does 80 to itself.
There are no winners with blob on blob violence. So here comes the Ghastly. That looks like it's a victim of Wigglytuff incoming.
Could be. Really just a double colorless energy and a Wigglytuff, which Edgar, hasn't revealed that he even has another Wigglytuff in his hand.
He does, though, and a double colorless energy both.
And this is what's so smart about Edgar's play, and something that I've seen him do all day, is that he's not revealing those extra cards unnecessarily from his hand. So when he has those Wigglytuff, he's not showing his opponent that he has the Wigglytuff. He's just kind of keeping it. He knows that his hand can't be disrupted in that way, and he's saving his cards to be played for the perfect moment, like right now, where he can just pop that down out of nowhere, and his opponent doesn't know it's coming.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's going to be hard now for Kyle to deal with a Wigglytuff. This Lickitung deck isn't super well equipped at knocking these Wigglytuffs out. It's really just about denying them from their energy. And with no energy removals in hand, it's going to be hard for Kyle to keep up perpetually with the pace of the energy.
Okay, so now I think they're kind of discussing the way that the promotion works after a double edge, because who promotes first, in what order do the things happen? Prize take, promote, who does what when.
Yeah, not sure how much it actually practically matters here. I guess Kyle seeing his prize before he promotes is maybe the main thing. I don't think it really matters from Edgar's perspective, because he has multiple Pokemon with free retreat at this point.
God, the patience that Edgar is showing right now with his play is something that I could only dream of. Like,
seen a Gust.
Like, and deciding to go Item Finder Gust and not just going Wigglytuff, knockout, right?
Yeah.
And just saying like, nope, I've got a different plan.
Plus power goes down.
Item Finder for Gust, bring up that Scyther, and guess what? Pound Village. Here we go.
The esteemed Pound Village.
Yes.
Population now 2.
Yes.
In this game.
Uh-huh. That's right, folks.
Jigglypuff taking no prisoners.
Dude, Jigglypuff, and that I think is like one of the craziest takeaways that I have from this whole tournament is Jigglypuff. Like how crazy Jigglypuff has been.
It's not bad.
Yes.
All right, Kyle, back against the wall. What can you do to deal with this Jigglypuff with Hitmonchan in the back lines, ready to start swinging?
And as we know, Wigglytuff and Double Colorless in hand, and that's private knowledge to Edgar. But, even from making a play like this with a Jigglypuff, now Kyle has to be like, I don't know if he's got the Wigglytuff.
Yeah,
I don't even know. I don't even know, bro. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
And it's like those kinds of mind games where you're just wondering, like, what is he working with in the hand? He didn't reveal it too early. And that's something that I think is really kind of played into Edgar's success throughout this event, is that he's not over revealing that information before he needs to. He's really making the most calculated plays he possibly can with the cards as he draws into them. And it's just his pace of play feels almost like perfectly matched for this format.
We'll see that energy retrieval going for the lick on the Ghastly, most likely. Maybe he's trying to stun Edgar for a turn, even if it ultimately doesn't do any damage. At least it stalls out for Kyle to potentially draw into energy removal cards.
And that's another kind of genius part of keeping the Jigglypuff not evolved yet, is that you can always evolve through into Wigglytuff to break that paralysis. So keeping it a Jigglypuff and dealing damage that takes knockouts while the Jigglypuff is a Jigglypuff allows you kind of like one full heal effect when you evolve Jigglypuff into Wigglytuff. You get to break that paralysis if it becomes a problem.
Yeah, and we've seen Edgar do that multiple times now to value. So he definitely recognizes that these status conditions are a key part of the metagame, and recognizing when he can play around them through evolution as a mechanic. Item Finder, getting rid of a double colorless here. Kyle really working his way down to these final resources, it feels like. I don't know if he can keep up tempo with the Wigglytuff deck. If Edgar gets attacking with a new Wigglytuff, I feel like that might be lights.
Yeah. I mean, the Mr. Mime needs to be dealt with. That's just a 2-hit KO with jab.
Yeah, and you got 2 Hitmonchans on the bench right now, ready to jab. And Kyle recognizes that the Wigglytuff is too much of a threat right now. Edgar does have more energy, though, to just keep on attaching.
Yep. And now...
He has an Item Finder if he wants to go for retrieval.
He just has the retrieval in hand.
Yeah.
Just top decked it.
Could discard the Item Finder, even.
And I think getting rid of the Wigglytuff here
is fine.
Kind of revealing that he's got a Wigglytuff in hand.
Kinda.
That's okay. It was the best discard in the hand for sure. And you could see now, it's like, it's crazy watching the game unfold with the way and the pace that Edgar's playing, because I feel like my brain is almost like tainted by standard modern Pokemon, and that like I'm not seeing the lines that he's seeing. It's like I see them in hindsight. Like after he does them, I'm like, oh, that was genius, right? But like I'm not having as much of the foresight and as much of the patience that he's having. The little flourishes where you're like, we'll attack with the Jigglypuff for meaningful effect while withholding the Wigglytuff. I would so want to just get in there with Wigglytuff as soon as I can.
I know.
You know, slam the double colorless, take the knockout. But, you know, there's a lot of games where I only get to 4 prizes in base fossil and then I lose from deck out. So maybe I could learn a thing or two.
Okay, Kyle realizing that probably can't afford to keep licking here, recognizing that Edgar probably has that evolution in hand, going for the energy conversion, I think it is, from the Ghastly, putting the damage on it and getting the energy from the discard pile into its hand. Yeah, nice.
Energy conversion, yeah, good memory there, Riley. Not the most used attack, but a good one.
It is very good, definitely. But that does mean Edgar will go down to 1 prize remaining at this final stretch of the game. He could even item finder last here to try and really lock it out. Opting not to go for it, but I wouldn't have hated it.
No, that would have been fine.
Kyle does have a small hand, so potentially realizing he doesn't really have any energy removal cards in it.
And Edgar is just 1 knockout away.
There's the Dodrio, which is super nice right now. Can start jabbing.
And I think if item finders in hand can't actually win yet because Wigglytuff can't knock out Ditto if it turns into a Wigglytuff. So,
right.
Yeah, so unfortunately that's not going to do it. But if with double Dodrio in play,
Is double Dodrio. He has fighting energies in hand. He has item finder for Gust. It seems like the path is all there. Opting to attach the energy, sure.
jab for 20 and just say like what you got, what are you sitting on, like what do you have in that hand, right?
And it's nothing.
Scoop up. I mean, he does have the scoop up, right? So he could basically like
He could jab with his.
he could bench Scyther, scoop up. He could bench Scyther, scoop up the Mr. Mime, and then you buy yourself 1 more turn, right?
And I mean, you got to, right? It's better than losing.
It is probably better than losing, yeah.
Could even special punch with the Ditto. I don't know if that's worth it.
And none of it feels great. You got to get the Mr. Mime out. And it looks like the scoop up net, or the scoop up being preserved. Retreat to Scyther, and this should just be game.
That's game.
That's it.
That's item finder for Gust, I believe.
Oh, we're doing it this way.
With the plus power.
Let's go.
Do it in style. I like this.
Wigglytuff.
Star of the show.
Plus
at the final
power.
moments. That's heartbreaking for Kyle. But Edgar, undefeated the entire tournament with the Wigglytuff, Dodrio, Hitmonchan deck. Very impressive showing. And this got me thinking a little bit about this metagame and how much there is left to explore in it.
Honestly, I'm so thrilled, Riley. I'm so excited for Edgar. I mean, what an amazing accomplishment, but also excited that we came into this format with a lot of the people who play base fossil the most saying, no, Lickitung is the best deck in format. It is the BDIF.
Yeah.
Nothing can beat this invincible base fossil deck. And sure enough, Edgar, who's been playing this game since it came out, has come up with this Hitmonchan, Dodrio, Wigglytuff deck that he used to topple the field of over 40 players and emerge as the base fossil champion here in Milwaukee. What an awesome tournament.
It was so awesome, and his play was really, really cool and really tight. He deserved the win, absolutely. He had the right deck for the tournament, and he played out of his mind to get here. Huge congrats to Edgar for absolutely steamrolling the competition here at the Mana Vault.
Undefeated the whole way, beat every Lickitung deck he played against. I think Edgar's play was masterful to watch. Huge congratulations to Eric for making the finals. It was also great getting to watch him navigate the Lickitung mirror match, and I think we also had him on like round 1 or so earlier in the day, round 1 or 2.
Maybe, yeah.
It was super early. I think we saw him, but that was like 10 hours ago at this point, so it's been a long day. But anyways, that's going to do it for our stream. If you can't tell, I'm losing my voice. and
potentially sanity.
Yes, and sanity. But it has been a super fun day here in Milwaukee. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you all so much for the support. Huge congratulations to our winner, Edgar Hernandez, and our runner-up, Kyle Bies. You guys played awesome all day, and it was an absolute joy to watch. Thank you all for watching the stream. I'll be back in my studio in Akron on Monday for some more Pokemon TCG action, but that does it for the stream. Thank you so much for hosting the Mana Vault. So a big shout out to the Mana Vault for hosting this event here in Milwaukee. They are some awesome guys out here. If you're local to the area, definitely stop by the shop. They got a really cool thing going on in Milwaukee with the Pokemon scene. And huge thank you to my co-host, and huge thank you to my co-host, Riley Hulbert, who I could not have done this thing without.
Hey, thanks for having me. This has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, man. See you guys next time. We're out of here. I got to get packed up, get my voice back, and also my sanity. See ya.